Well, and once again, it's the hour for the Hotel Orloff show. It's beautiful, cloudy Saturday, September 14th, 2024, in the year of our Lord. And we're going to be doing some cleaning today. We're going to be cleaning up the house, moving things around, and creating the illusion that the house is clean. And one thing helping is a wonderful gift from a friend of my wife and a friend of the Hotel Orloff. And it is a new robot vacuum cleaner. Well, we've never had a robot vacuum cleaner before here in the Hotel Orloff. It is called the Robo Rock, and this is again courtesy of Bushka Dracul in Florida. And here it is. So we're gonna start this thing up, see how it works, man. Let's try it out. Okay, maybe I press it again.
Resuming.
Oh my gosh. Let's put you guys down on it. Hold on. Let's straighten you guys out. Shit. We still live? Oh my gosh, 4 people watching. Let's get you back on there. No, that's not good, man. You guys aren't stable. Let me fix you. That should be better. Hold on, let me stabilize you. You guys are just falling right off. Someone tuned out. Who was that piece of filth? Oh, man. Kicked you guys right off. Um, my wife is saying I have something unusually much more stable, and she's saying, hello, everyone. Um, Hold on, it's just it should be fine.
to a new location and restart.
Hey, I wonder if I'm on the right Wi-Fi. Let me check here. Um, one moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. Okay. Amps is here. I don't know if you guys can. Oh, damn it. Shit. Just a moment. Oh, we have a guest. Um, what? I have myself as a guest? This doesn't even make sense. Okay, am I back? Can you guys hear me? Nothing's working. Oh, okay. I got to do that. Okay. All right.
Resuming. Positioning failed. Starting new clean. Low battery. Returning to dock.
Shit. God. I didn't expect this thing to go under furniture, man.
The robot to a new location and restart.
This is forcing me to have to actually. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen. Uh,
Low battery. Returning to
low,
dock.
low battery. Oh man, I wonder if it can really remember where the docking station is. I don't think it has any idea. Wonder how long it's supposed to charge.
Error 4. Clip sensor error. Clean clip sensors. Move robot away from drops and restart.
Okay. Uh, what are people saying here? Gotham City Comics says top of the morning. Meyer says vacuum cam. Gotham says that thing is going to self destruct. Possibly. But let's see what's the deal here.
Low battery. Returning to dock.
Can it get over to that docking station? Let's see if it remembers. Wow. Oh, wow. That was pretty neat. It can actually return to its charging station on its own. Um, well, let's see. Um, it would be cool, says Meyer, if it could be programmed to fall small to to fall small lost items on the floor and not vacuum, but instead save them and notify you. Yeah, yeah. Revel Mark car model exhaust manifold found. GI Joe pistol acquired. Yeah. M says it'd be cool if that vacuum turned to Gratu and said, "Gratu, you're our only hope." Yeah, really. Um, I see that it can like it's. I wasn't expecting it to go under thing. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff I got to clean up before I start operating that guy. But it's gonna force me to actually clean the house more because I got little things all around. Well, I moved this comic book rack down here to the library, and just thought it would look better here. Is that? Oh, I thought I can't see worth a crap. I saw it. We went only one person watching. We have 11, but my eyesight is not good. This is a better way to showcase comics, I think, than just pulling them up out of a box. Oh, anyway. Oh, I lost 3 viewers by showing comics. Well, we better stop showing comics, obviously. Let's see. Oh, I see. Bernie writes in Tower of Shadows. Did you? Where is that? I must have If anything's here, it's either fake or it's a duplicate comic that I've got. I don't. There's no comic here that it's my only copy. Oh yeah, yeah. This Tower of Shadows. Yeah. That's. Why is this one here? I don't really remember why this one's here. I have another copy of this upstairs. That's why. Man, I've already been going for 15 minutes. Is that correct? Uh, wow. Well, we're bleeding viewers. We're back down to 7. I guess people want to see the robot again, but it's busy charging, ladies and gentlemen. So I think that I probably already need to clean the filter thing, and I got to look at the instruction manual. Um, Damn, I wanted to film an interaction with the cat with the dog hasn't met the robot vacuum cleaner yet. We got it the other day, but I've been so busy. I wake up, go to work, and I come home and sleep, and I haven't even had a chance to. It's my first opportunity to actually set up the little vacuum cleaner guy. Um, I was just thinking about this book the other day, wondering where it was, and here it is. Beneath the Planet of the Apes, the novel. Um, I seriously was just thinking about this. Oh well. So there was a Trump rally in Las Vegas last night that was spectacular. I was talking with some of you viewers during it. I was getting some comments sent to me, but I I fell asleep during it, so I watched it this morning when I woke up about 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Well, what I'm noticing is when I do these pre-recorded shows, the video quality is amazing, but very few people watch them. People prefer to watch the live shows where the video quality is not as good. But I don't know what to do about that. Um, Except I know I showed some good stuff on the last pre-recorded show, and it got very few views, so I may need to show that stuff again. Okay. We got a lot of work to do today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. What are these people saying here? Hmm. The sound of the spinner rack should be recorded. Yeah, it could be like ASMR, just a whole video just of spinning the thing. Freytech, we have a similar robot. Wife named him Kevin. Oh. Freytech says video quality on this live stream is excellent, at least on my phone. And Zork says hi. I don't know Zork. You must be a new viewer. Well, welcome Zork to the Hotel Orloff. Um, oh, need to from saying it's not real to just gaslighting to an insane degree about this. We'll drink some water. They are just frankly, they're throwing everything at the wall, desperate to try to stop people from bombing on to this cultural phenomenon. I think is what it is. It's a cultural phenomenon. We'll be right back, but for your games, especially this. All right. At InfoWars MD, you can find the most popular in-demand supplements and sourced at the highest quality. Nitric oxide, probiotics, joint relief meds, nerve relief, prostate support, power. Better mood plus. From the fetal hormones and good night's sleep. Improve the quality of your life and support the InfoWars. Go to InfoWars MD under health and wellness. Yeah, I got stuff everywhere I need to clean up here that's preventing the vacuum cleaner from vacuuming. So let's do that. Ah, like this canteen. Maybe this shouldn't be on the floor, but then I don't really know where to put the canteen. Sometimes you just can't get rid of a canteen. Where do you guys out there put your father's army canteens? Do you guys have some suggestions? We're stocking up for the apocalypse here, which is supposed to happen Tuesday, from what I understand. Um, Here's a drawer of rusty nails. You never can tell when you'll need some rusty nails. I think I know where this goes. It goes over here. Oh my gosh. You know, the sculpting on these action figures sure is. Look at what Xena looked like back in the 90s. Is that a good likeness of Lucy Lawless? I don't know, man. I forget what this character, I think it's from some Image comic, but I like the action figure and bought it when it came out. That was good sculpting back then for her sword is I guess the sword can be straightened out, huh? I guess so. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. How do you display this? It's the Green Goblin holding you know Peter Parker Spider-Man. I don't know how to display it. There's got to be a way. Maybe from a chandelier, would that work? How do you guys display this kind of thing? Okay. Come on. Oh wow. It's actually working. Okay. Whoa, it's about to fall. That's not good. We got to get both wings of the bat glider, or the Green Goblin's glider through the. See, I'm giving you advice on how to decorate. Ah, shit. Peter Parker fell. How was he being held just in his by his man? They need to design these toys better, man. Um, yeah, ridiculous. It's actually a very well done action figure, replicating the cover to the first. I think it was the first issue John Romita did when after Steve Ditko quit. Which supposedly Steve Ditko quit because he didn't agree with the idea that the Green Goblin should be Norman Osborn. He thought that was he had his Ayn Rand philosophical ideas that about good and evil, that they are absolutes. Also, he just thought it was a ridiculous coincidence, but oh, I'm sure there were other reasons that he quit. Like impending cartoon coming out, but what can I tell you? Yeah, I don't know what to do about this. This is a dilemma this is a dilemma they don't have on the Gaza Strip. Like how do I display this? So I guess we're lucky to live in the United States, and this is a problem that you have on Saturday morning. But it is a big problem for me, and it's been a problem for me for as long as I've owned this action figure. I just don't know. I just don't know. Uh, hmm. God darn it. Gosh darn. I'm going to try it again. This time I'm going to try to lower him from above. have him facing this direction. Okay, now, how's that? Is that, ironically, I don't own this issue of The Amazing Spider-Man. I've always wanted to own it. This is one of the most amazing covers in history of The Amazing Spider-Man. But at least I have this little thing hanging from the chandelier now. Okay, I got something done this morning. Um, Remember these things were in every gag gift store at the mall? These little things, they would sell them. And then you'd open it up. It was like a little gag gift. And it's inside, it's this. And they had all these little things that were meant to be little gag gifts at the stores that were the ancestors of Spencer's Gifts. The one that I remember at the Forum 303 Mall in Arlington, Texas, was called Helen Gallagher's. Oh, and people are talking to me in the chat, and I'm completely ignoring them. Let's see. Zork is talking. Zork says hi, thank you. Maybe Zoe, maybe Zork knows. Yeah, that was my first suspicion is that the centaur usually appears on Saturday mornings, and that Zork may actually be the centaur. But my mention of the Forum 303 Mall, let's see if that stimulates something with Zork. Zork, not Zoe, yes. Um, Gotham City Comics, EC F to 3 wasn't great. Okay, so he's talking about the third uh, Gotham City Comics. He's already gotten in the comics for next week, and epitaphs from the EFTA is that's the initials for epitaphs from the abyss. EFTA. Okay, that's easier. EFTA is easier to say than epitaphs from the abyss. Yeah. Anyway, it's the new. They've revived the EC comic company. So Kevin Johnson at Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, gets to read the comics early. So he's giving us the first review. I saw the cover on your video. Oh, when they reprinted, they did a sort of a facsimile of that DC Laurel and Hardy #1 that I'm always talking about. That I bought as the first comic I ever bought with my own money, where I walked to the store and bought it and came home instead of my mom buying me comics, that I handed her. So it was a big deal, and I lost it at some point through the years. In elementary school, it disappeared. So recently, Last Frontier Comics sent me a copy very nicely. So now I have it again, but now they're doing a reprint facsimile, and so yeah. So I told Kevin in the message this morning, save that for me because I want the reprint too. Because it's weird they're doing a reprint. I didn't know it was that valuable. Zork says I came to sniff comic books and chew bubble gum, and there's a lot of both. Yeah. Zork, I bought a mannequin and dressed it up as an army man. Did you, Zork? I filled the mannequin with tannerite and nails. Did you film this? I wish you would film it or come on and live stream it. Meyer, on your utility belt above your right hip pocket. Oh, that's where I should put my father's canteen. It has a G. You can't say that on a fascist, communist, mousy tongue platform like YouTube. Amp says, Zug, Dimlit, and Weasel, the best trio of bad guys found in Corbin's Mutant World. Yeah, I think I have Mutant World in a graphic novel form downstairs. Let me go check. Friartuck says that Fanta I mentioned to you with Frankenstein on it at Dollar General is actually Beetlejuice. I apologize. That's what I thought because that night you were telling us about it. I looked up Fanta and I did see they had all these different characters from Beetlejuice on them. Zork says I have Nixon Pyre have Nixon Pyre hold it. Oh, Nixon Pyre. Nixon Pyre is actually holding cowboy scarves that every time the dog goes to the well, I'd say groomer, but that word has a different meaning now. Every time the dog goes to the lady that gives Drew a bath and clips her nails, she puts a cowboy scarf on Drew, and then so I take it off right before she goes, and I put it in that little goblet that you're calling him Nixon Pyre. That's a good name. Then so eventually I'll wash them and I'll have a whole collection of cowboy scarves. I don't think Drew has one on right now. I think the last one fell off. So I don't know what's going on with that. Zork, the Forum 303 was the best mall ever. Zork is the centaur. It's now confirmed. And he says IOL. I don't know what IOL means. He says, okay, you got me. Okay, it is the Centaur. He says, I'm building a 1/48 scale model of an of a F-64 Hellcat fighter plane from World War II and listening. Meyer Greenblatt says, Count Tricky Dicula. Although now we were told, I was told through Mad, through Cracked, through Sick, through Newsweek, Time, which were magazines my father's favorite news magazine was U.S. News and World Report, which was the most boring of the news magazines. It always had the same cover. It was kind of like Highlights magazine. Remember the magazine that was always in the dentist's office, the doctor's office? Every cover looked exactly the same. U.S. News and World Report. Time and Newsweek at least had entertainment and they'd review current movies and TV shows. But U.S. News and World Report, that was the kind of magazine that Colonel Weinert would read. So so anyway, I was told through all those my magazines I read as a kid, even through Marvel Comics, spoof, Nixon was always ridiculed as this crook and in retrospect, now looking at it, I think Nixon, you know, was a pretty good president, especially compared to his predecessor, LBJ. And I think Nixon was trying to end the war that had been flared up by the previous president. And looking at it now, the first time I saw that Oliver Stone JFK movie, I just thought, well, that's ridiculous that the LBJ wanted to make the war worse, so they had to. And I realized, yeah, that's probably what was going on. Uh, yeah. And then when people say, like Pelosi, well, Biden's the best president since LBJ, yeah, because it's yeah. So I now I don't really have this. I kind of think, well, Nixon was probably a pretty great president, and he was demonized, just like in the future Trump will be. But we'll all know that he was a great president. I mean, I'm tired as far as the history books and everything. But um, this is the kind of thing that you would find in the stores. It was all anti-Nixon. But let's see what people are saying here, man. Um, Gotham City Comics. Zork, hope you are feeling better. Last time we heard from you, something had crushed your back. I am. Many thanks. Gotham City Comics is apparently sending a prayer. Myers says, yes, I was programmed by Mad to dislike Spiro Agnew This didn't make sense because he looked like my uncle. Zork says, we've got to go Galt. We must pool our monies and rebuild the Forum 303 Mall inside the Rocky Mountains and live there. Yeah, really. The best thing about Cracked Magazine were all those glorious John Severin covers. Yeah, and the stuff inside, too. Otherwise, it paled in comparison to Mad. Yes, that's true. But Cracked depends on the time period. Well, it seems like Cracked got bad right about, not bad, but Cracked started to weaken about the same time that Happy Days started to weaken. It's hard to remember for some, but Happy Days started as a really great TV series the first two seasons. And it was filmed with a single camera, and it was filmed outdoors, and it's really funny. And then I think it was the third season they started to film it on a studio audience. It's right about that time, right about late 1975, that everything started to get bad. Cracked started to, really feed off, coincidentally, off of Happy Days, and Fonzie was on the cover of every issue, and the shark from Jaws and everything. And it just, but as the art in Cracked was great, and yes, it was an imitation of Mad. Yes, Mad was better, but Cracked kind of, I don't know. I can't knock Cracked. I because it was a lot of fun for me when I was a little kid. Um, and my wife says, "Erg, erg." I'm almost out, about to start work. Later, guys. So glad you came by, Zork. And Gotham City says, "Hello, LFC." Wait, who's LFC? Oh, I didn't see the last Frontier Comics. He says, "Hey, Gretu." Hey there. Um, yeah, I was just talking about you. I don't know, because I was mentioning the Laurel and Hardy book you sent me, which I still am just over the moon happy about that. But apparently on Wednesday there's some company, I think it's called American Mythology. There's some company that's putting out a reprint of that Laurel and Hardy comic Wednesday. I think maybe it's called American Mythology or something like that. I've seen them do reprints of Zorro comics like Gold Key and things like that. Um, I don't often hear people say erg like my wife did here. Usually they say arg. When I hear erg, I think of that movie, that punk rock movie, Erg, A Music War, that I was so happy to see that movie just to see the segment with the Cramps. And there were a few other good bands in that movie too. I get confused by acronyms. People use acronyms, and I have to hello, LFC. Wait, what's LFC? And then he used the acronym for Epitaphs from the Abyss. Wait, what's that? And I figure it out. It just takes me a while. Myers says Gerald Ford exited the plane like Fred Astaire compared to Crooked Joe. Yeah, but Gerald Ford I don't think he was a good guy because he was on the Warren Commission. I think Nixon was a good guy. I think Gerald Ford wasn't, although he seemed, inoffensive. He just seemed like. But maybe he was great. I no, I don't think so. Not on the Warren Commission. But it's just you can kind of go by how much the liberal media hates someone, and then you realize, oh, then they must be okay if it's a president that's beloved and their wives are all over Vogue and all every ladies magazine, and then they're okay. Now, John F. Kennedy, I think he was a great president. He was loved by the media, but he was hated by a lot of people in the South, which is why he was in going through Texas and Dallas. He was trying to win over voters down there because the election was coming up. Um, yeah, I don't know. Imp says, yes, you're right about Cracked and Happy Days. Kind of the same with MASH when it got way too serious. Yeah, I don't know. I never really watched MASH much. I remember the opening credit music of the opening title sequence scene. I think the thing about MASH is the canned laughter, and there's something about Alan Alda that always gave me the creeps, even before I knew what a creepy guy he was in real life as far as politically. Um, the movie MASH was a completely different sense of humor. It was dark, and the main characters were complete bastards. And um, the TV show cleaned it all up. And I don't know. I maybe I need to give the TV show more of a chance, but audience laugh tracks kind of sometimes throw me off. Plus the fact that yeah, the TV show, it just looked like I was watching the 1970s, and I knew, okay, guys in the army in the 1970s don't have hair that long. Guys in 1952, 53 are definitely not. Even civilians didn't have hair that long. You say, well, they're army doctors. Maybe they let them wear their hair longer. No, I don't think so. Because I've seen the old pictures in the 50s where my dad was in the Korean War, in the medical. They don't look like that, man. If you And that's the good thing about the first two seasons of Happy Days when they filmed it, on film and not on videotape in front of a studio audience. The cast looked somewhat like the 50s. They cut their hair short. And then by the third season, they felt like they were big stars, and so they just started wearing their hair 1970s length. And it's like, no, that doesn't. You're not creating the illusion. This is really the 50s, especially when that Chachi idiot showed up and his hair was, completely down. People like that didn't happen back then. Okay. Zork says, hello, Mrs. Orloff. I'm glad to be here again. Thank you. So I sadly must go. Everybody's talking like it's Shakespeare here. Gotham City Comics, same publisher that does Three Stooges. Yeah, yeah. Whatever company that is, American Mythology, I think is what they're called. They seem to have access to old gold key stuff, and maybe that artwork that DC had for which never looked like DC art. It might have been intended to be used for Gold Key, and DC acquired it. I don't know, but somehow they have the Gold Key, Laurel and Hardy. What's the DC Laurel and Hardy? Anyway, they seem to do comics that no comic stores carry. I mean, obviously, Kevin's carrying this Laurel and Hardy, but the only time I saw the Zorro comic that reprints the old Gold Key was at a free comic book day during the pandemic. Zork, we'll hold down the fort. I hope it's a swift trip. Who's he talking to? Oh, it's not a trip. She's got to be working till 8 o'clock tonight. She has a job from home. She's just, yeah, she's not going anywhere. She's still going to be close enough that I need to keep my voice down. Gotham, wish you well, Mrs. Orloff. Yeah, she's doing a little better. She's still been in a lot of pain and having trouble in that sense. And then she sold something on eBay because we're trying to raise money because things aren't going well. Hey, we have a GoFundMe, but do I even need to mention it? Because I don't know. Maybe someone will donate. Maybe I should mention it. But you know, I get up before 5 o'clock to be at work at 6:30, and then I get home usually quarter till five or around five, and then I have no ability to get. We only have one car. I have no ability to get to the post office to mail this thing off for her, and so and she doesn't have a car. I could leave the car for her, and I could walk to work, and she could go to the post office Monday, but she doesn't really have a license yet. She knows how to drive, but and then so the thing is, well, if she walks to the post office, which is not that far, but she's not doing well. So I don't know how we're gonna. We got to get this to the post office because it's an item that's already sold. So it's a shame. Zork says I've decided to only drive gas powered go karts, the old school red ones with the exposed engine. You could probably do that in the town I live in. There's people that drive these little John Deere, looks like golf carts around. Zork, you could reach down on the right side of the seat and pull up on the throttle linkage to get a boost of speed. Zork says Alan Arkin is far superior to Alan Alda. Missy Mars says early MASH had no laugh track, I think. It could be. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't watching early MASH. It was just something that was beyond in the background. I mean, I remember the character Klinger that seemed fun. People laughed at that, but now that's just I see that every time I see that at the gas station. I see that everywhere I go. It's no longer a funny thing. It's just a reality everywhere. Every time you turn on the TV, you see that's the norm. But he was trying to get out of the army, but the character, but um, Zork, good Saturday, Missing Mars. Now you'd be promoted up to General Admiral Levine. Hello, how are you, Admiral Levine? This now that's how you get promoted in the early '70s in that sitcom. That's how you try to get out. Missing Mars, Zark. Hello, Zork rather. Man, how many different identities does the Centaur have? He really it must be a secret agent. Meyer says, you're correct. The show had Tim Walls as military consultant. Yeah. Um, oh my God. Tim Walls was talking about what a great prosecutor Kamala Harris was yesterday, and he accidentally said prostituter instead of prosecutor. And MASH from 72 through 75 was very funny. I believe you, and I will watch them. It's just still hard to sit there and watch Alan Alda. I mean, it's like watching a rerun of Donahue or something. It's just something about him. I don't know. The character that Alan Alda played, who played him? Who that's the character Hawkeye. So that was Donald Sutherland in the movie, right? Or was he? Donald Sutherland was Hawkeye, right? Donald Sutherland's a very different person. it's like uh, it's like the difference between uh, trying to think two actors that are so different. Um, Zork, I love the Piggly Wiggly badge, by the way. We shopped there in the 70s and even into the 80s. Were there Piggly Wigglies in the Metroplex, Zork? I don't know. When we moved, there was Safeway, there was uh, there was a Buddy's near me. I remember that. That seemed to have failed. And it seems like there was a Winn Dixie, Gotham City Comics. My mom instantly changed the channel when she heard the MASH theme. Yeah, of course, in the movie, it has lyrics that are about a word that you can't say on YouTube. Um, um, Meyer says that gold medal boxer looks a little like Klinger. Oh yeah, that gold medal boxer. I thought he looked like some evil villain. It was in a Disney movie. I think it was Aladdin. I never watched that movie, but there's some movie with the evil villain that looks like that. Yeah, I'd say he looked like a Klingon, but he looked a little too thin, and Klingons don't wear women's clothes. Uh, yeah, he very very evil looking. I don't know what the hell that thing was. Gotham City Comics. If you had a printer, you could print off label and have postman pick it up. Yeah, yeah. Don't mention that. So we got a color printer, and I don't know. We never were able to figure it out. And then my wife got a printer from. I wish I could remember the company. And it's then I could never get it aligned properly. It would need aligning constantly, and it was. And I told her just get a black and white Hewlett Packard. I never had a problem with my Hewlett Packard. I just every so often I get a new toner cartridge, but anyway, so we have a relatively new printer. I just don't know how to. It was so easy because everything was directly wired right to the printer. Now everything's done by Wi-Fi, and you've got to beam your picture through the air to the printer. I don't even know how that stuff works. Yes, you're right. If I could get a printer, yeah, I know. And that's hopefully she's not watching right now because she's saying you messed the printer up when you set it up. No, next time I'm gonna let her unbox it. Zork, I like to think that Alan Arkin was the same character in Catch 22 as he was in Little Miss Sunshine. Yeah, you know, what's his face? Robert Rodriguez. He has that character that's in the Machete movies that are R-rated, and it's the same character that's in the little kid movies called Super Kids or something. I don't forget what they're called, but there's a he does several movies about little kids that are like Johnny Quest or something, and then their uncle is Uncle Machete. So he's in this G or a very light PG rated movie series, and then he's also in this R rated series. I always thought that was kind of weird, kind of funny. Zork, there were Piggly Wigglies in Carrollton and Denton. We lived there for a while. Yeah. Carrollton, yes. Gotham City Comics. You can use your phone with a printer. You don't need a computer. Yeah, I know. I know that, but the printer doesn't, it prints when we can get it to print, it's misaligned. And then I read the comments from customers for that particular model, and it said, no one told me you have to realign this thing constantly, and I just can't figure out how to do it. Uh, Yossarian, says Meyer. I don't know. Oh, Yossarian, yeah. And Zork says, yes. MASH was just a watered down take on Catch 22. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're both based on books, and I don't know the book MASH when it came out. I'm sure it came out after Catch 22, and then there were a series of books, MASH books, that were by that same author. I think his name was Richard Hooker. Am I right? And so it was a book, and then it was turned into a movie by Robert Altman. We were talking about Robert Altman the other day. Altman had this directorial style where he wanted actors to talk over each other because in real life it's it's not like a script where someone says something, then they end their sentence, then someone responds, then the other person starts. A lot of times people talk over each other or accidentally interrupt each other. So he tries to make his movies very chaotic, and they don't seem. You can instantly tell you're watching a Robert Altman movie because the cast is talking over each other, and sometimes in MASH there'd be five or six people talking at the same time, and it's some people will find that annoying, but it is a little bit more like real life. Um, I mean, the Catch 22 novel is very well respected, but the movie was. And I like the movie, but the movie didn't have people didn't like the movie like they did the book. And MASH was a hit movie, but I never hear anyone talking about the book. And I think I have a copy of the book, but I haven't read it. But yeah, the TV series just went on too long, and I know it was one of the most. I never really. I watched it a little bit. I never really watched it honestly. I can't really sit and criticize it. It just the movie I liked. I could tell the TV show was a very, very different take on the stuff. Uh, Creators of MASH have openly said they took the basic idea for the show from Catch 22. Okay, but there was okay. Well, Yeah, but it was based on a book. I need to let me do some research here. Fryer, I'll check back in a bit. Cheap comic collector claim sale starting. Oh, do you on over on their show? Do you promote my show and say, "Gosh, I gotta go check out Gratu for a little bit"? Everybody likes to promote the competition. It's like, um, that's all right. I mean, um, yeah, I couldn't watch your show last night. I was watching blah blah. She thinks. Good luck, Friar Tuck. Yeah, you can get books for $2, but sometimes I think I've looked at that. Most of them are books I that don't appeal to me, but every so often they'll show an Archie or maybe a Hot Stuff comic, and they don't really realize that those have, I don't know. Normal people don't realize that those books are fun for weird people like us, but so they sell them for, yeah, that's probably what they're worth, actually. MASH was something your parents watched, but you knew a lot about it because of TV dinners. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my father did not watch MASH, and I don't remember. I don't think my mom did either. I was aware of MASH because it was just on TV, and no, I don't think my father would have had any interest in watching a movie about the Korean War since he was in the Korean War, and in that part of the Korean War, as far as in the medical branch. Uh, so uh, maybe if I think I don't think he ever watched it. MASH was okay. I already read that. I sat on the floor in front of the Zenith. Yeah, we had a Zenith too, 1969 color Zenith, with one of the oven heated TV dinners all the time. Yeah, my mother wouldn't let me eat in the living room, but and she always told me to sit 6 feet away from the TV because she'd heard about radiation coming from them from those early color televisions, and apparently she was correct. Sork, I didn't like the show, but I had to eat, so I saw I could deal with it. Yeah, man, how do we get talking about MASH? I'm a Friar Tuck. You know what I don't mention your show typically, but I will today. Just don't do that. I'm just being an asshole. It's just because, yeah, I don't know, because I don't think those people like me, but maybe they love me. I don't know. I just, I know there's people that don't like me, and I don't know. Um, so, but sometimes I'll see on Facebook all this recommendation for this particular person, and and it's like, oh man, and my wife says that means that person's looking at your profile. That's why I was like, I don't know if that's true. It's making me paranoid. I like Battlestar Galactica the best, says Zork. Yeah, yeah, Battlestar Galactica. I Battlestar Galactica. I'm trying to put my thoughts together in Battlestar Galactica. I was so excited about it. I'd read magazines about it for a year, for it seemed like a year, the production of it. It came out, it was on a Sunday night. I was, I think it was a 3 hour broadcast, the premiere of Battlestar Galactica. It was going to be a TV, um, you know, it was going to be Star Wars on TV. And I watched it, and it was a lot of fun. And I remember that Bob Guccione paid for a lot of advertising time on that show. He for his not for his most famous magazine, but for a new magazine called Omni, and um, it was what is people? I haven't put the link. Invite guest copy. Okay, sorry about that. I had the comment at the beginning, and it may be hard to because a lot of people have been commenting today, so the link is probably way up at the top now. Okay, so I'm putting the link in to get in. Anyway, Battlestar Galactica comes on television, and I love it, and I watch it, and week after week, and it it wasn't exactly Star Wars. It I think I enjoyed. I think after a while, it started to not be quite as good, and I can't really remember what it was about it that kind of maybe it was just repetitive. It should have been a lot of fun. I don't remember what got me to kind of like be, 'cause like when it was canceled, I wasn't like overwhelmingly sad. Like, my older brother probably was in 1969 when Star Trek was canceled. I just like, oh, it just kind of petered out. It just didn't last. Okay, let me read the comments, and then I'll get. It looks like we have that's probably Myra down there in the red dot. Bonanza in space. Yeah, I mean, they got Lauren Green. I like you, even if I don't like your opinions. My opinions on. Oh, you must mean. So you're a Kamala. Well, you're not a Kamala Harris fan. Obviously, I'm too conservative. Um, there's the link. Zork says, "Be right back." The second season of. Did it go to a second season? I thought it was only one season, and I thought then because it was so expensive, that's why the network didn't keep going with it. And I think they and then I remember they brought it back for Galactica in 1980, and that was. All right, let's see what's going on here in the. Oh yeah, it is Meyer.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Meyer.
Can you see these girls right here? Look.
Well, I'm not sure I'm hearing you. Let me.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can. I had my volume turned all the way down.
Can you see these chickens?
I can.
Oh, she just pooped right there.
Oh my
Hi,
gosh.
girls. Hi,
John,
girls. Yeah, they look beautiful.
are
There's
you
three
still?
chickens.
You're not back in San Francisco, obviously.
No, I am. I'm in San
Oh,
Francisco.
what?
These are my these are my neighbor's chickens that live down the street from me in San Francisco.
Okay, I wouldn't have expected that in San Francisco,
You
but
wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't think that would exist here, but it does. No, I got back yesterday, and it swamped. It changed from 90 degrees to 60 degrees. It's 90 degrees and sunny up in the mountains, and 60 degrees and foggy in the city, and it's 150 miles difference.
oh
I made it back here yesterday.
yeah, I think one of the things that started to bug me on Battlestar Galactica, and I know it sounds really trivial, is they had this repeated. They started to reuse special effects. I guess they just didn't have the budget was being cut by the network, and so they were trying to make it look like. Um, I think their problem was they didn't go back to the source material. They were trying to make it look like Star Wars. Star Wars had source material. People watched Star Wars and some people saw comic books. My dad, when we saw Star Wars, he came along to the movie with me in 1977 and he said, "Oh, I saw it all before and when I was a kid in the Flash Gordon serials." Yes, it had Flash Gordon in it. If it was someone older than my dad, or I guess my dad was old enough to have read the John Carter, Edgar Rice Burroughs books, he didn't, but then you'd recognize that in Star Wars. But something that I think that Lucas put into Star Wars that was original. I mean, a lot of his stuff was borrowed, and that everybody does that. It's stuff that goes back to mythology, but because he was a hot rodder as a teenager, he wanted to make all the technology not like 2001: A Space Odyssey, where it looks like you could eat off any of the equipment. Everything was shiny and white. He made it look lived in, and things were dented, and it looked like the hot rods and the cars he remembered from growing up in the 50s and early 60s, like American Graffiti. So he made the Millennium Falcon dirty, and the land speeder that Luke flew around in have dents in it and peeling paint, and that was imitated in Battlestar Galactica. But the problem is, that I kept spotting, and it drove me crazy, is they would have the Vipers, the ships, the little spacecraft that the good guys would fly around in, which looked exactly like, to me, like X-wings, but with the wings chopped off. So I mean, and they had the same guy doing the special effects, John Dykstra, for Battlestar Galactica. They hired the guy that did headed the special effects for Star Wars. And then, ironically, and he won an Academy Award for Star Wars. The special effects were great. And then maybe Lucas was pissed at John Dykstra for defecting and going over to Battlestar Galactica. And even though he won an Academy Award in the 1990s, almost every shot that John Dykstra did and he won an Academy Award for was taken out and they put in computer generated imagery. Um, and redid every shot of the ships flying through space. So that was annoying. But anyway, so the Vipers or the Cylons attack. So the Vipers shoot out through a tube, one after the other, to go attack the Cylons and their what were their ships? They were called I forget what the bad guys.
I can't remember what they were called either. I feel like
Yeah,
because I had a
yeah,
toy. Remember those toys?
yeah. I have a toy too. I just can't remember it. Cylon Raiders. They were
Yes,
Raiders.
Cylon Raider. That's it.
Okay, so they smudged and made everything dirty, but what they did is they put a smudge right on the window of the Viper. They only had one Viper mock-up. So there'd be a girl taking off, and you'd see this big hand smudge right about where their face is. And then the next one would take off. You'd see that same hand smudge, and you realize this is the same frickin' Viper, and they do it 4 or 5 times in every episode, and that's all I could see is my eye was attracted to that smudge on the window, and that, I don't know, that bothered me. And Dirk Benedict was fine, but he wasn't Harrison Ford. He was trying to be Harrison, but and then it was
Yeah.
okay. I enjoyed it. The theme song was great. I don't know. But it never grabbed me like I was wanting it to. Anyway, so it was one of the. But I was, I bought all the comic books and everything. And John Goris, it's beautiful here. High 70s, sunny, some clouds. John Goris says those are like like big bonsai trees. The way they've grown, been cut. Where was my
Yeah.
lunchtime? Looking forward to petting my cat. Luckily, the neighbors aren't trying to eat him. LOL.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, that could happen.
Yeah.
It could, that's
Well,
definitely a threat.
yeah. I mean, werewolf by lunchtime. Didn't he just say he doesn't agree with my politics? So he's probably he probably has his tongue in his cheek when he says that.
No, he said he disagrees with your opinions, so it maybe isn't politics. It's about your opinions about other things, perhaps. Which would,
Oh, I don't. But all my other opinions are all correct.
well, not when it comes
Oh, the comic books, like
to the
hating
comic
almost all comic books. Yeah.
or the YouTube comic book channels that you and I sometimes don't get along with.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Um. So, yeah. So I finally watched. Like you were messaging me last night, but I was already asleep. I waited forever to see him come on, and I
Yeah,
couldn't.
real Vegas hours.
He came on super late.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, he stayed a long time too.
yeah,
He did the
and
snake. He did the snake, and then he did like 90 more minutes after the snake. It was crazy.
yeah, I know the snake is usually at the end. Um, yeah,
He brought on some really powerful people at the end. You know how he's been doing that thing with, bringing on certain individuals that he's interacted with recently. And last night he brought on some very powerful and popular kind of edgy influencers. Like,
yeah. And before he came on, he had on that bald guy from Pawn Stars, and I didn't know that his son
yeah,
had died from fentanyl.
I didn't know that
Maybe I
either.
knew it and forgot it, but
I think I heard it, and then also I just kind of brain dumped it. Something a
wasn't
couple of
his
years ago.
son on the show? It seems like I remember, or maybe it was a different son.
I thought it was the son that was on the show. The
Oh,
main.
that's horrifying. Why wasn't that bigger news? Maybe because they want to downplay all that and make
Yeah,
everything
maybe.
seem great.
I might be wrong. I don't know. I'm not all that well on. I haven't watched that show in years.
Yeah.
But I do remember that Chumley was arrested and put in jail for something.
Yeah, it seems like I heard he died, but I guess maybe he was just arrested, and maybe when the Pawn Stars guy's sons died, I must have got him mixed up with Chumley.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see some other guests. Oh, it's Gotham City. Oh yeah, let's see what's going on there. Yeah, this comic is coming out Wednesday.
It looks good.
Laurel and Hardy, 1972.
I've
Yeah.
never seen it before. I never owned that. I've never seen one.
Well, one of the viewers last Frontier Comics. I almost slipped again and said Last Resort Comics. Yeah, he's on eBay, and he has a comic uh, business, and he sent me that book free, the original one, because I've always wanted to get another copy. And but anyway, so some company's reprinting that. Werewolf by Lunchtime says I have that DC only Laurel and Hardy. Yeah, I noticed when on your video that you can see that little ghoul mask behind the new comics. I thought that was cool. He's peeking around it. American Mythology Archives. Okay. And that was an actual cartoon that was on Saturday morning. I'd never. Oh, look at what they're doing. They've got access to all these characters. In April, what? Well, April 2020? Is that what it says?
This might be old.
Oh, but I thought it was a new comic book day thing.
I thought it was, but now I'm thinking about it. I might have just seen it on there and ordered it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wonder what the limited edition one is.
Oh,
Probably
well,
foil or something.
it it looks like it looks exactly the same except for the colors at the top. Um, that's weird. And it's strange because it's not a real high dollar book. I think maybe it's a $30 book, or maybe I'm wrong.
Guessing there's no ads.
There's a whole group of kids at the beach today that are walking the entire beach with trash bags, picking up every piece of trash. I've never seen it before. It's really awesome. I'm loving it.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, they're cleaning it up. It's nice. There's kids everywhere. Look,
Like literal kids.
they're like high school students, maybe junior college. I don't know, but they're doing a great job. I'm really happy. It's nice to see.
Oh, and I didn't show you.
Because nobody usually cares about my beach, you know?
That's good.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Kevin?
Oh, I forgot to show you the. I didn't put it in the video either. I forgot. Detective Comics, Golden Age
Oh,
side.
do you now just do one video? You don't do different, because you used to do them one for Marvel, one for DC, one for Independent. You just do one for everything now?
Yeah, I almost thought about just not even doing them anymore.
Well, I think it's a good service for people. So, okay, so this was recently done. Wasn't it done last year, or was that Batman #1?
You can see the size difference.
Oh, yeah. But is that bigger now than the original?
Is it bigger than Golden Age? We can try. Let me grab
I'm
a
thinking
bag.
now that's magazine size. That's significantly bigger than that other comic, unless it's smaller.
Let me
It's
check a
my
magazine.
gut. Or if you've got a
Here's a
if you got
mag.
a Golden Age comic in your back room, I'm
Yeah, it's almost magazine.
I mean, I don't have any 1939 comics in my collection, but I'm thinking that it's bigger than the original now.
Yeah, it is. There's the world's finest golden age. It's there's Superman golden age. Yeah, it's bigger
Uh,
now. It's bigger.
let's see that world's finest again. I keep forgetting you have some really amazing stuff in your on display there, old as far as from that time period.
Here's a
Um,
golden age bag. Let's see if it fits it. No, it ain't gonna fit in there.
oh, so this is going to have to be put in a magazine. I don't think comic collectors are going to like it. What do you think? Because I think they don't like magazine size stuff. I think there's a lot of people that have a prejudice against magazine size comics.
Yeah, and I can't put it in the spinner rack either.
Yeah, and you can't, it won't fit even in the wide. Some comic boxes are a little bit wider that will allow That's not going to fit in anything but a magazine box. And that's going to,
You have to roll it up to put it in a magazine bag.
oh no, even a magazine bag?
Oh no, I meant a golden age.
Oh yeah, no. So yeah, I mean I don't mind it. It's cool, but
It's not right.
it's
It still
it's
did it wrong.
it's still it's starting to be more like a treasury edition.
Oh,
One
look
of
at
the
they stain the pages too. Look at
Oh, okay. Well,
they tried to make it look old.
yeah, Marvel did that with some Human Torch comics back in the 90s.
It's kind of rough to read.
Yeah, they did
It's
it
all
too.
muddy. It's all muddy.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's good
No,
as a movie prop,
they messed
It's
up.
it's more like they're trying to make it as a prop.
Yeah, the trimming's not right either.
Oh boy. Well, I'm trying to remember. Did I buy a copy of that on a smaller scale from you,
Yeah, you
or
bought the regular one.
okay, right? Let's see the bottom where they messed up. Remember how they messed up the arm on that? On the guy, the green guy with the green coat. Um,
Let me go see if I have another one over there.
yeah. Let's see if you have the one that came out about maybe last summer. Well, it's weird to reprint this every summer, man. It's
Every Batman Day is Saturday, next Saturday.
oh, that's why they did it. I mean, it's like I don't know. Should I get it again, or is that just completely I'm sorry, insane.
You want a magazine sized one, but I'm not gonna keep one.
Yeah,
I thought, oh, maybe it's cool to read because it's bigger and I can see it without my glasses. But then you open it up and it's all muddy.
yeah, yeah. If they're gonna, to me, making the
It'd be cool
pages
to hang on the
brown
wall.
is almost
Cool to
like
hang on the wall.
those. Remember those signs you could buy like at Michael's or
Yeah,
where
it's
they
exactly
make
what
the
it is.
cover look all damaged. It's kind of like that. It's like,
It's exactly what this is. It's just something to hang on your wall.
yeah, but the problem is that 7.99 price tag is so obnoxious. I
It's
mean,
probably the.
if you want to
See,
hang it on your wall, you'd want, you
I
know,
have that.
yeah, the only, yeah,
I have
and see
that
how they try to,
almost the same size.
yeah, see how they try to make it look almost like it's not like damaged. It almost looks like it went through a fire.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not normal damage for a comic from 1975. That's, um, yeah, they always overdo the damage, like in that Quentin Tarantino Grindhouse movie. They tried to overdo all the lines and
but
film
this one
damage.
comes with a free spine tick right there.
Oh yeah, to try to make it look old. That makes it look like a comic from 1939. It's well, uh, I want to like it, but I think that Man, it's I don't know, man. Oh, what the Archie? Do you still have the Archie facsimile handy, or I could show the one I got from you? It has the 12-cent price on the cover, but on the back it has the new price. So just looking at the cover, it looks like a real comic. And who's this guy? Looks like someone that would date Taylor Swift. Just brain
Should
damaged millionaire.
don't talk bad about him.
Oh, is he a you someone you like? Who is this guy? That's
Can't
not
see.
Jonah Hex, is it?
Yeah, let me see if I get a better picture.
What? Why does he have that ridiculous chin? That's Jonah Hex. Why is he fat? I thought it was supposed to be a wrestler. Oh, it is Jonah Hex. Okay.
Look at this. At least he comes with guns.
Yeah, that's cool, but
But to
oh,
get
someone's trying to come in. Who's this?
and he's
Oh,
fat because he has a cloth coat on.
oh, okay. Well, but I remember in the comic that was the Confederate uniform, and it fit him, and it was very tightly fitting, like it had a military fit to it. Am I not? Am I mistaken?
That's cloth goods. You can take that off. Cloth goods never look totally accurate in that scale.
Uh, I don't know. Do you have a Jonah Hex comic book in your back issue selection you could pull out?
Here's Sergeant Rock. He doesn't look like him either.
I've heard. He looks more like Nick Fury, honestly.
He looks
Uh,
better with his helmet on. You could put his helmet on. He looks better.
okay. What's
And he
going on with
comes
his
with
arm there? Is
he
that
comes with
supposed to be
finger
arm?
gun. He comes with finger G's.
Oh,
See that? And a
yeah.
knife. Since he's available in a store, you can't get him with a gun. The other one has guns because you have to buy that from McFarlane, his website.
Okay, so this is Todd? This is the Spawn guy that made this.
Yeah.
Okay. And was the Jonah Hex made by the same company?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the setting says, Greta, is your pain getting alleviated? I was praying for you. She's having really bad pain in her shoulder and her arm and in her abdomen. And yeah, there's all kinds of. Um, and then she's also having a lot of just psychological pressure from having to do the see that job. She hates that job. Yeah, see, it's a military uniform. uh it's not just a gray coat. uh
Yeah, you could take the coat off that figure, and he probably has a jacket underneath.
oh, okay, well, that might be okay, but
It's just a duster. I think they call it a duster you wear over the jacket.
oh, okay, all right, well, then probably looks good that way.
He might.
Yeah, I think there's another colorway that is not accurate. I saw, isn't there, Kevin? Isn't there another colorway that's maybe dark blue or something? Or
Are you talking about Sergeant Rock or
no,
Jonah
I'm
Hex?
talking about Jonah Hex. There's a different colorway with a different color duster that doesn't look accurate like the one that you just showed.
I never
There's a,
saw the other
yeah,
one.
yeah, I saw that there's two releases. In the other release, the horse is like gray or white.
Oh, that's stupid.
Well,
Yeah. There's
well,
another release that has a different colored duster and a different color horse.
okay, so I don't remember what the color of his horse was in the comic book. I mean, it's been
I don't either.
decades.
I
What's
just
cool
remember
about
seeing
this
them
figure?
both. I just saw them both, and the one that you have, Kevin, is the better of the two.
Okay.
I want to build this nightmare bat. Look at you can build nightmare bat.
Oh,
Look how big that ring is.
That's a nice
oh,
looking Tommy Lee Jones figure. Those the new Batman '89 figures that they're coming that McFarlane is doing. They look pretty good. The
well,
movie
that's a
actor.
nice figure. It's just a shitty movie. That's the only
Yeah.
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
But
I want to build this bat.
oh yeah,
Oh, wow.
that looks very complicated assembly there. It's like
Looks big.
even I could follow those directions. Well, neat. Okay.
Excuse me.
Well,
Oh, look at
Big
this pot. It looks nothing like a pot. Look at this.
Look at
what?
the. Who is that?
Bob.
Who's Bob?
I don't know. He's got a shrunken head. It's from Beetlejuice.
Oh, okay.
He's a sales representative. Is that what he is with the shrunken head?
Look at he has just this big action figure body.
I've never seen that. Like, is that something new that they're going to be doing?
I think it's just for him to make his head look small.
Oh, I see. So he has a big body
Oh,
instead of a big head because he's a pop.
Yeah.
okay. All right. Well, I'm sure someone will buy that.
Have you guys
Uh,
seen that? Have you seen Beetlejuice yet? Or what do you, have you know anything about it? I'm kind of interested to see it when I go back up.
what is it?
It's the new Beetlejuice movie.
Oh, it's
I heard
out.
it's okay.
How do you know it's out?
Well, it comes out. I think it's going to be. No, it's playing right now in Grass Valley. It was at the theater when I was
Yeah,
there
it's
yesterday.
been out. Hey, I only know what's playing here, and it's some movie I've never heard of playing here.
I heard it's
Uh,
okay, but it needs a number 3 like to come out right away.
Huh.
all right.
I
Why?
honestly
Because the
like that
actors are gonna
girl.
die soon.
It's got this same girl from that Wednesday show on Netflix, whatever her name is. I kind of like her. Uh,
Jenna
you know,
Ortega, I think.
yeah, Jenna Ortega. Yeah,
They put her in there to
yeah. I think that
so
she's
there's a
kind of the
young
Winona.
character in it.
Yeah, I think she's maybe related to the what was her name, Lydia, to the Winona Ryder character.
Yeah. Zork says he refuses to acknowledge a remake of Beetlejuice. It's been too long. The window on sequels is no more than 5 years, in my opinion. Yeah, it does seem weird to make it this late, because I mean, how old is Michael Keaton? He's got a. I'm sure he's in his
Older than
70s,
us. Yeah, he's older than us.
and it's like real hard to say. Okay, well, why did the ghost age exactly? But that's all right. I I don't know. I mean, I'm more interested in seeing the sequel to the Joker, but I think that comes out in early October.
Is there some
I
sort of penguin movie coming out or something? I saw some sort of clip.
I think it might be a TV series,
Okay.
but like an R-rated TV series on one of those pay channels.
Okay. I just saw like a real short, like a 15-second like bump for it. I didn't know what it was.
There was one Catwoman cover that looked okay. It's not that one. It seems like it was one where she's wearing the purple suit. Uh, Man, I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, it was a real anime looking one.
No, it wasn't an anime looking one. It was it might have been that one, maybe not. I don't know.
It was either that one or this anime one.
No. Okay, it must have been that one. Maybe it wasn't that great looking. Maybe it just looked good compared to the other stuff that I'd just seen in the Yeah, there's an X-Men cover that looked like they were really overdoing the uh or
We
maybe
need
it
to
was
send her
Dazzler.
to. We need to send her to Ohio.
Yeah, there's a I think it's a Dazzler cover where it was really very focused on her rear end, and I thought, man, but I keep thinking, this is something aimed at kids, but I know it isn't. But these were comics are supposed to have been aimed at kids. I just it's hard to accept that now they're bought by
It's
uh
kids got priced out a long time ago.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, kids still talk about comic characters and everything, but they know them as video game characters. They know them through movies, cartoons, and for mostly from video game characters.
Probably why they're doing
Uh,
this.
oh my God, that's horrible. Oh God,
Adventure Time, Batman and Adventure Time.
I don't know what that thing is over on the right. It's just all the
That's
stuff that Warner owns, all
Let's
combined.
forget that. Yeah,
that's
what's his name?
Steven Universe, and this is Adventure Time.
Oh yeah, I see
Steven,
Adventure Time
Steven
there.
Universe.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are cartoons that came out a decade ago that kids are nostalgic about now.
Zork says it just comes off as Gen Z stealing the properties of other generations because they have no imagination. I don't know
Here's another one.
what is Gen Z? Is that the people in their 20s now?
Who's that? Is that supposed to be Shaggy? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it doesn't really look like him too much. But Zork says I agree, right too. I view comics as something for kids and as nostalgia for adults. Justin, it goes with their fighting game, the WB cover. Oh, they must have a video game where all their characters they own are can fight with each other.
Yeah. It's too bad though that this comic costs as much as the video game.
I must be losing weight because my wedding ring is starting to feel loose on me, like it's gonna fall off. Oh, let's see one zoom in on Wonder Woman. They're sure making her like a
oh my
little bit
gosh.
different looking. What the heck? Okay, that's a different look for her.
Yeah, the shoulders are a little broad, but everything else looks great.
I'm not knocking it. It's just the proportions are very
Yeah, they're
different.
kind of
It's very
funny, huh?
much. You know what it looks like is the feminine ideal from about 1900. You know,
Right.
the
The
Gibson
Maxfield
girls
Parish.
with just
Yeah, the
giant.
Maxfield Parish, like
Yeah,
female
it's
Viking type chicks in the
yeah.
background, standing next to a pillar or something.
I noticed there's a lot of new number ones. It seems like coming out Wednesday. I don't know. It seems like or issues very low numbers like issue 4 when you were showing the Marvels and I don't know, man. Seems like they're doing some big Venom push, and I guess because there's a Venom movie coming out,
Oh, I haven't heard.
and there were a bunch of Dazzler covers he showed, and uh, I don't know. I need to look something up here. I'm gonna go. I'll still be here. I gotta look. I'm all before I forget. Um. Okay. So can you still hear me?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can.
Okay. The novel was called MASH, a novel about three army doctors was its actual original title. 1968 novel written by Richard Hooker, the pen name of former military surgeon H. Richard Hornberger, with the assistance of writer W.C. Hines. It is notable as the foundation of the Mask franchise, which includes a 1970 feature film and a long-running TV series, 72 to 83, which is more than twice, or more probably three times the length of the Korean War. But in reality, the novel is about that's me adding to the Wikipedia. The novel is about a fictional U.S. mobile army surgical hospital in South Korea during the Korean War. So he followed the novel with two sequels. Additionally, a series of sequels of a different and lighter tone were credited to Hooker and William E. Butterworth, but actually written by Butterworth alone. Okay, so it dates from 1968. Um, see, if I do some research here, I could see. Um, they're telling you like Radar was inspired by a real life company clerk Don Schaefer who served alongside Hornberger in Korea. Um, Interesting. Okay, so they have all the characters. I'm just okay. So and then Catch 22 probably written about, wasn't it from the early '60s? the, the original novel. Let's see. 61. Yeah. Can you
I
still
don't
hear
know.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. My
Okay.
my memory of that book only has to do with the paperback, probably the motion pic, the paperback version that came out after the movie, because it had like Houlihan's legs sticking, bare legs sticking out of a peace sign or something like
Right.
that. It was kind of sexual, and I was about five
Yeah.
or 6 years
It
old
was
when I
a.
saw
It
it.
was. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
a peace sign. It was a hand doing a peace sign, and the bottom of it was like a bare rear end and legs that looked like Betty Grable. So it
Hmm.
was. Yeah. It was. It was being marketed really as a Vietnam movie with the peace sign. Um,
And then I read Catch 22 when I was actually on a deployment, and I just kind of had a knack for finding these paperback books that like these USO guys would come by with like a van or something and set up like a mobile library for a few days out in the desert near us, and we would all go and get books, you know. And so
right.
I remember I got Catch 22, and then I got this book called King Rat that they made a movie out of. It's about a POW camp. You ever heard of King
Right.
Rat?
Right. Right.
I read both of those like when we were being attacked and shit. So they're like stuck in my mind, those moments of reading those
Oh.
books, like in a war at the same time. It was kind of interesting. It worked out.
So is this a Dazzler number one?
I don't know what the hell it is.
I think they're trying to push her because of the
The
rumors about
Taylor
Taylor
Swift.
Swift playing this stupid character.
Well, there's supposed to be. That's why I don't know. Is because there was supposed to be a book. What if Taylor Swift was Dazzler?
Oh my gosh.
Um,
I don't know if this is that book or is this just a Dazzler book?
they say that stupid moron got like 500,000 people to go register to vote, and then the what is that guy that used to come on Bill O'Reilly's show, the younger guy that's now like a big guy on Fox News. This younger guy, I forget his name. He
Jesse
did,
Waters?
yeah,
Jesse Waters? Yeah.
he did some video, or he did some segment on his show that said that the I don't know the government was thinking of using Taylor Swift as an asset to combat misinformation about 4 years ago, and so now the government came out and said Taylor Swift is not a psyop, and now that line is being all going all over the internet this morning. The Taylor Swift is not a psyop,
She's more
but
like a high priestess, is how I would describe her. She's a high priestess that controls factions of the cult followers. And the thing about her is she's running out of time. She's in her late 30s. It's kind of weird that they're equating her to Dazzler. I mean, she's getting a little bit of a pooch, right? She's not a young woman anymore. So she's kind of running out of time. Her fan base is aging. So
yeah, I
that's
just don't get it. I don't know. Yeah, that's the cover that I thought was like not really, on the cover of a comic book. I don't know. That's more like something to be on the cover of Playboy. But, I guess comics aren't meant for kids anymore. I mean, it's not a bad painting or anything. It struck me as, but then I don't know, man. Zork says I quit buying comics when they went over $2 per issue. I grew up with 65 cents. Man, I grew up with 20 cents, and my brother was so pissed when he saw I paid $1 for a comic when DC did the dollar comics. Zork, I wonder if the market could be revived by someone with deep pockets and business savvy putting out comics for under $2 today. No, because people don't read. Zork,
No,
it used to
they're
be the
getting more
economics.
expensive.
I'm sorry, Kevin. What?
They're getting more expensive. Did you see these X-Men uh, foil packs where you open the pack? It's like trading cards.
No, I don't know.
So you open this pack of trading cards and you either get a gold foil, a silver foil, a signed copy, or a regular copy. You get three of them.
Oh shit.
And they're like, people are paying upwards of $150 for a pack of these.
Yeah, August, or I was talking to Zork.
That's who's
Yeah.
buying comics. It's these trading card collector guys.
Oh, they did try to do dollar comics for a while, reprinting old classic issues. Marvel was doing it with I think forget what they were called, but they were selling them for $1. But
They
smell
could
this.
give you a. They could probably give you a blank comic on the inside for $1, maybe.
What were those called? They were called True Believers, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think
You,
we'll ever see that again.
you, that was just recent. That was just, they were doing those as recently as the pandemic, I think.
It's 5 years ago.
Well, that's half a decade. Did those books sell well for you?
Yeah, but what are you going to make off $1 comic?
Yeah, I think I've always thought it was to get kids into it.
No, I don't think any kids ever bought. I would give them to kids.
Yeah, this bookstore near me, the Duncanville Books, had an original comic rack like I had, and they had it filled with only the True Believers comics, and it was like there for kids, and because they were trying to get the kids to buy those, but I don't
Yeah,
know if
I
it
did
really
that. I
works.
did that too, but I would. I wouldn't bag and board them because the bag and board costs more than the comic.
Yeah,
So then they ended up getting all ripped up on the rack, and I just gave them away.
yeah, yeah. I enjoyed those books. Oh, Zork says I was at Last Beat Records in Deep Ellum when Taylor Swift came in to cut her original demos at 12. What was she started when she was 12, or was it at 12 o'clock p.m.? I don't know anything about Taylor Swift. Did she start in Dallas? I don't know anything about her, man. I just know it seems like 15 years ago there was a giant poster in the school cafeteria of Taylor Swift, and she had a milk mustache, and I think she was a teen idol at the time, but none of the kids even acknowledged that poster. The kids didn't like her, and I think they didn't even notice it because it was the wrong demographic, because it was an inner city school, mostly Hispanic kids, and they were not into Taylor Swift. That was not the type musician they liked. Rat Patrol and Remember Combat Series are. I'm not reading the comments. I'm just putting them at the bottom, which uh, tickets to the Primitives, and hopefully Kristen. Uh, the Primitives were a good band. That was in the '80s. Isn't that a? Didn't the Primitives have a red-haired singer? I think I like. I really liked. I have a couple. I have a Primitives or a couple of Primitives CDs, but I haven't heard about them since then. So there's an army of Venoms that Deadpool is fighting, I guess. Vic Morrow, yeah.
I've been watching, TV shows. The TV show Combat is available for free on YouTube, like every season, I think, 1 through 6. The other day, I started rewatching it, and I watched the first 2 episodes. They're both directed by the famous film director Robert Altman, and they're
Yeah, yeah,
outstanding. They're both outstanding. Like they're almost like Twilight Zone episodes. So
yeah.
each episode tends to focus. They're all kind of mission oriented, but a lot of the times it'll focus on different individual members of the squad. Like the first one was about the medic. The second episode was about some FNGs, some really arrogant FNGs that showed up. And it was good. And I don't want to give it away, but Vic Morrow ended up being surprised at the end by a couple of them like stepping up. So it's really good.
Yeah, cool.
FNG, yeah, stands for
Z-
effing new guy. So it was
Zork
about
is
some new
sa-
guys.
yeah, Zork is saying that Taylor Swift was 12 and her mom and dad were paying for some high-end demos. Toby Keith heard them and cultivated her career. She was country music then. I
He's
I
right.
had I didn't know that. But I don't even know who really. I've heard the name Toby Keith, but the modern country, for the most part, I just don't even acknowledge it. And I think it started in the '80s or something, or maybe it was the '90s. I remember there was a commercial on local television in Dallas, and they were showing all these country musicians that I love, and they were saying old country, and he said this is your dad's country, and then they'd say that we're young country, and then they'd show all these ridiculous people with mullets, and they were like brushing away and insulting all of the classic country that I love and introducing this new shitty music. And so I that's when I became aware that there's I don't know. The old country. I love older country music. There's a station that comes from I don't know. It's a long distance AM station, but they play old country from the 1970s and back. Lynn Anderson, Hank Williams. It's great. Zork says she could play guitar reasonably well and sang well. She was just a little girl then, and I didn't pay her much mind. Crash, yeah, I remember that song. Werewolf by Lunchtime. I was in the control room while she cut a couple of songs. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Werewolf by Lunchtime, but much more than that. August Ascetic says, actually, for music, I still have a myopia for just 60s rock, just like for 60s comics. Okay, yeah. Zork says, back then in 2001, Last Beat was the best recording studio in the South or Midwest. Yeah, there was a studio near me back in the old country that it was all it didn't have digital. It was all oh man, my mind's not working today. All analog. Zork, and that like Jack White likes to do. Zork says the lady that owned it ran it at a loss, but had the producer for Pink Floyd's The Wall design it. He's a weird guy. He still did cocaine in his 50s, insisted that queso was a cheese soup. Well, yeah, I remember. I can't think of any names this morning. There was some singer that became big that my friend was helping shoot a video for in Dallas, and I don't remember. And I remember him telling me this singer I just went to video record sounds like a female Jim Morrison, and then she became really big, and I can't even think of her name now. And I think she married some famous musician. Like, did she marry Paul Simon? Seems like everybody married Paul Simon, or was Paul Simon or maybe it's wasn't Paul. Yeah, I think I don't know. Uh, let's see. Zork says near Arlington, it was Pantego Sound. Yes, Pantego Sound, because I live right near Pantego. Yeah, that was run by the father of Pantera guitarist Dimebag Darrell. Yeah, I went to high school with some of the Pantera people. Zork says Pantera cut albums at Pantego Sound until far beyond Driven. And then August says, I remember Robert Crumb did artwork for a vinyl album, but I don't remember the album singer. Oh, that was Janis Joplin, right? Sure, that's what you're talking about. Zork says he knew what he was doing, August, but he was a strange guy. LOL. You're right, Zork. LOL. Ugh. Yeah, so that's the new EC comic. You say it's not very good, huh?
This issue wasn't very good. It was all right. It was disappointing that Jay Stevens wrote a story, but he didn't draw it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, a contents page is a waste of piece. Is a waste. There's that no comic book has a table of contents. What are they thinking?
This is a new character.
Okay, I don't like
Her
it.
name is the Tormentor.
Okay, yeah, all right. Looks like you can tell who she's voting for president.
She looks like Hillary. She looks like Hillary Clinton. Looks like Hillary
That
Clinton.
actually looks a lot like Kamala herself. The way uh, Crumb's
Where would
wife
he
was
be? Yeah.
talented too, did the comic Twisted Sisters. Yeah, I never really read anything done by Crumb's wife. I didn't like her art style as much as Crumb. I almost kind of looked at her as
Amy. Her,
Almost
I can't remember her last name right now. Aileen something.
Kaminsky, I believe.
Yeah, Aileen Kaminsky.
I don't know. I'll give it a chance. I just kind of thought of her as like a Yoko Ono or something that was kind of
It's
glomming onto the to a great artist but didn't have the same talent. But that's just my ignorance. Zork says I don't like all the meanness in new comics. What new comics have mean? They seem sadistic to me. Oh, like these kind of horror comics? Well, yeah, I mean, the original EC comics were a little sadistic too, but they were wonderfully drawn and had great twist endings and writing. That's probably the best page there, that EC logo. Um, yeah, okay, all right. Well, they already have a letter page, so. Um,
they're not going to post my letter.
did you send them one? Zork says, I've seen enough real meanness in daily life, I guess. Well, um, what is the name of their sword and sorcery one? Is that advertised on that back page? Um,
Cruel Kingdom, and what's the other one? Shiver
oh,
Suspense Stories.
okay. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I just doesn't really grab me.
No, it's pretty. I wouldn't recommend this.
But I know there are artists out there that they could get. I just they need to have someone like Bernie Wrightson, and the hosts aren't interesting looking to me. And I read the other day that they actually do have the rights to all the titles, Tales from the Crypt, Vault of Horror, but they just decided to not use them because they wanted to do something original. I heard that someone said that. I mean, my assumption that I've been saying on the show is that I think that they don't have the rights to those, or they'd be using them. But that just may be common sense. Like, why aren't you using them if you have them? But they just may be. Let's see. Zork says, "I like creativity and imagination, though. It's okay. Let's see. August Aesthetic Zork. I think that the so-called meanness began in the '70s when Mike Frederick did the Spectre. Mike Frederick. You mean Mike Frederick? Um,
Yeah, he was writing the Spectre, wasn't he? And was it Jim
oh,
Aparo who was drawing those? And they were
I,
about like moral and ethical like crime stories, right?
yeah, but it was Michael Fleischer, wasn't it?
Oh, it was Michael Fleischer. You're right.
Okay, all right. I'm half awake, and I was thinking, am I wrong? Who's Frederick? Yeah, Fleischer. Yeah, Fleischer. Okay, I didn't mind the Fleischer stuff, but I know what you mean. I know there has to be a little to build tension and conflict, but I think a lot of the stuff now just wallows in cruelty. I've seen people ripped apart in real life. I have no interest in seeing it in comics now. Yes, Jim Aparo. Yes, I know what you mean. Okay, Fleischer had an interesting. Yeah. Well, I guess the way I look at it, I've never. Yeah, I like gory movies if it's a monster movie, but if it's a zombie movie, but if it's just something like Hostel or a slasher movie. I don't like those movies because that's, you could say, well, Jason is supernatural because nothing can kill him, but it's just too much like real life. It's a serial killer, unless it's a movie that really gets into the head of the serial killer. Then that's fascinating. A movie like Taxi Driver, you really see this guy disintegrating. You see, and the Joker, of course, was imitating Taxi Driver. I find that interesting if it's a real psychological, realistic movie. But a slasher movie or a movie that just exists that shows people tortured, I have no interest in that. But the movie Alien, for instance, is just as gory as a Friday the 13th movie. But I like Alien and I don't like Friday the 13th because an alien monster, so therefore it doesn't have that realism. So sometimes it gets combined, like American Werewolf in London was real gory. It's a werewolf ripping people apart. But then you've got, like my older brother had been in the military and he, watching that movie with me. Okay, it's funny because you've got the guy's friend is dead. He's a zombie, basically, or a ghost, and he's talking to his friend, and his throat is completely ripped out. And you can laugh at that, but if you've seen that stuff in real life, maybe it's not. I can see that. And then at the end of American Werewolf in London, the werewolf runs out to the middle of whatever the main part of London is, and all these cars are crashing into each other, and people are going through windshields. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, that's a little cringy because real life, people go through windshields, and that's where it was. I started to feel like, man, maybe some of this stuff shouldn't be shown. I don't know,
I
but
like
it
this
was
cover.
weird, huh?
I like that cover right there that we're looking at. I think it looks good.
Yeah, yeah, some of these covers are okay. I just know that if you open it up and read it and look at the inside art, it's going to be shitty. That
Yeah.
kind of reminds me of that Secret Wars cover number 8 or whatever, where you first see the stupid suit. Um, but my older brother, over 10 years older than me, he's passed away. Before he went off into the army when he was in college, he'd tell me about the movie The Omen, right? And I'm in 6th grade. And he'd tell me about this, the scene where this big piece of glass cuts some guy's head off and it goes flying in the air, and the priest gets impaled by this spear from the top of the church, and he's there impaled but still standing up and all that. And I'm thinking, wow, I can't believe this stuff that grown-ups get to see. And then he goes off for 3 years after, he was in ROTC all through college. He comes back from his tour, and 3 years later, and he takes me to movies, and it's like, oh, I didn't like that. That was too gory. And it was a movie like Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's like that was too gory. And because I mean, there is gore. Someone goes into a propeller of a plane, and there's a lot more gore than you remember in Raiders. But and what was really he didn't like is when we went to see Excalibur. That movie, they're putting swords into people and they're coughing up blood. It's welling up in their mouth. And it turned out he had, I guess, in Germany, there'd been a foggy day, and there was a I guess a whole bunch of cars that crashed into each other. That like a whole bunch, like dozens, and he saw that, and then after that, those movies weren't as funny or cool as they were before when he was in college. And it's just what happens. And that's why I totally understand my story. I always turn everything around to myself. Sorry, Zork. But I'm just trying to, I don't like gore and people being tortured just to see it. I don't like it either. Is what I'm trying to point out. Let me see what I missed out on all these people in the comments. Let's see. But Michael Fleischer, I always liked Michael Fleischer. He wrote Jonah Hex, and yeah, he went probably farther with the Spectre. I don't know how he got away with that shit in the Spectre. Honestly, I don't think it was a comic being read by that many people, but he got away with a lot in that. Um, but I always liked him. I always loved Jonah Hex and what he did, and um, and I think that was done in the Golden Age comics in the early stories of the Spectre. I think that might have been a create. Let's see. What is used to be a little touch. A lot of stuff today just wallows in cruelty, probably. Yeah, I read that already. As Art says in comics now, yes, Jim Aparo. By mean this, I mean the house. Yeah, he'd like have people cut in half by scissors and stuff. I don't know. Cruelty and rage are an abyss to which there is no bottom, says Zork. Oh, that's very well spoken, Zork. I've had to do violence to stay alive. I'm thinking Zork is like, I'm just wondering if he's like James Bond, you know. I don't. Zork, also known as the Centaur, has been on the show, and he's talked about spending several years or a certain amount of period in China. I'm just picturing that he's actually like secret, like I don't know, like a James Bond guy that's watching my show. Because I've had to do violence to stay alive, but I don't like it because it's easy to like, and once you do, you're doomed. Yeah, you don't come back. You can only arrest the You can only arrest the dissent. Okay, good points. Boy, this is getting like so Nietzsche like in our chat today. This is typical comic book chat today. August Aesthetic says, "Good point, Zork. This isn't the kind of chat that you can just laugh after each comment." Well, like, I'm sorry, but I like that we're different from most other shows. Zork says young men want to test their mettle, but violence is not what they think it is before they meet the elephant, the beast. Yeah, that's the problem with video games. Really a way to, uh, I think, to program kids and into desensitize them. Yeah, so it's not valiant. It's sad. Zork, yeah. That's how my father would say. I'm not saying it's not sometimes needful. I'm just saying you want to engage in it as little as possible. Yeah, so that's the philosophy. If you really look at it, I love war comics, but sometimes you step back and you say, God damn, they're selling this stuff to 7-year-old kids about you think, well, and then you think, well, I'm acting like a pussy liberal, but I don't know, and but war, yes, is necessary at times, unfortunately, because of what humans are like. But selling it and girls are given Barbie dolls and little boys are given the GI Joes, and you get all the different weapons, and you think about it, and we love it. We have nostalgic for being brought up with it, but it is a little weird, I guess. I don't know. What do you guys think? August Ascetic says in the Hitchcock Psycho scene, the shower scene was horrifying, but with hardly any gore at all, but still had great. You didn't see much blood, but you heard the sounds of the knife ripping flesh. At least that's the way I remember it. And am I? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm
The
because
only
I'm
the
hearing
only
dead
blood you see is
silence.
the only blood you see is when it spirals down the drain of the shower at the very end of the
Uh,
scene,
There
which
might have
makes
been
no
a
sound.
little other splashing on the wall. I can't remember, but it's still, the knife coming down. It was pretty horrible. And the fact that she's in the shower and there's no clothing, there's something about that
At your
it's,
most vulnerable, you're seeing like
yes,
something happen
exactly.
when a person's at their
Exactly.
most
It
vulnerable,
was.
and it's very realistic. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, it's just seeing her eyes as the life leaves her eyes. It was something. Yeah. Um, but the movie isn't like one of these Friday the 13th movies. Man, I just don't like them. I like the first Halloween, but the first Halloween wasn't an ultra gory slasher movie. It The characters weren't it had better filmmaking. It was more suspenseful. The way that it was put together. I remember the first thing I ever saw of Halloween was on Siskel and Ebert, and they were talking about how great this movie was, and they showed a scene where I guess Jamie Lee Curtis is hiding in a closet, and you see um, the guy's fingers, like tearing at the slats of the closet and you're seeing it from inside, and you're hearing that great John Carpenter music, and it's just very well crafted, and you just could tell this is a great movie. And then Friday the 13th, all these other slasher movies, the acting's not good. It's almost like you're watching some uh it just seems I don't know. I never could get into that. And I just need I like movies to have an element of fantastic to them. If they have that, then I don't mind the blood. Or if it's historical, somehow I'm not bothered by it as much. Um, like Excalibur or something like that. Or if it was a sword and sorcery movie, Conan the Barbarian, and people are getting their heads hacked off. It's because it's removed from real life. It's not. I don't know if I'm even making any sense, but I've never uh, been a first responder or been in the military or seen the worst I've ever seen is, what have I seen? Nothing. I've seen someone thrown off a motorcycle and they fly about 20, 30 yards, but they were like up and kind of holding their leg. But I haven't ever seen horrendous stuff except on shit on Instagram or something. Let's see what Zork is saying. Oh, that's a bit okay. Zork says this world is hell. It's only good sometimes so that you know the difference between what could be and what is. Yeah, well, they say that the world's who's in charge of the world is the devil. He's but and so Zork, it was bad all the time. You'd become If it was bad all the time, you'd become normalized to it, and it wouldn't hurt as much anymore. We
That's
make
an
our way.
accurate statement. Yeah, that's a really good sentence that
Yeah,
you just.
John Borman's Excalibur was and still is my favorite film of all time. As a kid, it drove everything I did. I love the Knights of the Round Table. Um, there is one. Yeah, I can't take. I don't mind like mafia movies either because that's so removed from my reality. A mafia movie, where you see mob hits and stuff. But when it's just an ordinary person getting, with I don't know, what is this new series that people love about a clown that tortures people? The the Ripulator or something, or the Tormentor. I don't remember what it's called.
It's called Terrifier,
The
and so
Terrifier.
yeah, what this reminds me of? Do you remember that scene in Ghost World when Enid is in the art class and there's a male that's in this junior
Oh,
college class and he
yes.
shows this piece that he's working on and somebody being decapitated and that woke art teacher asks him to explain it and he says it's the decapitator. It's from a video game. And then she says, I thought that maybe it was an image that was in relation to your father. I think that's what she said. She said something
And he
like
just
that.
looks at her like, what?
Like he's crazy. Like what?
That,
No, it's the decapitator.
yeah. That movie was so great. Uh, yeah, that movie was great. That's phenomenal. And that's a comic book movie. And people don't realize that's a fantastic movie. It's hard to believe that's as old as 9/11. That movie came out just about a month or so, like a month or so after 9/11 happened. So, yeah, I can remember that in context with the time. I saw Ghost World. I love the guy at the convenience store with the nunchuck. Yeah, yeah, that was good. Yeah, that movie was just priceless all through. It's just one of those movies that's like, wow, all consistently all through it. American Graffiti was like that. Uh, like great scene after great scene. The original Star Wars and Empire. What are other movies where it's just like the whole? It's there's no downtime. The whole movie. It's like one great scene after the other. Dudes from Arlington, and yeah, there were idiots like that all through Arlington. I'm so glad to be gone from there. Yes, horrible, horrible place to grow up. But the Forum 303 Mall was great. It's just, it had to have been. I don't know. Oh, um, what's horrifying? Well, it's coming out now that Trump really is way ahead. But to listen to the media, it gets in your head that Kamala's really ahead, and then you realize this world is completely effed. If people are that stupid, how could anyone be that stupid? They're pushing World War III. How could anyone be? Oh, well, Taylor Swift likes her. Yeah, but not only will your boyfriend be drafted, but maybe you will be too.
Isn't it funny how none of them seem to have a problem with Dick and Liz Cheney uh, endorsing Harris? It's so hilarious, dude. It's funny as hell.
Yeah, and then of course,
They
oh
just
well,
forgot
Dick
all about
Cheney must. Well, I think he really was a good guy.
the heck.
What was going on? I guess says yes. I was confused between Mike Frederick and Michael Fleischer. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I was
okay.
too.
You got me confused, and I was thinking, what? I don't know that name, but I remember that Frederick had letters printed in the D.C. letter comes. Wait, remind me what Frederick did, or is it Friedrich? I don't know. I'm trying to remember what he wrote. That does sound familiar. Uh, do you remember Meyer? Who that
I'm
one
trying to think
is?
right now. Yeah, the name's familiar, but I'm trying to. Give me a second. I'm
Um,
working through my cranial Rolodex right now.
I think Trump is compromised.
Psych.
Really, with by what? We're not voting our way out of a communist takeover. Really? Well, then it sounds like you're completely black pilled, man. That's not what we. Don't black pill me, man. This will get kinetic. Hi, guys. He that. Sorry, Paulo. It's like when Laverne and Shirley. It's just like then they throw the door open. Hello, the Lydia Squiggy. It's just like we're all doomed.
Hello.
We're gonna
Yeah,
die, and then all of a sudden, Lydia Squiggy. Hello.
that was
Oh,
great. Those guys were hilarious. That was a good
they
show.
really were. They really were. But they were even funnier. Uh, you can listen to it free on YouTube. The credibility gap.
Oh
If
yeah,
I can remember, I'll send you. You probably already know
I haven't.
the comedy
Yeah,
troupe they were in before, and and of course,
their music was really funny too. They wrote some really funny songs. It's like
they
the
had a song
scream and
that
the
sounded
squiggly.
exactly like I don't know, like the Osmonds or the Jackson Five. Because honestly, the Osmond brothers and the Jackson Five sounded identical. I challenge you if you play,
Lenny and the Squig Tones.
yeah,
He'd
one
say,
bad
I'm Lenny,
apple.
and then he'd say, I'm the Squig Tones. Yeah.
If you took one bad apple by the Osmond brothers and played that for some kid and said, "This is the Jackson Five. This is Michael," they would believe you. They sounded exactly alike, and they both had cartoons on Saturday morning by the same animation studio, and it's kind of. But anyway, I mean, obviously Jackson Five had more talent, but the Osmond Brothers really that one bad apple was a great song. But anyway, the
I like,
credibility gap did a parody where it sounded just that same style, and it was called "Don't You Can't Judge a Book by the Way It Wears Its Hair," and it sounds exactly. Oh, it's so great. Yeah, they were funny as hell. They did this parody of a 1950s educational film that would be played in a school classroom in 16 millimeter film, and it has the sound of the projector and everything. This is all on record albums. This is how they. Yeah, I'm sure they were also on the radio, but but they did albums of their comedy, and there was a scene where this teenage couple, I think, had some venereal disease, and there's a scene where they, just like the way Lenny and Squiggy open the, as they go into the doctor's office, and it's like, "Hello, doctor. Hello, doctor." And it's funny as hell. The credibility gap, guys. 14 of you. It's always 14 watching. Look that up.
It
So
should be on
anyway,
YouTube.
Paulo says, what did he say? He said, "Hi guys," and then Zork says, "Compromised by big money and threats to his family." I don't think he can be compromised by big money. I don't know if he's. I Are you sure? I mean, he's kept his wife kind of apart. What? I don't know that that's true. Um, what? How do you see that he's been compromised? And I don't know.
They
Kevin,
have
you
all the
still.
credibility gap stuff is on YouTube, like their song "The Night the Lights Stayed On in Pittsburgh." The whole album "Woodstick and More." It's called "Woodstick and More" from 1971.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, it's all on here. Probably
Yeah,
everything
I
you need
have
is
that
on here.
album somewhere. Yeah, yeah, listen to it. It's great. And the other
They
thing
even
that's
went on
great is
Tom
that,
Snyder. There's a bunch of the Kent State response. There's
yeah.
some funny stuff on here, man. Yeah.
I guess to set it, which reminds me, how come the Marvel omnibus books reprint the letter columns, but DC does not? How come? Well, it's just they should. I think that was a smart move, but I think they should also reprint the house ads, and that's not done by either company. Ads are a very important experience for me in reading comics, which is why I'd always get disappointed a little in those classic Dells because they didn't have ads. And it's like, I want to see ads because that's part of the experience of being time teleported by, time transported back to that time. That's because comic books are a way for me to be transported through time. There's a guy that has a channel, Time Travel Comics. I like that name. He's out of Chicago. He's a friend of Strange Life. Um, I I wonder if I'm still subscribed to him because I never see any notifications for him. Maybe YouTube unsubscribed me to him because I don't see his name. He did great stuff. I've been wondering where are all the great people lately because I'm not seeing it. Yeah, Zork says Trump is not conservative enough for me. Well, yeah, he's our only. But who else? He's our only hope, man. And
Yeah.
being teamed up with Kennedy. That's Kennedy's. Um,
Tulsi
well,
Gabbard was great last night. She gave a
yeah.
really good introductory speech, and
Tulsi Gabbard's great. Yeah. What's weird lately? Well, hold on. I'll get to it. I want to finish these comments. Paul, occasionally I do have good comedic timing. Yeah, it's just that your appearance right in the middle of this discussion, we're all doomed. Was It's like, hey guys, now you can come on if you want, Paulo. You might be at your folks' house though. I lost my place. Hold on. Oh, here we are. I've got a base coat on this F64 Hellcat. I'll have it. I'll have to let it dry for a few days before I go back and paint the rest of it. Help me with that, Meyer. Is that a plane?
yes, yes,
He's painting a
it's a,
fucking plane.
it's a fighter plane from like the Korean War era, maybe. I don't know for sure, but it's a plane.
Well, Meyer, what do you think the Centaur Zork is? What do you do? You think this is guy is like military intelligence? What is he? Is he like James Bond? What do you think this guy is?
Combination of all of those. Just
He
like
said
all
he
of us.
spent time in China, but I don't think that's like Tim Walz spending time like
Dude, did you
getting
see
his
the
wallet
clips?
filled.
Did you see the clips? All of them of Tim Walz doing the bow, the Chinese bow, putting his hands together, the
No,
namaste. It's so disgusting, bro. There's so many.
they're thinking there's some big thing that's about to be revealed that's going to like clear the map of everything, like some big reveal about Tim Walz or something, because Trump put this
Yeah,
post.
I know.
It was just a hashtag, and apparently that means checkmate. And people are wondering, what is it a checkmate? What is about to happen?
Yeah.
Zork says big money has an access to banking and international transfers. Man, I don't know, man. How can you bribe someone that's a billionaire?
Are you
I
guys
guess
there?
yeah, we're here. To answer your question, Gratu, Frederick did some 60s issues of JLA. Yes, okay, that's where I know his name from. Right, right, right.
There's the
But
last issue of Vader.
but wasn't it
Thank
wasn't it
God.
spelt with an H at the end? Wasn't it
Yeah, it
spelt?
has an H. It's
Okay, that's
Friedrich.
what's confusing me
Wow, that
because
was
I'm a
kind of a bad timing.
former English is dead. Oh shit. Oh
Oh,
shit.
wow.
Well, I is that in proportion? Why is his arm so high up on his body? Um, I
Yeah, he looks like he's in a high chair. Look, it's kind of an odd. Yeah, it's
I
strange.
just
Yeah.
well, tell me about this important character, Doctor Afro or Doctor. Is that Doctor Afro over there on the side?
This
That's
is
my favorite.
no, he didn't die. Do you want me to tell you who died?
Who died? Yes, absolutely. Ruin it. Spoiler it. Oh, Anakin Skywalker is dead. Oh, okay.
Big whoop.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, that just ridiculous. He was such an unappealing character in every incarnation. The only time I liked him when he was Darth Vader. He wasn't appealing as a 6-year-old. He wasn't appealing as a young adult. He was just seemed like a jerk. He always seemed like a jerk and a bad actor. Zork says he has billions. They have much more than that and control of the systems of payment. Yeah, there's supposed to be something. All the okay. I'm trying to get to the end, and then I'll tell you the conspiracy theories we've been hearing. Paulo, do we have any idea what his kids have been doing since they've been given the keys to Trump org? Paulo says I'm at my parents' house, yes, and we're having dinner in less than an hour or two. Oh, you're making me hungry. August says there was also another Friedrich named Gary Friedrich who did some X-Men issues. Yeah, okay. There is there is a guy
That's what
on
I'm thinking of, maybe.
on
That's
on YouTube and also has his own little pay channel where he talks about stuff we can't. He's this former boxer from El Paso. This guy named
Okay.
David Nino Rodriguez. And a few years ago, back during the pandemic, he put a video out and he was talking about all the trafficking going on. And he was talking about how he was because I guess he was almost like he was the champion. He was undefeated. I think he was, but he was a real bastard. He got addicted to a lot of stuff and drank and got in fights. Got his face slashed, like there's a big scar going across his face. But he is now religious, and he realizes that there's how bad these people were that he was associating with in Hollywood and stuff, and he does the show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday live on YouTube, and then he has his own show where he interviews people uh he's I think he's funny because he does very politically incorrect voices and he curses like a sailor or like a boxer, but he's talking about Christ and then he's the next few sentences later it's f the it's just it's funny, but he says that's just how I am, that's just how I talk, and I it's and people will tell him in the chat, don't curse, Dave. He says I can't stop, but it's funny when people curse while they're talking about the Bible. It's just my sense of humor. I'm not trying to be blasphemous, but it genuinely is funny. He's a funny guy. But he interviews these people that I think they're kind of like the centaur that have this experience that know that clearly know Trump and associate with people around him, and they seem to have inside track about what's going on, and they were able to tell you a year ago that Biden wasn't going to be running, and now they're saying a lot of things. More than a few people these interviewed say, and this may not turn out to be true. And you listen to Alex Jones, and I know people laugh when you say that. It's like, you listen to those conspiracy people, you must be a nut. Unsubscribe from Gratu. But uh, they they're saying the 17th, which is what is today, 14th, 15th. That's what, Tuesday? That something's going to happen, that the Fed's going to make some announcement that they're lowering the interest rate. I don't know how that's going to create some worldwide crisis, because it seems like lowering the interest rate is a good thing, that would help out Kamala Harris, right? That would bring inflation down, I think. But there's something, they're all thinking the 17th, something's going to happen. And they're saying you better stock up on water and enough food for, I don't know. They're saying maybe 3 weeks, maybe a month. Stock up for 3 months. It might only be a couple of weeks, but it's like they know something, and they don't really tell you exactly what it is. And it may be nothing, but basically at this point, um, I think people are realizing that Kamala Harris is just the people that haven't paid attention, and just like, oh, she's a woman. Well, we need a woman. Women are great. And then you really listen to her talk and you realize, man, she's just completely evil. Those faces she made during that debate. Uh, they're saying that, okay, the only way they could make her seem presidential is to do something horrible. Uh, like a 9/11 event, or knock out all the power to part of the country, or some horrible disaster that they engineer. And then she can step up with her script that they've written down for her, or maybe something, feeding it to her through her ear, and be presidential. Or they could just say, well, we got to delay the election. I mean, they're not going to just let Trump come in. I don't think so. Even if I just they're going to fight it every step of the way. And I don't know.
He's
It just seems like everybody's right now is irritable, and they're in bad moods, and they feel like something's about to happen, or maybe they force Russia into upping the. This- I just don't know what's going to happen, but I just feel like I need to stock up on some more water and stuff. I don't know. Then maybe nothing will happen. There was a DC fan named Irene Vartanoff, who actually had 100 DC letters published in the 1960s. Yeah, I didn't know that. I, I bet she was a very ugly person. I mean, not. I'm sorry. I, I'm sure that she looked just like Bridget Bardot. Trust me, a girl in the 1960s that had a letter published. I don't know. Wendy Peeney had stuff published, and that's how Richard met Wendy Peeney, ElfQuest fame. Is she had a letter published? I mean, there are women that read comic books that are pretty, but they're one in a million. Sounds cliched, but it probably one in, what would be the number? Because women read comics, but superhero comics, they tend to read different. Eh, the women read them, but are they? I don't want to insult. There's not many of them, so I don't mean. Maybe Irene Vartanoff is just wonderful. Gosh, why am I insulting people's looks? I sound just like these fucking Democrats. I need to shut up.
You know, is it funny or ironic that what we used to call we used to say the alphabet agencies. Remember that? But now
Yeah.
the alphabet agencies are run by the alphabet people. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Yeah. What are alphabet people?
Well, LGBTQ, that's an
Oh, oh,
alphabet
oh,
person.
oh, oh, I didn't even. Yeah, that is. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's so the funniest thing I think when I guess my mom must have watched MASH because I remember seeing Klinger, and that was like a really funny thing in 1972 that a man was wearing a dress. Now it's like, well, there's people saying here. August says also Roy Thomas and Dave Cockrum used to have letters in the letter columns. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember seeing Roy Thomas and that idiot that wrote Game of Thrones. He was in an early Fantastic Four, like I don't know, Fantastic Four number 12 or something. I'm sure I shouldn't call him an idiot because I'm sure Game of Thrones is just a great. But
It is good. I liked it.
I just like to insult people. The thing about Game of Thrones though is it has something in it, and I was trying to mention this earlier. Like I like fantasy, and I like, I was talking about gore movies, but there is a particular crime that can be done to another person that apparently is in Game of Thrones like a lot, like almost in every episode, from what I've heard people say. And I don't like to see that crime depicted in film or television. That is not something I it's like, it's like, okay, so I don't mind seeing someone get shot or in Dawn of the Dead and have their head blown off, but I don't want to see this particular crime. And it seems like in the 70s they started showing this particular crime in movies. And there was an episode of The Sopranos that showed this particular crime from start to finish on a stairwell. Oh, you can't, no, you can't push me off any farther than if you show this particular crime. The starts with R, ends with E. Yeah, I don't want to see that in entertain. I watch movies to be entertained, or to be. I don't want to see that. And I sorry Hollywood, but I think Game of Thrones has that a lot. And did that happen in the Dark Ages or the days of dragons? Yeah, but I don't want to have that in my sword and sorcery, because Conan didn't do that. Conan, didn't. Yeah. Oh well. Ugh. It just seems like dead silence, and all I keep doing is just digging myself. I'm sure all of you out there really enjoy it, so I don't mean to offend you that enjoy that. Is that in Game of Thrones a lot? That particular thing, Meyer?
I don't know. I don't remember it. I don't remember it being there,
It
but maybe
probably
it is.
isn't, but someone said on
It could be.
HBO, the HBO
I watched
series
all
is.
of it. But it doesn't stick in my mind like it does in your mind. Like the other thing too, I love The Sopranos. I've watched it like
Oh, I loved
twice
it too,
over,
but there was one
and I can't
episode
remember
where
what you're talking about as far as the scene on the stairs. But
you
there's a
don't
lot of
remember
stuff.
it.
No, it
It
doesn't
was
stick in
his.
my head.
He went to a psychiatrist, right? That female psychiatrist, and there was
Yeah,
one
that's the
time
central part of the plot.
that happened to her, and then you're thinking, oh, well, they showed that because he's gonna find out about it, and then he's gonna find that, and then as far as I know, that never happened. And I thought, why show that unless you're gonna see the revenge from Tony Soprano against the guy that did that to his psychotherapist or whatever. I was thinking that was going to happen. But yeah, I
I don't.
enjoyed The Sopranos. I'm not knocking the show. It's just like, why did you show me that HBO just to show that you're HBO and you can show it? It's like, I don't want to see that.
I mean, maybe to desensitize you to that particular crime. Like, I mean, everything, once again, everything that you see on television, it has to go through these alphabet agencies. It has been doing that for decades now. So
Yeah,
nothing is
yeah.
put on screen without approval. No scripts are green light without approval from agency offices that exist in every area of the filmmaking and entertainment industry.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we never finished it. We were enjoying it, and we just got to get back and but it's been well over a year, maybe two, since we were watching it. There was a Teen Titans TV series called The Titans live action, and I thought the casting, with the one exception, was really good and it was enjoyable. But then they throw shit into that, and it's like, holy, why are you showing that? They went really far. If they had just not, they could have made it not an R-rated show. Well, it was
Hey,
didn't
you
have
know what?
ratings.
I
Huh?
just thought of something that's really stuck in my craw, and it is the episode of, I think it was called Archie Bunker's Place. I don't think it was All in the Family. It might have been All in the Family. Do you remember where
Yeah, with
Edith
Edith.
has to go back next door and a guy comes in the house and
Yeah,
she
yeah,
almost has it happen to her? It was like shocking. That was
yeah,
gnarly.
yeah, yeah.
That was really
That's
shocking. It was
yeah.
hardcore.
That was like the. That's what I said in the '70s. That stuff. Yeah, things started to get. Yeah,
It was really hard watching anything bad happen to her because after watching her for like 4 or 5 years, it felt like she was kind of your mother in a way, right?
right.
To
Yeah,
me, to me it did. So if anything bad would happen to Edith Bunker, it really upset me as a little kid, as like a
right.
10 or
And
11
I
year old.
and I really love the movie A Clockwork Orange, and that's a big thing in that movie. And
Yeah,
so I don't know how I can rationalize my thoughts there. In fact,
that's that's a good
apparently,
point.
ultra violence doesn't just mean beating people up. It's actually refers to that thing. Eh, So I don't know. I don't know. I guess because it's science, I can't. I don't know. I'll say this is something I hate. I don't want to see, and then it's like, oh, that's one of the movies I really like. I don't. I can't really explain it, but I don't know. Um,
Yeah, it would have been fine if it happened to Phyllis or who was that other one? Who was the
it
one?
would be
B. Arthur?
fine.
What was it? Maud. I'd be fine if there was an episode of Maud like that.
No, no, stop.
All
You know
right, I'm
what was
done.
great about those shows is the theme songs to them. Those Norman Lear, because
Yeah.
like that, the theme to Maud was a great.
Lady
I wonder
Godiva
if there
was a freedom
was.
rider.
Do you think
She
there's
didn't
a
care if
full
the
length
whole
song
world
version of that,
that.
or do you think they only? That would have been a hit on the radio if they had a whole full song. That would have been better than Helen Reddy's "I Am Woman." It was just a cool, and the Good Times theme was really great. It's
Good
probably the
times with
same singers. Uh, I wonder if there's a longer version, like for a 45 single of the Good Times theme. And then, the All in the Family theme, that wasn't an old, I figured that was an old song, but that was actually written for the show.
Oh, makes
And
sense.
then, there was a British TV series that All in the Family was based on called, I think it's called Till Death Do Us Part, or maybe it was Till Death Us Do Part. The British always say it weird. Yeah, and it was a guy, a British guy that was kind of like an Archie Bunker type. It was just all very British, so British that you could barely understand what they were saying because they were lower class British. And that was a big hit in England. They even had a feature film of it, and that was what All in the Family. They bought the rights to that and just Americanized it. And I was doing a show the other night, and we were talking about a real, like a human foghorn leghorn. And I said there was, and I just found it this morning. It was on the Fred Allen show. Fred Allen was a comedian that had his own radio show, and it was named after him, just like the Bob Newhart show or the Dick Van Dyke show. But it's the Fred Allen show. And Fred Allen was the nemesis of Jack Benny. They were friends in real life, but they were always enemies on the radio. It was like a staged feud that was acted out through their show because Jack Benny played Jack Benny on the show, and Fred Allen played Fred Allen on his show. They used their own names, and I think they might have. It seems like they appeared sometimes on each other's shows, and they hated each other. But on Fred Allen, there was a senator. Uh, Foghorn, I think, something like that. And he talked just like Foghorn Leghorn. That was what the cartoon character was based on. He was this. politician guy on the Fred Allen show, and and there's a movie I think that centers around him called "It's a Joke, Son," which I think is on YouTube. You can probably watch that movie. Okay, what are people saying here? August says, on your channel, Meyer, did you ever unbox that model of Cthulhu? At that time, you still had it sealed.
I haven't yet, but it's going to be coming really. Thanks for asking, by the way. I haven't yet, but it's going to be coming really soon because I'm going to be uh, unpacking, unboxing, and displaying most of my collection very soon at the new compound. And so that's a big piece that needs to be put out on display. So it'll make a great video, probably in the next month or two.
So it has to be built and painted.
No, it's already constructed. It's already made.
Oh,
Complete,
oh,
yeah.
okay. So it's not really a model; it's more a statue.
Yeah, no, it's more of an action figure. It's
Oh,
articulated, and I think a lot of it is glow in the dark plastic. It's been I've got to take it. It's all completely packed in a box. I have no idea where it is at this point.
oh,
So, I don't know where it is. It's inside of a box somewhere packed, but it's in its original packaging and everything. And inside of it, the wings need to be attached because
oh,
it's
okay.
big, it's about 12 inches tall and about probably 12 inches wide with the wings on it. And it's
What is
articulated.
that book there? Is that a Superman comic?
Superman.
Oh.
I'm sure everybody will be rushing in to get this one.
You're sounding like that comic book palace guy that just insults every new comic, but you got to sell them, man. You got to like talk them up.
I don't like lying to people though.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so you're cutting off the top of the book, so that's obviously a Zatanna. That's not bad.
Comics? They'd be
Yeah.
over there on the kids' side over there.
That's
She looks
they
like
seem to
what's her
keep.
name? What was her name from Blade Runner? Is Sean Young? Is that her name?
Yeah, yeah. Well, that seems to be the thing. They seem to be doing all these pinup covers too, but is the interior any good?
She's not even in there. That comic.
Right.
What is the comic inside?
It's Superman. They do it just to sell the book. There's
Why
some
would you
people that
copy?
never will. There's some people
Yeah.
that'll never open this comic.
Wow.
Okay, this is really.
The guy that's gonna buy this, who will never, he'll put it in a box and he'll never open this comic.
He's just got it for the cover, and that's just really wrong. This is what I.
Well, why do you think the stories aren't good?
Well, I mean,
'Cause
if
what
the
does it
art
matter? What does it
inside,
matter about the story if no one's opening it?
if you would open that book and that artist on the cover drew the interior and it was a well written, I'd buy that comic. I don't
Yeah,
like the
but
fact that it doesn't have a title. Oh, it says
they're
at
not
the
gonna.
top Superman. I'm seeing that.
This cover artist, he can't do interior pages.
Well, I mean, they could. They have the talent
I
to
mean, it
do
would
it.
it would take them over a year.
Oh, yeah, right. Right. Okay, you're right. Well, okay. It's
They
just
have to whip
ridiculous.
these things out. Like they have like a month to get it finished.
Yeah, somehow Wally Wood could do it. Bernie Wrightson, all these people from the past. Uh, okay. Is this also Superman?
Uh huh.
At least they have Superman on the cover. Um, I don't know. She does. I can't really get a read on what her face looks like. It looks like maybe this one's not as well done as the other one you had. Oh, yeah. No, you know what that looks like? That looks more like prison art. That looks
Yeah,
like
it's
a
got this
tattoo
real.
on the arm of a MS-13 member.
You're as a viewer, you're being placed in a sub dom relationship here. That's what this is. You're
Yeah,
submissive and she's dominant.
that's more
That's
like
what's happening.
something that's like a cover of Playboy or something or Penthouse. What is
You're at her feet, looking up like you're
right,
groveling on your hands
right,
and knees.
right, right. It's yeah, this is if it was Penthouse Comics or something, but this is I'm sorry, Superman's always going to be a character for kids. And maybe no kids buy the comics anymore, but maybe they should just stop publishing them. I almost wish that new comics, the entire industry would die. And not, I know you run a comic store, but I wish, people would still be able to buy the old comics. You'd still have comic stores you'd go in, but there would be no new comics. Or if you're going to make new comics, get rid of these characters. I don't want to see them prostituted. I don't want to see this uh it's kind of like what was that? The Jay Giles band? The girl that you really loved in school. What was it? My angel
Centerfold.
is the
Yeah,
centerfold. That's just like,
Centerfold.
man, that's what they're doing to
Great
these
song.
characters, man. I don't want to see them. Uh, I don't want
Who
to
was it?
see
Was it
someone
Kelly
that's.
LeBrock in the video? Who was the centerfold in the video? I feel like it was
I
Kelly
don't
LeBrock.
remember there being a video. I
Yeah, there was a
don't.
great MTV video for that song.
Maybe I remember. I just don't. I don't know. Seems like there's some other song with a similar theme like that. But it's just this is the character I really thought was cool when I was a kid, and little girls could aspire to be Zatanna. I mean, but she was never drawn in that lascivious a way. See, that's a comic that you couldn't really, you read around your mother. You would say, yeah, that's a comic that you would kind of hide somewhere under your bed or, well, somewhere because it just doesn't look right. Um, and the other one was much better, the one you just showed, as far as legitimate art. This one just something looks like a little bit gangstery about the face. I don't know exactly what it is. Um, um, uh, he probably has. Are you? You're today. It seems very silent, man. Because usually we have all that sound, the ambient sound of his store. Today it's very quiet. He must have his.
Yeah, there might be somebody in there right now or something.
Yeah, I feel like I just got to keep talking, and I feel like I keep saying shit that's gonna piss off everybody. Yeah, I think the whole comic industry should completely close,
Oh wow! And maybe he's got you up on the monitor and stuff, and everybody in the store is listening to
no,
us,
he would
watching.
never do that. He would
I
never do that.
know.
No, he knows better than to do
I know.
that.
So I discovered in the past week at the new, at the in the valley there at the new location of the compound that there are different coffee shops every morning that are within a short proximity of each other that are kind of separated by like demographic factions. It's very interesting and cool, right? Like
Oh,
there's like a hippy dippy place that I've been going to that I picked. Then there's kind of this old hippie type place where it seems like there's probably more of a liberal mindset. And then right
yeah.
down the street from that is a traditional breakfast joint that's filled with televisions that all play Newsmax and lots of pickup trucks in the parking lot and like old retired people inside of it. So I have like the choice of these three different spots that seem to be like completely different aligned politically, and so it's going to be really fun making friends at each place, like checking it all out over
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. That sounds neat. Um, so is everything all signed and everything's ready to go?
I'm waiting probably next week for the
Oh,
complete go. Probably
for the
probably
government
Tuesday or
paperwork?
Wednesday. No, I'm waiting on some other, yeah, basically all the paperwork. I'm waiting. If the place that I'm looking at doesn't go through, turns out that I don't get that one. All of my
Oh,
stuff is, I'm working through a property management firm, so all of my stuff is already all turned in and everything. So now I don't have to physically go up there anymore. She can Zoom me on my phone to show me the places that if I don't get the
oh,
place that I'm currently looking at that I want, she has a bunch of other places already lined up. So I don't have to physically go back up there
oh.
until I secure the place because she can Zoom it to me over the internet.
So it might
That's
not be in the same apartment. It might be a separate. place in a different location or a different
So
unit within the same
there's
building?
two places in the location that I want, but then there's a multiple other places that are further away. So I've got a lot of
Oh,
options. It's all good.
okay.
And then also I have the full move lined up as far as people that are young and strong that will be able to drive the truck, load the truck, drive it back. Oh, the whole thing is lined up through my son and his friends. So I don't have to do much at all other than put the stuff that I want in my car and then follow them up. So I don't have to drive back up there anymore at this point until the last day. The
Do
kids
you
are coming
have
here with the truck and everything.
are you gonna you're not gonna make one last visit to check out the place before you actually do the move?
No, I mean, probably not. I've already looked at the place physically that I want. So if that
Yeah.
works, I don't need to go back up there at all. And then in addition, like I said, I really don't have to go back up there. She'll
Yeah.
Zoom me everything. Yeah.
But why wouldn't that particular one work? They would say that's too pricey, or what could go wrong?
I don't know.
Anything?
I mean, I have to wait and find out. I just filed the papers on Friday
Oh yeah.
for that particular place. So, you know, Tuesday or
Well,
Wednesday is when I'm supposed to hear back. Um,
so it probably will work. And then, so is there a weekend you planned? You've kind of reserved for the move?
it's up to the guys. That's going to be before the end of the month. So,
Okay.
they'll figure
Well,
it all out. My
well,
son will
the
probably
month
be there.
so real soon, next two, because the month is
Yeah,
already one third
it's all
gone.
happening within the next 2 weeks. Everything's lined up. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. The month is half gone. What am I talking about? Okay. All right. Cool. Well, this will be great because you've got a million unboxing videos to do. I
A
mean,
lot. And the places the new place that I'm hopefully getting, there's plenty of room. So that's what's nice about it is there's plenty of room, there's wall space and a lot of room for the whole collection. So I'll be
when
able
you're
to unbox and decorate in a better fashion even than I had, much better than I had here.
when you were packing, did you ever think I should put this in the box with that because it'll look cool to unbox this? Did you ever think that, or did you not think that
I
far?
didn't. I did it all completely random. So
Oh,
and none of it. I did it all random, and for most part, all of the collection is packed in identical boxes, and it's not marked on the exterior, so it will be kind of like a surprise unboxing every time. I don't know what's in any of the boxes at this point.
oh, cool. It looks like that ghoul is over there is like holding the comic up and just won't
Yeah,
stop holding it. Goes into this comic book. Uh, it's weird how they've got the focal point, the light. I guess it's supposed to be on Superman's chest shield there. Oh no, that's probably the light reflecting on the bag, the comics.
oh, maybe it is. Yeah.
I don't know. It's I don't know that I don't know. Shit. And that Dazzler comic that just seemed like did that seem like they were overdoing the emphasis on the posterior, or I don't know. I'm starting to sound like a curmudgeon. I mean, who really cares? It's not a comic I'd ever read.
When I
And
drove
that,
over, I was telling Cleo in a message last night or yesterday, when I drove over the Bay Bridge yesterday,
yeah.
I drove over multiple spots where you could see where the traffic had been stopped for what they call it here, they call it a sideshow, where people burn Brodies in the middle of the bridge. Like it's like 5 or 6 lanes wide. And late at night, sometimes they stop the traffic on the bridge in both directions right there, and then they drive around in circles and they commit crimes and everything. And there's multiple spots where in the middle of this 5 lane freeway that goes across a bridge where you could see where cars have burned Brodies in the middle of it.
But isn't there a chance the car could got out of control and into the ocean?
No, the walls are too high. No, it
Oh,
would hit against the cement barriers on the sides. But
that's not a
they
good thing either.
many accidents have occurred. People have been carjacked. So the people that get stopped in the traffic by these people are then sometimes victimized and carjacked by the people
Uh-huh.
that get out of the cars and stop the traffic. It's a common occurrence here. You think about it every time you drive across a bridge here, honestly, especially the
Yeah,
Golden Gate. I always think every time I cross the Golden Gate, I think that it's going to be a day where some protesters will stop the traffic, and then it will turn into Mad Max.
yeah, yeah. It's really disturbing. I wonder if the oh, I wonder if Zork is still watching. Zork, I would love for the Zork to come on. Let me put the link again. Um, and I wish I could have gotten my friend Randy to stay on longer the other night. There's so many great stories there.
Yeah,
Anyone like to?
I didn't get a chance to watch his appearance yet. I only watched, I could only see bits and pieces because I was with the kids, so I haven't watched that show yet.
Oh, that's right. You weren't on the Thursday show.
I popped in for a second when I went
Oh,
outside. Yeah,
oh
and I
yeah, you
walked
were on at
around
the
the neighborhood a little
beginning,
bit.
and then
Yeah,
when you left, he came on. Or maybe you just barely
exactly.
met.
I just saw him for a
Right.
second on my phone when I checked. Yeah,
Yeah.
after I was gone.
Well, anyway, there's several. There's a guy I was talking about. I was talking about David Nino Rodriguez. So he has this guy that comes on his show every so often, pretty often, and he calls himself 107. And the guy is very wealthy. They're very wealthy. He's always traveling around. One day he'll be in Trump Tower. The next appearance he'll be in Japan. He's all over the globe, and he never films his face. He has his camera turned the other way, so it's going. You just always see his cowboy boots, and he seems to know a lot about what's going to happen. And so David Nino has him on and just wants to find out more. And then he'll start talking about Bible parables. And David Nino, you can see how frustrated he's getting. He says, just tell me. And then he says, no, just be patient. And, but he's always in different sports car. There were rumors that he was John F. Kennedy Jr. because he put out a book few years back called the Kid by the Side of the Road. And of course, John F. Kennedy Jr. was famous, at his father's funeral as a little boy, saluting his father as his coffin went by. And so there were these people, and I don't believe that he's John F. Kennedy Jr., but people thought he was because he's rich and because and the title of his book, which was and there are people that think that JFK Jr. realized that he was a marked man, and that plane crash was a fake thing so that he could go into hiding, like witness protection, with his uh, girlfriend at the time, or wife. I don't know if they were married, because John F. Kennedy Jr. was always hated, as I recall, by the media. I mean, they put him as, the sexiest man alive on People magazine, but as far as being his political prospects, he was always just ridiculed. Oh, he's dumb. He's just, it's like they always did that. Oh, he didn't pass the bar exam the first time. Well, a lot of people don't pass it the first time. And I remember he was dating he was dating Daryl Hannah, who was the mermaid in Splash there for a while, and it was always about who he was dating. Well, he was a young guy in his 20s that was probably a billionaire, so of course he was dating people, but he was always diminished as a lightweight. And then he started that magazine called what was it called? George magazine. It was like a humor magazine about politics. And the first issue had, I think, Cindy Crawford or some supermodel dressed as George Washington on the cover. And anyway, the idea is that this guy is now older, still alive, and then there were these rumors that he was at all the Trump rallies, John F. Kennedy Jr., and that he it was kind of had changed his appearance things, and there was always this guy that was there that kind of had a little bit of a beard, and he had this woman next to him that really did look like an older version of John F. Kennedy's Jr.'s wife or girlfriend, whatever. And you could see him in the crowd. And then when Trump got shot in the ear, that guy was right behind Trump, and he looked like an old hippie, and he was going, "What the?" And he was right there that day. But then people say, well, he's some guy that sells Trump merchandise and he travels around all the shows and it's known who he is and what his name is. So that's not John F. Kennedy Jr. And 107 is not really John F. Kennedy Jr. But then there's another guy that David Nino Rodriguez has on called The Ghost. And this guy doesn't show his face either. And this guy seems to know a lot. He's the guy that's predicting that things are going to go to shit on the 17th. And this guy does seem like he knows. He never shows himself either. And uh, and he sounds. Some people think he's John F. Kennedy Jr. And you can watch. The other day we were watching an old interview on, I don't know, David Letterman with John F. Kennedy Jr. and it's like trying to pick up speech patterns. I mean, the Kennedys have a very distinctive way of talking. John F. Kennedy Jr. didn't have the accent as much, uh, but he does. There are certain things you just have to listen because his voice is obviously much older, and maybe it is him. I don't know. But that's just people. You're forced to go down all these weird conspiracy rabbit holes because everything's so effed up in the world. You're just trying to figure out what's happening because we're being lied to by everybody in the media. So you have to listen to people that maybe just complete crackpots, but they're lying. So you're trying to listen to the people that are the opposite of the mainstream media, hoping they're telling you the truth, and they just may be a bunch of crazy people. And I don't think John F. Kennedy Jr. is still alive, but it's an interesting theory. But um, I I think if he was, he'd have remerged by now. But that was the thing that led people to think that is Robert Kennedy Jr. Was giving an interview like this where there's chat, uh, and someone said if let's see, that Robert Kennedy Jr. and John F. Kennedy, they would be cousins, right? And they said if your cousin John F. Kennedy Jr. is still alive, touch your nose, and he does this right after it. Or it's more. It's not like he's just wiping his nose like this. He intentionally goes up like this and down and doesn't say a word. And maybe he's just got a weird sense of humor. It's not all just play around with this idiot. But then that's also, is it just a funny thing to joke about your cousin dying in a plane crash? But he intentionally did this and down. So I think that's what made so many people think, yeah, he is still alive and he is secretly plotting to help Trump and everything. But Robert Kennedy Jr. aligned with, man, if only he was the vice presidential candidate, because I would love to have a Trump Kennedy sign. That would be fantastic. And I think Kennedy's going to do so much to the two of them this time. It's gonna be Jesus in the temple overthrow. He's gonna If they can just get into the White House, they're gonna. I think they have the potential to really help us. But you know, the the Centaur, I can't remember his new name. What is it? Zork seems to think we're just effed. What do you got there? Something that's not packed.
Yeah, I'm doing some dishes real quick, and there's like three glasses out, and one of the glasses that's out here is a Wile E. Coyote. So
Yeah.
that's it.
Um, and the other night, Paulo told us that coyotes are action, or that roadrunners are actually much slower than coyotes. So he has to be the wet blanket that rains on all our parades, to mix metaphors. Oh my gosh. Um, so I don't know. Oh, I guess I should promote the GoFundMe. If anyone's watching 4 hours, I don't know, how far are we into this? Hold on a second. Where the hell is it? Oh, what the fuck?
I'm gonna have Fruity Pebbles here in a second.
Oh, how are those?
They're okay. They don't quite taste exactly the same as they used to, right? The Cocoa Pebbles to me taste a little bit more like the actual Cocoa Pebbles. There's something different to this to me.
Uh
It
huh.
doesn't quite taste the same. Doesn't taste like the old Fruity Pebbles. There's a difference on them. Just
Well,
like
the
Captain
thing
Crunch is
is,
different to me too.
I saw someone eating Fruity Pebbles the other day, and I've never had them in my life. I knew they
Oh, really?
existed,
Oh, I've
and
eaten
they
them
were
for a while.
like little tiny slivers, like broken pieces of glass, different colored. And
Yeah, they've always been that way. You never had
I
Fruity
yeah,
Pebbles as a kid?
I thought I have no idea. No, I've never had Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Pebbles. I've never. It's
Oh
not a
man, I've
brand.
ate them my whole life since I was a kid. The commercials were amazing. Remember those
I
great
remember
commercials?
the commercials, but it's just never a cereal that my mom got. Um,
I was allowed to pick the cereal. That was like the only reason I went grocery shopping with my mom was that she would say, "Go ahead and go to the cereal aisle and meet me back here. You can pick out 2 boxes or something like that." And I would pick out the cereal based on the prizes inside and the quality of the cereal, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I
Very often the commercials would be lined up with what, they would give a commercial about the cereal and say, in this box of Captain Crunch, you get this little thing of that pirate. What was it John Lafoot or something, a little eraser top or something like that.
right,
So I
right.
would go when I go to the store to get what was just advertised on the commercial. Right?
Well, um, okay. This is a GoFundMe. If you guys want to help out, um, it, I put it there. But okay, so as far as breakfast cereals go, I remember Rice Krispies. My mom would buy Rice Krispies, and then she would pour mounds of sugar, or at least give me the ability to pour sugar. But it was really kind of insane how much sugar. Um, I remember I ate the monster cereals, Chocula, Blueberry, Frankenberry, and Fruit Brute. The Yummy Mummy didn't exist when I was a kid. Um, I Let me read Zork's comment. They used to have these bags of cake donuts that you could heat up in the oven. I like those the best given the choice. So I remember monster cereals. The monster cereals that they put out now every Halloween do not taste as good. It's somewhat reminiscent of but it's not the same formula. I also ate Freakies there for a while, but for the life of me, I couldn't ever. I don't remember what they tasted like.
I love
I, I
Freakies.
remember
I think
loving Freakies.
I feel like they were. Do you remember? I think it was called King. What was it called? King Vitamin or something like that. It's
I,
like
I've
it was like a Captain Crunch. It was the same recipe as Captain Crunch, just in different shapes. It was almost the same as with
yeah,
Quisp as well. You remember how it was just shaped like a flying saucer, but otherwise it was basically Captain Crunch, I think.
yeah. I think I had Captain Crunch once, but that's another cereal I don't know much about. Quisp. I bought a new I remember about 10 years ago, I was all excited because Quisp came out again, and I bought a box, but I don't even know if I tried it or just bought it because it was a cool box. But
Hey, can you give me the camera a second? I just want to give a
yeah,
beverage. I just want to give a quick beverage recommendation. I bought this for the first time yesterday. It's the Fago firework flavor. This is
yeah.
outstanding. This is a really good soda, you guys. I really recommend this soda pop. Good.
Huh.
That's it. Commercial's over.
Okay.
Fago firework.
Is that
Sponsored by the Insane Clown Posse.
It's so good, man. It's really, really good.
that's a is that a Mexican brand?
No, I think it's a Midwestern brand. Where does Fago come
It's
from, Kevin?
Michigan. That's from
Oh,
Michigan.
Michigan.
I
And
thought it was a Mexican flag at the top.
oh no, it's the firework ice cream. That's what this tastes like.
Oh, but
The
isn't that
rock.
the colors of the Mexican flag, or am I wrong?
No, it's red, white, and blue. It just looks green. It's
Oh,
like
it
a
looks
light
green to
green
me.
color.
Okay.
If it was green, it would be the Mexican flag. But so this soda pop company has been adopted by the fans of the Insane Clown Posse for about 30 years now. It seems like a long
Oh,
time.
okay.
But that's what the popularity of the soda has to do with the fan base of
Paulo says Portugal's the only country in the world where Nestle outsold Kellogg's in the cereal market.
252.
Shaka Pick had a mini
252.
comics collection inside the packaging.
Spider-Man
That
252.
reminds me, I'm sorry, I also ate, what was the cereal with the cave, not the Flintstones caveman, but there was a caveman og. That was chocolate something.
I don't know.
Choco,
I don't remember that.
man, caveman og. What the hell was that? It was some kind of chocolate cereal. You don't remember caveman og? Well,
I
I
don't.
finished recording Alex Jones, so I could probably find a caveman og commercial on YouTube here.
I don't remember Caveman Hog.
Okay.
I think caveman. I also think I had that cereal with that frog named Dig'em. What was
Oh,
that?
that was great cereal. That's sugar pops. It was the same. It's the same cereal that before Diggum the Frog. Wasn't it a bear? Can't get enough of that sugar crisp. It's got
Yeah,
crunchy.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
That bear was.
Yeah,
There was an entire cartoon on Saturday morning, like before our time, slightly. Well, but I'm sure you know of it. Called was it? It wasn't King Leonardo, or was it? What was the cartoon where it was all the cereal mascots all together like a Justice League of cereal mascots? And they had Sugar Bear, they had the Postman from
Sugar Bear.
Alphabets.
Sugar Bear was
What?
real cool. His Sugar Bear's
Yeah,
deal was that he was always cool, right?
yeah. But the great thing was back then they just put sugar in giant letters on the,
They
and then
did.
they had to change that
Super
later.
Crisp. Yeah, and
So
sugar
that
was
cereal with the sugar bear is now called something else, and they don't use it. And it
yeah,
used to say sugar bear on his shirt, his sweater. Oh,
that's fun
damn.
enough.
What was that? It had a,
Let me talk to you for a minute about diabetes.
yeah. What was the frickin'? It was, I'm going to have to do some research here, but I can do it now. Where's my remote? Okay.
You know, I have those. Those need to be put up at the new kitchen. I've got those Ron English art figures. These big, giant. They're large. These big, large vinyl figures that are making fun of what we're talking about. You know, there's one that's this diabetic Captain Crunch. That one of his legs is amputated. And he's really fat. Um,
Yeah.
what I've got different ones. I believe that the Diggum the Diggum character is like intravenously injecting like sugar into himself or something else.
Yeah. Paula says when he was about 11 or 12, General Mills did a distribution agreement with Nestle, and we got Cheerios, Golden Grams, and Lucky Charms.
Oh,
Zork says, I remember the character, but I never tasted it. He was super hairy. Uh, oh, I'm hearing noise from the other room. I think the vacuum cleaner has started on its own.
Oh, cool.
Why would it do that? I don't know nothing about this vacuum cleaner.
You need to
It
get
must have
3 of them.
charged enough.
You should get 3, and you should name them Huey, Dewey, and Louie, like in Silent Running. Remember Silent Running with Bruce
Yeah, of
Springsteen?
course. Oh, it's already vacuuming somewhere. It's already left its station. It starts on its own. So, so when you, so this thing, when it gets enough charge, it immediately starts to clean the house. Look at this goddamn thing.
Oh. Hey, buddy. How you doing, buddy?
Let me give
You're
myself the.
talking like it's a dog or a cat. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, really.
It would be cool if it responded, right?
I'll just do the show
Yeah, I
talking
think it
to it.
would be.
You
I
guys
think it
hear
would
me?
be cool if you could program it, like you could show it an image of what you're looking for. As I mentioned, like a model part that dropped on the floor, or like a knife to a GI Joe, or something little, right? And if you could show that picture to it, and then it could find it on the floor for you, then I would love that, right? And bring it to you.
Believe it started on its own, man.
This is awesome. Like, find me my lost contact. It's here somewhere. Somewhere I popped a contact out, like on the ground. Find me a contact.
Oh shit! It knocked you guys off when it went off the carpet.
If they could somehow, if there was a camera on the device, and then that was, it would be, this is like total home surveillance, right? You could have this thing going, and then it could go directly to the what is it, Homeland Security, so then they could really make sure that you're safe inside of your house. This is a great idea. Next level. We all need these, just for our
Some of these
safety, only for
models.
for your safety as an American. You need to be monitored by your vacuum cleaner at all times. It could check your smoke detectors for you, find your phone or your keys. It could report domestic abuse to the police, and you wouldn't even know it. That'd be great. That'd be nice, right? Thought crimes, maybe it could figure out by what you're watching on TV if you're committing any potential thought crime. It's really good for society.
You
Hello?
guys got knocked off again.
I thought my camera fell over.
No, it's see, it was going under this door, and um,
Man, it's working hard. Doing great.
Justin is saying, "Be careful, Gratu. I saw a post for a robot vacuum drag dog shit everywhere in its path." Yeah, I need to better make sure there's none of that around. That is a real possibility.
Oh, that's horrible. I never thought of that.
It would be terrible.
Can you imagine that?
It sounds like it sounds like an art installation to me. So we take a Roomba, we crap on a canvas, and then we let the Roomba spread the crap, the fecal matter around the canvas, and then we sell each one of these canvases for $25,000 each. Roomba art. We could do a whole installation in West Hollywood. We could have poop from all different demographics. It would be all different. It could be to illustrate the migrants. It could be free, it could be empowering to migrant population to have their own feces smeared across a canvas. It would be amazing. Moving, just talking about it.
Are we on the Roomba cam right now?
Yes, we are.
That's pretty cool.
It seems to be kind of spending a lot of time in this area. We've already seen that Santo poster about twice already. It's kind of focusing in right on this hallway.
I think it's going in a pattern.
Yeah, maybe he needs an update. Maybe he needs the.
I don't know how intelligent these things are. I hear some of the models from this brand can be.
You might need an upgrade or the patchwork done.
Some will actually seek out pets to try to torment them.
You got one of those Roombas?
I've seen cats right on the top of these. Right, they like it. They like to sit on top of it and walk and ride around it. You could also like kind of put cat toys dangling off of it to entertain your cat while you're out of the house. I guess maybe there could be a mouse trap portion of it that would be installed so there'd be a hole that the mouse would go into and get ground up or something or preserved. You can do a lot of different functions. Like a little roach motel attached to it, all kinds of stuff. Not that you need those things, but some people might.
No. Yeah, dude, I saw it. You could have this like be a security camera, and you can just be somewhere else watching. You know.
I was thinking that it would be a good thing for Jeff Bezos to monitor Amazon people so that we could listen and make sure that they're not doing any hate speech or that any evil thoughts. It could do a lot of things. It could report potential domestic abuse before it happens. Like if you stub your toe and say "fuck," I hate you, God damn it, or excuse me, and then it would report that, and then the police would say what you're doing, just to help you, just in case it happens.
Over there. That thing working?
To move some of these obstacles. This is better than any comic book channel on YouTube. I could just do a show like this and talk to you guys.
That's pretty cool. You got your own camera guy.
Right. Except sometimes the camera
So you have like a
decides
camera guy that doesn't know what he's doing.
it's better than just sitting on a couch, I don't get any exercise. This helps build calories. There you are. Whoa. Anyway, so yeah, GoFundMe going. Still scrolling across the bar. Maybe not.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's almost worth it just to get it just for this. Can you shut off the vacuum feature and just have him just go around?
I don't know.
He's pretty quiet though, I must say.
There's an
I don't hear
instruction
him.
manual. It's very complicated. I probably should have read it. Yeah, I might have did.
I wanted to do this with a remote control car.
That would be good.
I have a remote control boat too. That could be dangerous though, with the phone on it. But wouldn't that be cool to put it on a remote control boat and just have it go out in the lake?
Yeah.
So this is like a drone, but for the ground. Okay.
Let me get him. Or if I can just pick this motherfucker up.
The robot to a new location and restart.
Oh, he doesn't like being picked up.
Maybe it doesn't like it. I don't know. I just didn't want to be over there because I don't want to make all this noise to bother my wife while she's on the doing her job.
Resuming.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Positioning failed. Starting new clean.
So anyway, oh, punching on something. What could that be?
To a new location and restart.
I heard some crunching noise.
You guys do like a bunch of Jordan cards?
Resuming.
That's the only part that you take. Anything,
Positioning failed. Starting new clean.
I don't really know anything about sports.
Hey, I've got to go. I've got a phone call, but I may be back in a little bit. Okay, I'll talk to you guys later.
Does he come with a remote controller where you can control him too?
I don't think so. No.
Because that would be kind of cool. You could help him out.
Yeah.
I think they make lawnmowers like this now too.
Yeah, that would be kind of dangerous though. A lawnmower, because that could kill or hurt some pet or something. Man, it's going over stuff. That's not good. It went over this. This is a fanzine comic book that was done by this friend of mine that just passed away a couple weeks ago. Here's a cassette I made years ago. The Many Moods of Batman. Many Moods of the Batman. It says, am I upside down? Possibly. So that's my artwork there. The official DC Comics product. It's just all different versions of the Batman theme. Um, and this is apparently this was put out by Something Weird. It's just radio spots, and apparently these are pretty valuable now. I've got like a bunch of these. What is it going over now, man?
Losing money. I don't give a
Making
shit.
some noise over here.
Go out and not get paid.
Oh, oh! I was gonna go over an Ultraman thing, a little miniature. I got to get the floor clear before I. It helps me clean because I can. I know I've got to get all the little miniature things off the floor. Ugh, let's see. Um, this is this is a friend of mine that passed away. Um, he went by the name Uncle Sloppy with this artwork here. Let me see if I can find a good representative page. This is his artwork. He had he had several bands that he was very talented. Um, he was the only person I ever met that had Tourette's. Myers says I had to go and take a call. I'll be back later if I can. Oh, I don't even know who. Oh yeah, I don't even know who's still here. Yeah, it's artwork like that. This is from the 1990s.
Oh, they finally came in too?
Huh?
I was talking to somebody about
Oh,
supplies, the supply chain thing.
oh, is that starting to be an issue again? Not being able to get supplies and stuff.
I don't know. They're firing a lot of UPS drivers, I heard.
Really?
Yeah, because remember they increased their salaries. They had that they were gonna walk out if they didn't get an increase,
Right.
their union or whatever. So they
Yeah.
got the money. They're making good money, but what they're not getting is people to help them. So like sometimes around Christmas, the UPS guy will have a guy helping them,
Yeah.
and like this year they probably won't have that help because they're trying to, since they have to pay them so much, they have to save money. So
Yeah. That's they don't understand. Yeah. When they say we need to raise everyone's the minimum salary to a certain.
that guy making that money, he's going to be working 80 hours a week now instead of 40.
Yeah, they don't. What they don't realize is you increase someone working at McDonald's to a certain like $20 an hour, then they hire fewer people or they close locations. It apparently leaves little hairballs when it gets started. It's probably the I probably need to empty it wherever it collects dirt at this point,
I
which
wonder if it tells you. It should tell you that it's full.
yeah, it should.
And
But
then it
it's
should
built.
go over to the trash can and just release itself.
Yeah, I think they make some that do that. Drew looks nervous.
Like craps out a diaper full of dirt.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why I should have probably read the directions. Uh, anyway, I
All
guess I'll
right.
let it do its thing. I don't know if how amusing that was. I was going to look something up. Oh, cereals. Caveman Og was like Cocoa Krispies or something like that. I gotta put my glasses on. I can't even see now. It's all changed like overnight. They're probably spraying something on us. Because now with AI and everything, they don't need to keep many people around. They can just start, reducing the population. Caveman Og. Apparently, the Dark Ride Dracula couple met James Warren again at a famous monsters convention, and they said that the video will be up. I don't know if it's up yet or not. Oh, that's a problem. I'm in Rumble, not YouTube.
You're now, huh? June now. Wow. This time last year, I was like starting to move stuff over here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm in Tazewell, Virginia, going to a comic book store called Welcome Back Collectibles. This is a shop that a lot of people have recommended me, and to say this was a surprise is an understatement. When I got there, I mean, Tazewell, not really a big town at all. Like even in the
See, Sticky Goose is doing a review of some comic store in Virginia that apparently, oh, well, they have a lot of, no, what's that later? What is that? Oh, today's the 14th. Looks like Trump's doing a town hall in Flint, Michigan on the 17th. Let's see. What else? Oh, Caveman Og. Surely there's some commercial with Caveman Og on YouTube. And oh, Cocoa Krispies. Yeah, here we go. Caveman Og.
So I can ride and eat Kellogg's Cocoa Krispies. Oh, I know they vitamin fortified cereal tastes great, but
Yeah, that caveman.
Kellogg's Cocoa Krispies is especially fun to eat going down steep hills. It tastes like a chocolate milkshake, only crunchy.
Is that the cereal dog you were talking about?
Yeah, Caveman Og. It was Cocoa Krispies. I'm
Oh, he's
sure
not a
they're
dog.
but that's a 60s commercial. I remember Caveman Og as not being stop motion animated, but being a cartoon character. But it doesn't look like I'm finding many. Well, maybe I should type in Cocoa Krispies commercials. Do they still have Cocoa Krispies today?
Yes.
Okay, here's Cocoa Krispies 1970s commercials. Oh, they also had an elephant.
For Cocoa Krispies, they are so chocolatey.
I don't remember the elephant. This is the guy. Maybe he was stop motion animated.
It tastes like a chocolate milkshake, only crunchy. Gives you lots of energy, good wind. But us cavemen might have another reason too. You can hit him on the run. Snack. When the box is empty, it's easy to dispose of.
But there is a okay, what was the cartoon? I think it's Linus the Lionhearted, actually, now that I think about it. It was either King Leonardo or Linus the Lionhearted, because both of those are about a king who's a lion. But both of those are nothing like um, the Lion King or the Japanese cartoon that the Lion King was ripped off from, which was, oh man, I'm forgetting everything. The Japanese anime lion cartoon, whatever, the Kimba. Kimba the lion is the Japanese cartoon. The Disney one changed it to Simba the lion. Big, change. Let's see. No, it's Linus the Lionhearted, and it was all the General Mills cartoon commercial characters all together, and I don't know if the FCC liked that or not. Yeah, because they were supposed. No, it wasn't General. It was Post serials. Here it is. It's a cool cartoon.
The Lionheart Show is brought to you by Post. The cereals that make breakfast.
So he was the sugar bear mascot, and there's the postman from Alphabets, and I don't remember because I wasn't a kid in the '60s what the other guys advertised, but oh, biggest Linus the Lionhearted compilation, #1. It's over 2 hours of.
James, follow me. Close your eyes. Walk.
I'm going to put this in my lineup to watch later. So I'll save it to Amazing September 2024, all the stuff I'm saving. Yeah. I mean, the whole show was a commercial for cereal. He's the Alphabets. I don't know what the little Asian guy is supposed to. But you think about it, there's G.I. Joe is a 30-minute advertisement for G.I. Joe action figures and toys. Pretty much cartoons became 30-minute commercials for products for a while. Okay, let's see what the vacuum cleaner is up to. Oh, I see a lot of dirt. Oh man, it's dirt on my hand. I better stop you, Mr. Vacuum Cleaner. I better see if you need cleaning. Oh, I see how it works. There's a internal place where the dirt goes.
How full is it? Let me see that.
It's pretty full. I'll pull it out and show you, but I got to figure out how to open it. This actually. Water tank compound unit removed. There's apparently you can put water in this and it'll mop, but I didn't know about that. Oh shoot, there's all kinds of shit. Yeah, not good.
So it hasn't picked up too much, right?
Oh no, it's picked up a lot, man. It's totally clogged up. I gotta get a trash bag here.
That's surprising. It doesn't let you know that it's getting full.
Yeah.
Because Because don't people
Yeah.
just leave that running all day long?
Well, maybe if this thing just keeps vacuuming on its own, maybe it stops when it must stop when it has to. I have a trash bag.
So I heard they work really well if you have like a house with nothing in it, basically.
Yeah, well, I don't know
And
about
then you
that.
can have a program. It'll come on at night while you're sleeping. It'll sweep your whole floor, and then you don't even know it's even working because you're sleeping while it's
Right.
working.
Yeah.
So you can program them.
Yeah. Problem is, here now I'm watching the. Ah.
But yeah, my dogs would be mad at that thing. They'd be tearing that thing up.
Yeah, Drew has not responded yet to it. All this stuff. See, this is filled with pet hair. How do I get this shit out, man? If um has to be a better way. That's true. Oh, there's a filter here. Oh, there's more hair coming out this way. Maybe if I figure out how to remove the filter. Oh, here we go. Here's the filter is removed. And then once you remove the filter, you can just pull out all see all this is hair and dust. Not making you want to visit the Hotel Orloff, is it? But now it'll all be clean. Um, okay, now I figured this out without even reading the instruction manual. The instruction manual is written all in no words. It's very okay. It's actually very easy to figure out so far, I think. Yeah, and I'm going to get on a kick of watching Linus the Lionhearted. I think the cartoon's from probably right about the time I was born. I'd say from about 1965, I guess. Oh, maybe it goes this way. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Dustbin and water tank combo unit installed.
How do I? How do you close, mother? You little. Oh, there's a little rock in there, keeping it from closing.
Resuming.
Look at all this dirt. Okay. Oh.
Oh yeah. That was on Sunday. No, that's Bob. That's four. Larry Pops are out. No, that's I think that's it. No, it's a girl. Well, I opened it over there in 2011. And then we had off for 5 years. Well, 2015, you got rid of it.
It's making me want to vacuum with this vacuum over here before I put the robot to, so that the robot doesn't have to struggle as much. This is my Lost in Space. Looks like a Lost in Space gun. Maybe I should do a quick vacuum with this thing.
I went through them.
This is an arm from a cardboard. No, it isn't. I know what that is. That's scrap from a fanzine I made 30 years ago.
Mine is different. Those I don't like. Say they were. Now you tell me. I know. I have no clue. I usually only do have them. That's all that's for you. Winco used to buy all 4 boxes right now. That's where I got I know. I bought some.
I'll clean your. I'll clean his way.
Are they? Yeah. They're not like they were. What Lucky Charms, they're more so. Yeah. They don't make. I think they don't use.
See, this thing is clogged up too. And
Real sugar. Yeah, then they stop.
hold on.
That's true. They don't use real sugar. Chemical.
See the. That's why I call it a Lost in Space, because it looks like a Lost in Space gun. But now it's clogged with here too. So I'm gonna empty this outside. I'm not gonna take my phone with me.
didn't know why.
It's your time to make the bounces play thing.
Remember oh, yeah, right. Zebra.
Yeah, but those lost.
All right, to check the mail too. See, this looks like a Lost in Space gun, right? Then you put it into the stick here, or whatever attachment. This is from Dyson. Come on, man. Come on, man. There we go. Let's see where the thing is. Oh, I see him. Fell off again. When it goes from that carpet to this uh, much deeper carpet, when it goes over that border, it tends to cause you guys to fall off.
After like 3 months of pulling nails and screws out of the wall, she had to start building. Finally got the walls.
Oh, the lady there. Oh, you went over there and told her.
I talked to her.
This was my.
Well, I took some of her business cards.
Where's my remote?
People don't go in there. They don't even recognize.
Oh, there's that one. Oh, Drew, you're sitting on the remote control for the Roku. How dare you?
Down there.
Okay.
Automatic, and then I'm like, I need it. And the store's over there.
They just don't even know what it was.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going on with the. Well, people have been commenting a lot. In fact, I may have lost some comments. Zorg, does anyone remember the Nabisco Devil's Food coffee cakes? They were rectangle and were in an orange and yellow package. I'm not sure if I do. Zork says Snackwells replaced them. They were so much better than Snackwells. Okay. Zork says, God, I love those original Nabisco Devil's Food cakes. Tuck says ours get clogged with dog hair, and we only have one, so I can imagine yours is full. Oh yeah, I just emptied it. Yours is fancier than ours. Actually, has a human voice. That thing was a gift. It came in the mail a few days ago from my wife, Zork. I still have a Hoover from the '50s made out of steel. LOL. Yeah, that thing will work forever. Zork, that looks a lot more nimble to use. Yeah. My mother always swore by Electrolux vacuums. Yeah, I always loved those names, Hoover and Electrolux. Those are names that evoke my childhood. Like Josky's. Josky's was a department store in San Antonio when I was a little kid, and that's where my mom liked to shop. And I guess she grew up shopping there too, living in San Antonio. Friar Tuck says Kirby used to make quality machines, not sure, but not sure nowadays. My wife says I'm on my lunch break. Is it 5 yet? 3 o'clock, almost 3 o'clock, 2:48. At 5, I could get some food for us. Oh, we already finished a whole episode of Linus the Lionhearted. Anyway, so let me see what this looks like. I'm gonna tune into my stream and see what it looks. Oh, Zork says Joskies and Singerhurst were the stores we shopped at most. Yeah, there was a Joskies in Arlington. It seems like over there. There was some nice shopping areas over there at New York and Park Row that had turned into an absolute scum pit. And by really the late '70s, I think they had a Joskies, they had a movie theater. There was a nice movie theater. They later turned it into 2 screens and then to 4 screens. Called yeah, that was a really nice theater. Yeah, everything goes to pot. Um, Joskies became Dillard's, didn't it? I'm not sure. Uh, I'm not sure. I just know I thought Joskies was exclusively a San Antonio place. Greta Orloff, my wife, says 5 is going to be too early for me. Okay. Yeah, well, that's fine. Okay. Um, it looked like a spaceship. Uh, oh, the old time vacuum cleaner. Yeah. Oh, my dog's reacting to the vacuum cleaner. Let's go watch the fun. Oh, she's actually scared. Okay, Drew, let's see what menace you have encountered. Drew, let's go look at come on, Drew. Let's go look at the vacuum cleaner. Sorry, we didn't catch the initial encounter. I'm hungry now and need to eat now. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's okay. Well, that's fine. Oh, shit. The thing is eaten. Oh, my God. That's not good. Okay, that's not good. Ugh, my God. Okay. You don't want to know what happened. There's a little, we still have these little training diapers out, even though the dog is 6 years old. And the vacuum cleaner went over it and was eating the training pad. I didn't think about that being an issue, but it really is. So, Drew, do you want to go for a walk? She needs to start. Okay, let's get you.
The robot to a new location
Come
and
on over here, Drew. Drew the dog. How dare you? Let's try this thing on a non-carpeted area.
resuming. Positioning failed. Start clean.
were throwing people down and arresting people. They were like turning streets. And then like in the middle of where the tables were, they're all standing and stuff, and they're over there washing clothes because they don't softball. They got water. I'm driving by one day, and there's a woman in a bra and panties, like with a washcloth. They were running the water. She's just bathed, and they're rinsing out clothes. And I'm going in my shop. They go to one of those rest stops, showers. Sometimes there's all this water on the floor. Yeah, dirt. We played dragonfly. Well, we stopped a few years back. We didn't play there. We moved over here. We still live over here. We played again at over there. They got outdoor racquetball courts, like they're building homeless there on Saturday. So on Saturday we would go play racquetball, and we'd have to have a street sweep with bring down people to push out all the kids. Because what they do, they lock the thing every day. Well, you can't get in because it's screened in and it's hot. What they do is they crowd the corner and they put ATM card people and come in with like 10 or 15. Can't do it because they're really poor and they were homeless. They lock them in. So they sweep the back fence, and in the front wall, there's kids. We were playing in there. We were there like surgical gloves and plastic gloves. So you hit the ball, you gotta pick the ball up. But we played until we got out of the
Hold on.
with a backpack. I said, "Oh, I know the one guy was." Yeah. I agree. I'm like, hey, I should have brought that. Everybody's waiting. Oh, for the last one. Because our takes is more time. No, no. Yeah. Yeah, they were like last time. Yeah, they were. Drop it and then you down. Yeah, they do.
Oh my gosh. What is happening?
Basically, Southern right across the street. Yeah, they're right across the street. Orloff. My wife. Oh, it's good stuff. They did. That whole time? Yeah! Damn! He used them. So good with Later.
Hey, Grok, you can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
I didn't know if I was watching a rerun.
No, it's still me.
Oh, he hit a Windex bottle. It looked like.
Yeah, I guess I should do that.
Hey, do you have a train set under your tree?
Huh?
Is that a train set under there?
Hold on. What you saying?
I was wondering if that was a train set under the tree.
These are Christmas presents that I leave out, but there's a brush that flips around, and it's flipping against this plastic German toy here. That's what's making that sound. I just have it set up for Christmas morning here because I didn't know what else to do with these toys. Um, let's see what people in the chat are saying.
I'm gonna call my painter and have him paint the store next Saturday.
Oh, you are? Oh,
You know,
that
paint
should
the
be
outside.
that
It's
should be
kind of cool
fun.
because it's gonna be on Batman Day. He's gonna paint the store blue.
Oh, that's cool. Let's see. Bartek says yours is fancier than ours. Actually, has a human voice. I still have a Hoover from. Oh yeah, I guess ours does. I still have a Hoover. Okay, we read all that. Let's see. Um, Zork, I think Josh Cubes is based out of San Antonio, but they were in the Metroplex in Houston as well. Hungry and need to eat now. I'm heating food. It needs to be supervised. Yeah. Is it meatloaf, mashed potatoes with onion, bourbon gravy, peas, and fresh baked Fleischmann's rolls? If you break that robot rock, you're buying me a new one. It's the same woman that informs you of the next stop on the bus. Oh, the voice from the Roborock, not my wife. Meyer says La Brea and Sepulveda, next stop. Greta, I warned you about the paths while
Can
we
you
were
call that
expecting
guy?
to arrive. Yeah.
Paint the
Stuka
paint
Tank
the
Killer. I built that model. Oh, that's what she's talking about. If you're going to use it when you
No,
have
just
time to pay attention. Okay. I think I built every World War II airplane in 1/48 scale at this point, says Zork. Destroy all my stuff. I could start getting even. I hope it doesn't go down the elevator shaft, lol. Super cool idea, Gratu. Silent running the vacuum years. And Myers says, I recently watched Bless the Beast and the Children. Billy Mooney is very good in it. It's an interesting film worth a watch. I need to clear the floors. This is pissing me off. I can think of countless reasons why using this unsupervised and with cluttered floors is a bad idea. Yeah, someone else pointed that out. Paulo, hey, you guys are still on. And says, hi, Greta. Yeah, well, I'll supervise it and get it back into its docking station then. I just want to I want to film the robot eating through the dog.
That's good. That's done. I mean, that blue color is gonna pop.
Where are you going to go?
got to go to Home Depot? No, he's usually he gets A1. Are you paint different colors? Fucking heat in the doors. That's why white cars are cool. White car, left side. Brown car, doors side. Otherwise, I'd be doing dark colors. Maybe you can do up the blue and gray two-tone Batman colors. Well, it's going to be light blue and yellow with the sign and everything. Well, maybe he would be willing to throw on like a deep gray. It costs more. The more stuff you start doing like that, the more it costs. What? I think it's like 1,700 square feet. Well, then you're right underneath. Mine's 1,788. But mine doesn't. Hey, Gratu, is this a Roomba?
Is what?
Is this a Roomba or is it a different brand?
It's a Robo Rock.
Robo Rock?
Robo Rock. Yeah, never heard of it before, but I've
I
heard
wonder
of
if you
Roombas.
can you go through shag carpet?
Well, I don't know. We don't have any shag.
I wonder if you could go through shag carpet or if that would wear them out. I saw people were talking about this thing in one of the monster groups. They're talking about this. Grochu, are you still there? Are we live? What's going on? Let me see if we're live. Yeah, I lost 3 subscribers. I lost 3 subscribers. Lost 3 subscribers. Subscribers. Oh, Paulo says we're still live. I opened up my computer so I can see what's happening. Better do a monologue, Kevin. A monologue? I don't have a monologue to do. I'll just show you some comics. I don't have a monologue to do.
I'm back.
I'll show you some comics.
Let's see. My wife says I'm out of here. See you guys later. We're still alive, says Paulo. Better do a monologue, Kevin. Yeah, I heard you say you lost 3 subscribers.
Yeah, on my YouTube channel, yeah.
That's probably from being on this show. I usually lose about 2 or 3 with every live stream I do. Just, I don't know. Well, so what you're showing are books coming out Wednesday, right?
Yep.
So he can't sell these to you yet if you go into his store, but he can show them to you here on. That's a pretty good painting there, I have to say. And that I think you had one of Silver Sable up a minute ago. That looked okay. I don't care about the Venom character, but was that Silver Sable, that sober looking girl?
I think so. It was the Venom Lethal Protectors. And I think she
Okay.
was part, yeah, I think she was part of that.
Oh, okay.
And then there's the Violator from Spawn.
Yeah, yeah,
That's a McFarlane cover.
yeah. Did he actually draw that?
On a computer, probably.
Oh,
I'll look
okay.
that off the.
Yeah, I saw the Dark Ride Dracula people showing that somewhere, YouTube or Instagram. So everybody, like I heard you saying when my phone had run out of power, I think people are really getting into that green skull with the hypnotizing eyes. I wish I could get one. It's just a major undertaking to drive to a Target because it's an hour away.
I think it was $25 or $30 for it.
Yeah, that's not bad. This isn't a good time to be trying to spend money, but in addition to the gas it would take to get there.
No,
Um,
you can order it on Target and get it delivered for free, probably.
oh, I can't even think about that. When we first moved here, Target wouldn't deliver here to this town, but I think they changed. Um, this is in the middle of nowhere. Um, what is that book you're showing now? Uh,
Oh, that was Transformers.
oh, okay, because I can't really make out anything on that. Uh, is this Witchblade?
Yeah,
So they've revived that series.
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, what reminds you of the cave ride at Six Flags, Zork? Did you know that was a water moccasin den? Yeah, I always heard that. The cave ride They called it it said the cave ride, but it was most people called it the Spelunker Cave, and it was a dark ride. It was one of those kind of tunnel of love kind of rides at Six Flags. And it was there from probably about the time the Beatles invaded until, well, I don't know when they took it out. Probably late '80s, early '90s. But it had these weird creatures with pointy noses that were supposed to be from outer space that had been stranded on Earth, and they were in a cave and they were doing crazy stuff, and they had a really weird soundtrack of exotica music and Martin Denny and a lot of black light and stuff. And then they tore it. They kept the ride there, the structure, but they, because Six Flags was bought up by Warner Brothers, they replaced them with not very good representations of Bugs Bunny and Tasmanian Devil, and they got rid of all the original characters and put in Warner Brothers characters that they could merchandise. And now a couple of years ago they changed it and put back Spelunkers, but they've redone it. It doesn't look like the old ride, but it's back with the original kind of creatures. But that's something you have to. And there are videos on YouTube of the Spelunker cave, or you could just type in cave ride Six Flags and find that. But Zork knows, and then Zork is referring to the fact that Six Flags over Texas, the original Six Flags park, they got the land cheap because it was kind of swamp land, and the water. There was there were water moccasins apparently, and there are always stories that some guy would be going through with his girlfriend in the cave ride, and a snake would drop on him. All, urban legends that spread around the area. Uh, with venomous. Um, he says he hasn't been in the cave since about 1982. My wife is sending me some text messages that I need to grab some food because we're going to be eating a little later. She's saying, okay, so I see what she's wanting. Okay, I'll put okay. Uh, all right. She's wanting me to eat and not to get hangry, and because she says sometimes I get hangry while I'm filming a live stream, and then I go off on some rant. I've got mosquito bites on my arm. That's the first time that's happened in a long time. So Zork says it turns out it really was a moccasin den, though, Gratu. I mean, I talked to a lot of people that work there, and they remember seeing them in the water around in the park. They tried to kill the snakes, but could never fully clear it. Yeah, interesting. I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, that's someone coming in or leaving.
In
All right. Was your friend that has that cool laugh in there earlier? I thought I heard him.
no, but he called. But he's waiting until next weekend for Batman
Oh,
Day.
oh, okay. So the big thing for Batman Day is that reprint of Detective Comics 27.
I don't think that's the big. I don't think anybody would want that.
Really? You don't think that'll sell?
No,
But is
that's
that
just.
their
If it was maybe foil, I think maybe somebody wants a foil.
Oh, that's so stupid. A 1938 foil cover. Or was, no, that's 39. Superman was 38 and Batman was 39, I think.
I don't know. Whatever comic Tom's telling people to get, that's what is going to be popular.
Um, Zork says they kept it really cool down there to anesthetize the snakes, I think. I thought that might work, but I thought it was kept cold to just because you were coming in from the 100-degree heat, and it was really cool to be in that cool, really cold. That was the coolest ride or coldest ride at Six Flags. Yeah, I missed the Spelunker Cave. Um, I've yet to watch. You were telling us the other night on the not on the show. You were talking to us about a dark ride in Kansas that the carpetbagger went on, like a water dark ride. I haven't watched that video yet, but I put it in my playlist to watch it later. Uh, I don't know if you're there. Uh, they pumped refrigerated air down there too. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, I'm watching the video on the stream earlier, and when the I have the camera on top of the vacuum cleaner moving around and seeing how that looks. Well, one thing I'm noticing is I'm really fat, and yeah, that is a fact. Um, the original figurines down there look like something from Bass, Rankin and Bass, and I'll bet they designed them. Yeah. Paranoid Android says, Hi, Gratu. Since Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala, I am starting to burn her albums and CDs and tapes and posters and dolls, etc. Does she even have dolls made out of her? Yeah. The question is, why did you have them to begin with? Unless you own a record store. I don't know really anything about Taylor Swift. I mean, I'm aware she exists, and I've heard a few of her songs, I guess. I don't, do they play them on the radio? I don't know how you even hear a Taylor Swift song. I mean, so far out of my,
I've heard one on a short before, a YouTube
yeah,
short.
I just don't think there's anything that appealing about her. I don't think she's that pretty. I don't think her music is really, I think it's kind of horrible what I've heard. Um, she was a conservative until George Soros bought the rights to all of her music. I heard about that. Paula says you shouldn't have bought Taylor Swift albums in the first place, huh? Yeah, I think he was kidding. She went liberal instantly when he did that. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of stuff like that. I I didn't, Paulo. They are my sisters. So that's supposed to be something you put candy in for kids to grab the candy out of that green skull.
Yeah, I put ping pong eyeballs in there.
Yeah. Paulo says stay away from your sister's music and start listening to freeform jazz. And Paranoid says right on, and I am down. Well, I don't know how old these Taylor Swift fans are, but maybe they're not old enough to vote. Well, maybe they are actually. Uh, will they go vote is the question. Uh, I don't know. They had a 9/11 commemorative thing at Shanksville, and Kamala and Biden showed up, and nobody even noticed them walking into the room. And then when Trump showed up, there was a roaring applause. And yeah, I don't know.
What was the best? The Laurel and Hardy comic,
Huh?
probably. Laurel and Hardy's probably the best comic, huh?
What of your comics coming out next week?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think most people would think that, but to me, it's cool because just because of my attachment to that comic. But I don't know what other people would think. I mean, there were some very well done covers that you showed us, but what was there anything? What do you think's going to sell best? The Venom stuff? Does that stuff still sell?
Not really.
Really?
Or-
Um, Paranoid says, "What did you think of Trump's eating dogs comment?" Well, I'd heard about cats and ducks being eaten, and then when Trump said it during the debate, and he said dogs as well, I was thinking, "Oh, I don't know if I haven't heard that," um, and I knew he was going to be made fun of for it, and then she started laughing like, "Oh, you're just such a dummy," and I think. I mean, I've heard all kinds of reports that pets are being eaten, especially ducks in the park, and so I don't know. And then yeah, I don't know. When Trump said I've seen it on television, I think that they were gonna. I thought they're gonna make fun of him for saying I seen it on television, but at first it sounds kind of dumb to say I've seen it on television because television's fake. But if you think about it, if you really think it through, he was telling that to ABC people that are television. So in other words, I've seen it on television. In other words, I've seen it from you guys. And I don't know. I um there's horrible things that happen when you've got a yeah. I thought it was pretty funny actually. And but I was just so annoyed by that snarky grin on Kamala Harris's face. Um, but I liked how he played it. He was very serious and very because she was expecting him to insult her, and she wanted that, and he just kind of looked straight ahead and said what he had to say. And I don't, the press says that Trump got rattled. I didn't see that at all. They spin it however they want. People who visualize it that didn't watch it, they tell people what happened. That's not a. Let's see. Meyer says, I think that it's a sound statement to say that people are and have been eating park animals and pets for many years in many cities and towns in many states. Nobody talks about this, but I believe it has been happening for many years. Yeah. Um, I don't know, man. We have 18 people watching. That's amusing. I guess I need to look at eating something because my wife was thinking of us both going to eat when she gets off work at 8. And between now and 8 o'clock, that's a long, let's see, it's almost 4. It's about 4.5 hours. Uh, what monster? Are you still there? Maybe not. He was saying that people have been talking about the Green Skull and monster groups. I was wondering what monster groups.
I saw it in what's his name? The one guy, he has a YouTube channel and he talks monsters all the time. Oh, Raymond.
Oh, I wonder if I'm a member
Raymond.
of that.
Yeah,
Raymond, is he Castillo or
yeah,
something?
yeah.
Oh, the monster basement guy. Okay.
Yep.
I
His
haven't
group.
seen.
His group. The guys have been talking about it and saying like it's selling out everywhere and they're trying to find them.
Oh. Well, that's going to be hard for me to find it then. Well, I guess it'll show up on eBay for at some point.
I'm trying to get a Hallmark candy bowl that came out years ago, and it's a big pair of vampire fangs, like plastic vampire teeth,
Uh,
and it's like a little slightly open, and it's a candy bowl.
oh,
But the only place you can find them is on eBay. More like $150.
oh. Paranoid Android's asking if she liked the Elvira car pop. Greta, yes, she did. Uh-huh.
Oh, that's what you could put on top of the Roomba. You put that little Funko on there, and it looks like Elvira driving around.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that machine works pretty well. I emptied it again, and I have it on the charging station, even though it didn't die. I just thought I'd better supervise it a little bit more. When it ate the dog's diaper, that wasn't good. And my wife was getting pissed in the chat.
They should make one that looks like Rosie the robot.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I've always known about these things. I don't know. I got to read the direction manual about, how often to change filters and things, but it seems pretty easy to operate.
I like when people teach their cats to ride around on them.
Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but uh, so tomorrow, I think David Wilcock went on vacation, but he's got a stream tomorrow, and I don't know if he's going to stream from his hotel room or if I think he said he was going to pre-record a couple of shows because he was going off for 2 weeks. And it's just like I was talking earlier that everybody seems to think something's bad's about to happen in late September. He's one of them, and he thinks he can get his vacation finished and be back before the everything goes bad. Um, I mean, it would stand to reason that they would do something bad in October to try to distract from the fact that Trump is winning. Paranoid Android says Wilcock makes major money during his live streams. People send him major cash. Well, that's good. I wish I could do that. but there have been some nice people that have contributed to this live stream. I'm not live stream, the GoFundMe that's going on at the bottom here. And yeah, it's all right. Um, hopefully someone will do that. Let's see. Myers says I had a friend in high school. His father owned many low-income buildings. Some of his tenants would cook food over open hibachis inside of the apartments. It was common. Yeah, I mean, when people come in from other parts of the world where things are done differently, there's always going to be a culture clash. But
That's one of the free books right there.
oh, there's free books for Batman Day, huh? Is that a Christmas book?
No.
Why did you laugh? It looked like maybe you had a Santa Claus hat on. That's why.
I mean, that would be great. That would be too good if they did that.
Yeah. Paranoid Android says roasting beavers was a common thing in New York City slums back in the late 70s. And rats. Why would there be beavers in New York City? And were they from Central Park or something? Yeah. What is the name of that book? Joker the World?
Yeah, and here's the other one I got. It's the special edition Batman Day of Batman: The Long Halloween
Oh.
Jim Sale.
Wasn't that like a long series of books?
Yeah, this is not the whole thing, right? This is just the first issue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just the first issue, number one.
So those are free books. Oh. That's the Long Halloween. That's the famous Batman story.
Yeah.
Well, that I guess that's a good drawing, but um, it looks very. I mean, I guess it looks like just about every other comic book. I don't know. What can I say?
Other stores might have more, but I only ordered these two.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So why is the end of September Batman Day? Is that when Detective Comics 27 came out
No,
in
it's.
September?
I always thought it was Adam West's birthday.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good gesture, huh?
Yeah. But there might be another reason, but that was the reason I always knew.
Hmm. It seems like I used to know that. Paranoid Android says, Kevin, did you ever have those Elvira living dead dolls in stock? I guess he overheard someone in the background of your store talking about that.
Yeah, we used to have them here. I have other ones here. I don't have Elvira anymore. I have Wednesday. I have Fester Adams. I have Cousin It. I have the three trick or treaters from Halloween 3.
Well, what did they have? Big heads and look like babies? What?
No, they're like doll. They look like dolls. You never
And there
remember
was,
Living Dead dolls from the
I
90s? That
yeah,
hot.
I have one that has like an X carved in its forehead, and it looks a little like Wednesday Adams, but I thought they were kind of like they're made to look like little kids or something.
Yeah, they do look like little kids. That's why the Elvira was kind of creepy because you get this little kid doll with these
Oh, I
boobs.
see. I see. Well, yeah, I've never seen it or heard of it. Yeah, that would be creepy. Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of weird.
Yeah, that does sound like something that you'd be kind of embarrassed owning.
You want to see them?
Oh, yeah,
Not the.
sure.
I don't have the Elvira.
Right, yeah,
I
the
don't
other ones, sure, sure.
honestly. I don't think I ordered that Elvira. I don't think I had the Elvira one.
You don't. I was just talking to her.
No, I don't think I ever had the Elvira one. There's Wednesday.
I was talking to her about.
Oh, yeah, it looks like the Wednesday from the from the current
That's what
TV
it
show.
is. That's what it is. And here's the trick or treating kids.
I thought those all came in coffins, the Living Dead dolls.
They used to. The original
Oh,
ones When they first came out, they came in coffins.
Yeah, the one I had a coffin.
Those original ones are all hand painted and everything.
Where are they? Oh, okay.
What vinyl? No, just what's over there. And here's it's Fester, but it's from that new cartoon, I think.
Oh, okay.
But Cousin It looks cool. You can't really mess up on him.
Yeah.
And then here's Terrifier.
Oh, okay. I've
Everybody
never
goes
seen that
crazy.
movie.
Yeah, it's bad. Don't watch it. Just yeah. I thought these would be gone by today.
Oh, did they just come in?
Yeah, but everybody wants this thing. Oh, there's different versions of them.
I didn't realize they numbered Funko Pops. Is that so? That means it's 1,591 of all the
Of the
Funko
movie,
Pops.
of the movies,
Oh, only the ones for movies. I wonder how many different Funko Pops exist.
because look, this is movies, and that's 1623.
Oh,
Oh, here's icons, and she's only number 68.
oh boy. Let me see the Elvira one.
Let's go look at the. So that's
Oh,
icons,
with a
and,
red dress. Okay.
and here's that one's 311.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
one.
that's brides. That's considered brides. Number 311 rides.
Yeah, I have one of the 60s Batman in the Batmobile. That's a good one.
Oh, that's another movie. What's this one? Oh, this one's probably Marvel. Um, albums.
Oh
Only number
boy.
8, 32, 13.
What are they, bands or
Yeah, here's
singers?
Rock. Michael Jackson from The Rocks. 359.
Oh my gosh.
What's DC's up there high? I can't get rid of these dang things. They just like keep multiplying.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Cyndi Lauper. You're asking what albums? They put the
Oh, okay.
album cover behind it.
Oh, so you can tell what it is.
Yeah, because how would you know what that is? She was just
Yeah,
standing there.
it's I didn't know there was a girl in Rush.
No, she's just the exit stage left girl. She's standing there pulling the curtain.
They made a Funko Pop of a girl on the cover. Doesn't look anything. What? That's no wonder you can't sell that. Oh my gosh.
Look at this. It's the girl Daredevil. Oh, it's Elektra as Daredevil.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody wants that. Nobody wants the Rock sitting on the throne.
Maybe someone watching wants it. You could call him up.
That's cool. This one's kind of neat. Ichabod Crane.
Uh, okay. How would you ever know that's supposed to be Ichabod Crane?
I think because the nose, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Here's Jacob Marley.
Oh yeah. Paranoid Android. Did you guys hear about Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction? How he threw a punch at Dave Navarro and ended the concert right there. Yeah, I saw that this morning on Instagram. I've never liked the band and never cared, but It's interesting.
Unanimously agreed that the right woman.
Is the Senator Claghorn character from the Fred Allen show that Foghorn Leghorn is based on.
Take the whole country south. And maybe all these apples southern spies. Flag on the name. Beauregard flag on that here. Now, Johnny, my plan, you simply move the big position line up around the big lake. Make Canada on. After that, anyone who couldn't talk for the southern drawl will have to get a passport. But what about all men? By all that, doesn't matter how awful it is.
Oh, I gotta plug in.
I really should eat, but I'm not really that hungry.
What time is it?
My time, it's coming up to 4 o'clock, which would mean it's about 2 o'clock your time, I think.
Oh man, it's only 2.
What's been selling today? Anything?
Uh, Nothing really.
You didn't sell anything?
Nothing like one thing in particular that I could say, oh, this is selling well.
Ratu, did you or Kevin have paper routes as a child?
I
No.
used I used to help my friend. His dad had one. Everybody in his family had them. I would go there and help him. Like put a rubber band, roll them up, put a rubber band on it, and then maybe put it in a bag if it was gonna rain.
Paranoid says, Kevin, any cool stickers for sale? Bartuk
I,
says, for a job of some sort as a youth. Well, as a youth, I would mow lawns and wash cars.
my favorite job as a kid was working at a haunted house.
Oh, yeah. Missing Mars says, I had 2 paper routes.
Yeah, paper routes. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't think my parents wanted me doing it, but I was able to help my friend.
Yeah. Did you, Friar Tuck, did you find some good $2 comics on the cheapo comic collector or what is it? Cheap comic collector show? They have a claim sale, I think, on Saturday. Maybe it's still going on. Um, but the David Wilcox show tomorrow, it looked like it had an interesting theme.
A lot different.
It's The Great Alien Deception is what it's called.
Yeah, I know you've been trying to call me, man. See? But you steal my box or what? No. Is that how I came across to you? No. Well, I was like, oh no, I don't want to come across like we're gonna kill your box.
Paranoid Android. Remember when the Avon lady would come around trying to sell your mom stuff? But Tuck says, I spent $42, so I believe so. Oh, $42. Oh, shoot. What kind of stuff did you get? Missing Mars says, oh, I did 11 from the 70s and early 80s. Are there many people competing for the books, or do you have to be real quick to get the books, or is it just real easy pickings on that show? Prayer Tuck, CCC had a bunch of Tarzans from, Cheap Comic Click. Everyone uses the acronyms. I don't know. I was thinking Creedence Clearwater Revival for a second. And a bunch of Tarzans from 70s. Oh, and a handful of gold keys. Oh, good. For $2. Huh? You got to be quick if the comic is sought after. I mean, do you get books that are really sought after, or do they know there is sometimes they don't know the value of the books, or I've never really watched the show, or is it stuff that really is probably a $2 book? I mean, no, in other words, are there ever books that are a lot more valuable, but they just don't know because they don't know Gold Key or whatever? Because I don't know how, I don't know much about those guys, how expert they are in comics and stuff. Um, I know not to watch shows like that because when I tune in the I Love Comics auction, I was like, oh, I've got to get that comic. I've never had that, and then I spend $5, and then it turns out I already have the comic in my collection. It's like I'd just forgotten. I got some. Oh wait, they know the value, but they get them cheap, so they don't lose their shirts. I wonder where they're getting them. These people that get big lots of comics, I wonder what their sources are. Briar Tuck, I got some Superboy and Legion of Superheroes and Green Lanterns and a Green Lantern or two from the 70s. Oh, all of that was 70s. Okay. Yeah. Legion of Superheroes in the 70s was really good. Some are pretty some are pretty some are pretty previously loved. Yeah. Okay. They get them on Whatnot. Oh, I've heard about Whatnot. I don't even know how that works, but okay. I hear there's a lot of comic trading on Whatnot. Paranoid Android says, is there any comic that you guys would leave your wife for in order to own? No. That's a silly question. No, there's no comic that's worth owning. No. That's a weird question. um, 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 let's see. Oh, looks like Howler Mouse is live. Let's tune him in. He says, just kidding. Not even Superman 1. Well, I mean, Superman 1's were, I already have a house. I mean, Superman 1, no, I mean, no, that would. Oh, Paulo's over there. That's why he's not commenting here. Paulo says 40 issues. It was renamed Avengers Spotlight midway. Yeah, that show's more interesting because they're showing comic books. That's why he's over there. Well, I don't know what they're showing. It's Green Lantern, Secret Origin. The first thing I see is the UPC code, and then I automatically, that comic is too recent. Yeah, it's got the wrong DC logo. I don't know what period that's from. Right? Uh, nah.
Jim Johnson, Ken, it's reestablished who George is, what the Green Lantern is. They're up against Batman, brought in a little bit of, an issue or two of Golden Age Spring Lantern, and played around with things. And then by the time we got into the 20s of this, we got the Sinestro War that came in, right? And that thing was laid the groundwork for Blackest Night, is basically what was going on. And in the midst of this, with issues, we
Let's see. What is this? This is the Amazing Comic Haul for. Okay, so this is the September Comic Haul. Oh, it showed a little red dot like someone was trying to come in, but no one's there. Yeah, this is too recent. It might be a great comic, but it doesn't have any nostalgic appeal for me. I look at that and it's, I don't know. I guess I've never asked Kevin what his old Green Lanterns from the '70s, what he has. That's something I've never looked at his back issue pins for. So he got these Legends comics for a dollar. I think that's where some. I think that's the first appearance of that woman that from the Suicide Squad, that Amanda Waller or something. Something at first appears in that Legends comic. I've never read it. Fire Tuck Mars just claims 25 cent and under only. They have 25 cent comics on that show. Damn. No, I saw him claim a $2 Marvel Tales from the '60s. Actually, one of the few times I tuned in, I thought, well, that book is worth $2. But that was the only time I've seen them actually have something older. Yes, Scratu, they do have 25 cent comics. What kind of stuff is 25 cents nowadays? Oh, this is the one. Let me rewind it.
Just to move on here, right? But anyway, this was like leading up to the Justice League and the Suicide Squad would come out of this, and Waller came out #1. So I have all the ones that I read back in the day.
Yeah, I remember that one with the
Suicide Squad.
Mount Rushmore. I think is the first Amanda Waller. I could care less, but there is Amanda Waller TV series coming. I'm not sure why James Gunn has this fixation for Amanda Waller, but I'm sure it's gonna be. I'm sure he's got ideas to. He's gonna have a lot of different characters appearing in that, from what I understand. But this is all this legend stuff is late eight. When is it from? Late '80s. It's that's when I didn't really care. They Crisis on Infinite Earths just it ruined everything. It's like you're playing a game with someone and they take the board and just throw the pieces everywhere, and then it's like, well, I don't want to play the game with you anymore because you got upset and you tossed the board over. And that's what they did with Crisis on Infinite Earths. It's like all of a sudden everything that you liked just does it's not the way it is anymore. And so I didn't really care after that. And you know, let's see. Laura Loomer got in trouble. Says Paranoid Android. Did she get in trouble with Trump? I mean, Trump's been hanging out with her, and she got in trouble with Marjorie Taylor Greene. If Marjorie Taylor Greene is, yeah, I mean, they had quarrel, a pretty heated quarrel. Yeah, I mean, uh, it, yeah, I heard about that. Friar Tuck says, I really enjoy Holler Mouse. He's closer to my age, I guess, and has some 90s appreciation, which I appreciate. Yeah, that's the thing. That's it's the age difference. I just don't like the 90s. I mean, I guess some of it's good. I'd like Kingdom Come, but I can't think of much else. Paranoid Android, yeah, Margie Taylor Greene. Yeah, so that's probably why people, yeah, I just don't give a shit about all that stuff. It's, I don't care. It doesn't, yeah. So don't get me wrong, but I enjoy your take as well. Well, it's not my take, it's just my opinion. I've got too much of that 90s stuff in my collection. I just like, ugh, I wish it would just disappear. Um, it's just an ugly, ugly time. Um, you know, and I was showing a Gru the Wanderer comic. I always like Gru the Wanderer. I mean, I don't have anywhere close to a complete collection, but that was always a um,
Yeah, I got back here.
yeah, I always loved that comic.
What are you guys talking about?
I've got the Howler Mouse show on. He's showing some haul that he has, and he's showing some stuff from the 90s. And I was talking about 1990s. Just, I don't have any nostalgia for that time period, but then I'm a little bit older than some people.
The '90s were pretty cool.
Well, there was good stuff in the 90s, but
I wouldn't
I,
say the comics were cool, but there was other cool stuff.
yeah, I'm just talking about only the comics. Yeah, yeah, there was good music in the 90s. There were, yeah, no, I'm not talking about the whole world in the 90s. I just mentioned the comic book industry. But
I
there was
didn't like
good stuff.
I didn't like comics in the '90s.
Okay, all right, that's what I meant. Friar Tuck, you should do a fundraising garage sale on your 90s comics. I don't have that many, and the ones I have aren't that valuable. Yeah, it's raise about $14. Friar Tuck, I know you say you don't sell anything, but just saying, yeah, I don't sell anything. I should sell the first appearance of Deadpool, but I don't think anyone
Oh,
cares.
I wanted to talk about Deadpool because I was looking back about 9 years, and I was selling that book for $350 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So a lot of other books, like First Punisher, I was selling 9 years ago for about $75. So
The
I
first
think
issue
that
of the Punisher, the first appearance in Amazing Spider-Man.
the first appearance. So this is what I'm saying is when I think Deadpool was the start of the comic book like boom, like increase in prices where everybody got into the MCU.
Yeah.
And it's true because people would come into the store and everybody was like, always talking about Deadpool. I think Deadpool made it okay for you to talk about comics to your friends.
Okay. Right. Because it was hip and snarky and adult. Well, not really adult, but R-rated.
So I
Juvenile.
think the Iron Man movie
Yeah.
and I think Deadpool and I think all that stuff was the start of it.
Yeah. Friar Tuck says Starman, JSA, Hawkman, all decent 90s reads, kind of a throwback to classic heroes. Um, yeah, I prefer the original pre-crisis version of all of that. The Stargirl character, that was an interesting character. There was, that was okay. Um, what are the oldest Green Lanterns, the comics you have in the shop? I don't ever really know when he's close to the camera. Yeah, for a while there was some speculation on these grew. Oh, someone's being funny here. Yeah. These Gru comics were big speculation. I'm just hanging out, man, bored out of my mind. Emery Randall. We crapped our pants a minute ago, but didn't even notice due to the mesmerizing content of this live stream. Yep. Well, that's a shame that that happened to you, man. Battlestar Galactica #1. Yeah. We have a bot. Or is that a bat? I can't read anything. A bot. Let's see. Emery Randall. Let's see. Wait a second. Let's see. Put user in timeout. Emery Randall was banned and their content was removed. What is the thumping coming from Gotham City? I don't know. Emery Randall.
The eyeball kind of went into my eyes a little bit, and then what is it? He does that. You just got a buttload more. Oh, I'm tight. Getting ready for Halloween. See that?
You see, the thing is, I don't want to entertain you because of these 18 people watching. I'm not sure if I can trust them. So you don't get it. This is going to be like the Dr. Gene Scott show. I'll just sit here and say nothing, and you'll watch.
All right, we always do that. We went to Spirit for a virus stuff. I found a Spirit.
All right. So, let's see what else is on here.
I was like, no. That was like once a year, then it's gone. You gotta buy it.
I can get a new record.
Especially when it comes to a virus. Stuff.
They were having a cool one. It looks like over just on Main Street. You have that? My mind just stopped working.
Oh my God, I'm shocked. Voting for the safe establishment pick? Oh my God, you Swifties are such. Oh wait, no, you're just a bunch of idiots. And by the way, you can keep the fat, ugly ones because Donald Trump has all the hot Swifties.
You know? Poor guy. That's happened to me though.
Did the Cramps ever put out a Christmas holiday album? No. Missing Mars, you're entertaining anyway. Yes, of course. No, the Cramps never did any holiday or of any. Yeah, no.
Find it now.
But there's a really phenomenally strange Billy Idol Christmas record where he does all the standards and he's dressed like Perry Como. And
there's an in and out. Pull in.
Christmas records used to be the thing to do because it would be instant. It was like a money-making machine. Every year you could make lots of money with your Christmas record. And the Beach Boys did one. The Beatles didn't do a Christmas album, but every year they put out a Christmas 45 where they were just playing around in the studio and saying Merry Christmas, and it went out to, I think, to their fan club. And somebody at some point put together all the little 45 RPM Christmas records that the Beatles made into an album. I don't know, that may be a bootleg. Paranoid Android says, I have the David Hasselhoff holiday album. It's big in Germany. He's that dude on Baywatch. Yeah, I know who David Hasselhoff is. Yeah, David Hasselhoff. There's a guy sort of like David Hasselhoff named Marjo Gortner that I always thought was horrible, but I never could take that kind of perm hair like Marjo Gortner or the guy from The Greatest American Hero. That's one of the hideous things in the world. Um, let's look this person up.
You're hiding them. You don't want them to sell. You're going to end up popping them out and lighting them up yourself. His mask collection is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Every like that one. That's the one I put on. Yeah. That's what you jack your face up.
Okay.
One thing I don't do is disparage and gossip about somebody. And one thing don't.
Over there. So it opens up this table. I know you do. I just watched Jason versus Freddy the other night. You sure you want a shirt? Oh, where's the car show? Oh, they do the Saturday ones still? The McDonald's. What, do you guys take a car or you just go look? She goes with her little friends. That's cool. That's cool. You're being raised right. That's wow, but that's cool. Oh yeah, but she goes to
Perms. The mall look. Meyer says, I remember seeing Food of the Gods at the theater, and when it started, I was disappointed that Marjo Gortner was the lead. Yeah, why was he the lead? Meyer Greenblatt, always disappointing every time his name would pop up in the beginning credits of anything. Yeah, I think he was a childhood, like a child preacher or something, and then somehow he got into Hollywood, and they would make him a leading man in movies, and I don't understand why. But he was the leading guy in Star Crash, or I think in Europe they call it The Adventures of Stella Star, with Carolyn Monroe, and I always liked that movie, but it's like, I don't want to see a guy with that kind of curly hair. It's just nauseating. Um, and Paranoid Android says, LOL. You know.
That's what I thought was the That's what it was. Yeah, see, that makes more sense. Yeah, that Five and Diner one was badass.
Let's see who's live right now. Let's see here. Oh no, that's not live.
Do they still set it up the same where the bikes and all that are in the back, and then they do the Mustang beds and all that? Set it up that way still. Do they still do the Volkswagens right there, right by McDonald's, or does anybody rate their Volkswagen anymore? There used to be a place where you could go. There's a lot of like a lot of newer cars. Oh, they're newer stuff. Yeah. Every Saturday. I remember when they had. Now, over there, I've been going. So we used to married. Very back. You need to do that. Have you read cars? You would love Barrett Jackson. They got all kinds of cars. You would love that. You have to take her to Barrett.
Getting feedback from Kevin on my computer, but not phone feed. Oh, you're watching on two different sources, so you're actually two of the people watching.
Wasn't that good, guys?
Maybe there really aren't 16 people watching. Maybe there's 4 people watching on 4 different devices in their house.
I'm watching on 3 devices right now.
Oh, so you're skewing my statistics. So there's really probably no one watching. Let's see. Paranoid Android says, remember those Saturday morning preview shows that aired in prime time? Man, those were great. Yeah, I bet some of those are on YouTube. Yeah, they would have on Friday night, like the cartoons are going to start Saturday morning, Friday night prime time. They would show clips from the new cartoons that were going to be on that network, and they'd have little guest stars, like probably people like Paul Lynde and stuff like that, hosting it.
Look how brown these pages are.
Let's take a look. Is this is the fake Detective Comics?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that done. There was a Human Torch comic that came out in the 90s that was actually kind of interesting at the time because but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just bought this comic a year and a half ago, and now they're trying to sell it to us again with a slightly bigger size and brown pages.
And then they'll have to do it again in Golden Age size.
Yeah, I mean, they're.
And then they'll do it in Treasury size.
Well, this isn't magazine size and it's not Golden Age size. It's somewhere in between, and it's just a strange deal. Myers says, and Bless the Beast and Children, Bill Mumy was the tough kid. I totally forgot that he is the badass in that movie. He's really good. And then Paranoid says, Eric Estrada and Scott Baio are also doing those preview shows. Yeah. Myers says, I love those fall preview shows every year. Yep. Ooh, wow. That all of a sudden you see the white where it says that this is what recycled paper made from the rainforest or something. What does that say, man? That's disgusting. I can tell it's some pinko garbage.
Sustainably managed forest and controlled sources.
Oh, sustainable. Whenever you hear sustainable, that's total commie speak. That means we want to exterminate you and only have 500 million people left when we're through that we can use as labor. Because you are all, what was the word they called us during the pandemic? Not, what was they used the word for jobs that were not important. No.
We're deplorables, or we're
Yeah, well, that was Hillary Clinton. It was what?
non-essential. Non-essential.
Non-essential jobs. Yes, right. Non-essential. That means they don't care one bit about your life. Meyer Grable, yes, I would like to start a collection of the fall preview TV guides. And she says, oh, hell yeah. Well, let me bring some of those in. We could look at some preview guides. I've got them right over here.
TV guides?
Yeah. Well, just a second.
Somebody told me they have a Batman TV they want to give me.
A Batman TV?
Yeah.
I I imagine it's from 1989 with the prominent logo because they made everything with that logo. And that was weird. They had that logo on billboards and stuff, and some people could not see the Batman symbol. All they could see was teeth. It's like, I guess there are people that aren't comic book people that look at the Batman logo and they see the opposite. They see teeth.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah, I. But I'm talking about the logo made for the movie, not.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Michael
I
Keaton
don't
logo.
know. Oh, there's a TV guide with a 60s TV show on it. Oh, no. What, the 60s TV show on it? What do you mean? What 60s TV show?
Where's Christian?
What is this for?
Garbage.
Oh,
Where's Christian?
I don't know. He said he comes on Wednesdays, you said.
No, Saturdays. It's only ever been here on one Wednesday.
He'll be here. Right?
Well, I have more, but here's two of them that we can look at. Oh,
I had a lady, she wanted to send
we're
me
talking about Batman, so he just left that out. 60s Batman and Robin. The TV guide, yeah, the Batman. It's a yellow cover with Batman punching you. That's the '60s Batman. I think that was the only time they were on the cover. The Batman was on the cover of TV Guide. I could be wrong. OMG, those bring back memories. Meyer says, I'm surprised that McFarlane hasn't thought of doing a Batman 666 figure. Is there a Batman 666? Show the cover. Show the cover.
Of course he was. I talk to people.
Cross them off the list so we don't talk.
Here's one of them.
Girl.
And see, this one's not promising because of that. But this one doesn't have that. So it means that it's going to be, I think this one, ooh, got some writing on the back, but I don't know who that's from. Let me see if this is a childhood one. It must, oh, this is good. Excellent. This is actually from, no, this is not. I think I have this one from when I was in, where was I then? September. Oh, what? Oh, that's why I don't recognize these channels. Yeah, this is in September. It's September 75. I had lived in San Antonio, but September 75 we were in Washington State in Tacoma. But I'm seeing a Flagstaff station and a Tempe and a Phoenix station, which means this is from where Kevin is. So I'm pretty sure I have this from upstairs from my one that from my childhood, but this is not my childhood copy because that is not my parents' writing. This is one from this is his neck of the woods. Of course, this is before he was born. But we'll start with Saturday morning. CBS Saturday. So you've got you got the Shazam ISIS hour and the Far Out Space Nuts was the CBS had a good lineup. In fact, a good a good 2 hours of their lineup wasn't cartoons. Shazam ISIS was live action. Far Out Space Nuts was live action, and the Ghostbusters was live action. And I mean, they started with cartoons. Well, they, okay, they're on a different. They're damn man, I forgot what it's like to live over there where Meyer lives, and because they're 2 hours before. So Saturday morning starts at 6 in the morning there. Here, where I've mostly lived, most of my life, I've lived in the Central Time Zone, and the Saturday morning cartoons start at 7, and see television at night. Prime time starts at 7 and goes to 10. But I don't know, because they've got brand new, like Waldo Kitty was a new cartoon that that year, and it starts at 6 in the morning. So notice that to me, being a TV kid, the week starts on Saturday morning because the TV guide always starts. So I don't think of the week as starting on Sunday. I think of it starting on Saturday. Waldo Kitty was based on Walter Mitty, and the who was this nerdish guy that would fantasize about being other things. It was a novel. It was made into a movie, but this Waldo Kitty, he one of the things he fantasizes about is being a feline Captain Kirk. So there's a Star Trek element to that Waldo Kitty cartoon. Lost Saucer premiered. Uh, that was Sid and Marty Croft. So that was at 6:30 their time. And and they've got Fury playing. So whatever channel
That's the
5
morning.
is playing old black and white 1950s stuff. Um, then Land of the Lost. There was a lot of live action in that year. Land of the Lost and Lost Saucer. Lost Saucer had a great theme song. It was great. All those Sid and Marty Krofft shows had great themes. It had it had Gomer Pyle and Ruth Buzzy playing aliens, and they had a weird dog that was kind of like the dog in Battlestar Galactica, kind of a hairy thing. Land of the Lost. This was the season where they had a different. They had to replace their dad or whatever with an uncle somehow. I forgot how that happened because he left. Um,
No, those
the
aren't bad. Those are
dad
common.
on Land of the Lost, you could just kind of look at the guy and tell that guy was an alcoholic. Uh,
That's all I carry is Gerber.
uh, oh, there was this weird show. It was they were trying to get this. I hate the word vibe, but it was kind of supposed to be the vibe of what would later be Pee Wee's Playhouse, like a old style show host. But it was with that God, what was that guy's name, man? Charles Nelson Riley, which I just thought I didn't even know what that was. I just thought he was just this crazy guy like Paul Lynde. Now I know what that condition actually is. But Uncle Croc's Block, and why would they put some that like that on Saturday morning? But it's all right. It's okay. We forgive them. Uncle Croc's Block. This spoof of children's TV programs combines live action and animation as Charles Nelson Riley plays the crocodile costumed host of a kiddies program he hates. Okay, so that was on. I remember that. And whatever channel 5 is, it must be an independent channel. Yeah, it's independent. Uh, you there, Kevin?
I'm here. I can hear you.
This TV guide is from September of 75. It's from your area because it's got Phoenix, it's got ABC, it's channel 3. There's a CBS station, Cool TV, that's 10. Is that your area?
Uh huh.
And then is there still an independent station, channel 5, or is that still in
Yeah,
existence?
yeah, they had Channel 5. Yeah.
Is it still around as an independent station, or is it a
I haven't
Spanish
watched
language channel
TV and
now?
I haven't watched TV in over 20 years.
Well, yeah, I understand. Well, anyway, I don't know how this got into my hands, but I don't think I bought it from you. I'm positive I didn't buy it from you, but somehow I have and it's got Tempe, a PBS station from Tempe,
Yeah,
and a Flagstaff station is NBC.
yeah,
Okay. Well, anyway, so
yeah. Those are the only TV guides I ever get offered to me are Star Trek. People have Star Trek collections. All the
well, this
TV
is the
guides.
big fall preview issue, but that was the year there was a Planet of the Apes live action TV show. It only lasted a season. I couldn't believe that it didn't last longer because I just thought Planet of the Apes was so. But then the next season, you've got Return to the Planet of the Apes. It was an animated movie. It's not movie, a cartoon. Uh, it it was weird in that the apes had more technology. It was like kind of like the Pierre Boulle or Boulet or however you pronounce it. I always pronounce it Boulle. The French book that they translated into English and then it was adapted into a movie in 1968. But the movie was very different from the book. And the movie in the book they had cars and stuff, and it was like more like modern society what the apes had. In the movie, the apes were about the same technological level as the ancient Romans, kind of. They were on horses and everything. Anyway, it had great music by Dean Elliott that did. I think it was Dean Elliott that did the music for Johnny Quest, and it had a great opening credit sequence with that kind of looked kind of mid-century. Anyway, debut, a simian-controlled Earth some 2,000 years in the future is the setting for this animated sequel to the Planet of the Apes movies. It was that was good. Far Out Space Nuts was Bob Denver, Gilligan, and Chuck McCann, who's basically playing a role kind of like the skipper, William Hill Jr. So Far Out Space Nuts was basically Gilligan's Island in space, although that was basically what they were trying to do. That was a Sid and Marty Krofft. Bob Denver and Chuck McCann accidentally blast off to comedy adventures in space while loading food aboard a spacecraft at Cape Canaveral. This is September 6, 1975 here. And this channel, and then Ghostbusters premiered on Channel 10 at 8:30. Sight gags abound in this live action series starring Larry Storch and Forrest Tucker as ghost chasers Spencer and Kong. That was a good of course they had that's why when Ghostbusters the movie in 1984 came out with Bill Murray and Harold Ramis, they made toys of it, but then film okay, Ghostbusters was not Sid and Marty Krofft, it was Filmation, and it was really a good show. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Filmation uh, realize okay, so Ghostbusters the movie comes out with Bill Murray, and then they put out a cartoon based on this TV show called Then I think they call it Ghostbusters, and then people that made the Bill Murray movie made a separate cartoon, and I think they called it, well, we're the real Ghostbusters, or maybe they called themselves the real Ghostbusters. I can't remember. But anyway, there were two rival Ghostbusters shows, and that's why, because this pre-existed by 9 years, the Bill Murray one. So, oh, American Bandstand came 9:30 in the morning. American Bandstand. That's weird. I always thought American Bandstand came on like right about the time the cartoons ended. Um, so this is going to be Alien, this TV guide, because this is not the times don't agree with the times that well, maybe they do. It seems like in Seattle the cartoons started at. I don't remember getting up at 6 in the morning to see cartoons, but by the time the Wide World of Sports came on, that was definitely the end of cartoons. Usually, you could tell because they had this horrible children's film festival would come on with Kukla, Fran, and Ollie, and or Soul Train would start. As soon as you saw that little cartoon train, you knew that the Saturday morning cartoons were over. And by the time sports started, that was you need to go into the garage and get on your bike and leave because wasn't going to be any more cartoon fun the rest of Saturday. But in Seattle, when I moved there in 1975, you couldn't get on your bike and ride because it was always raining. You show up in the middle of summer and it's beautiful, and there's a mountain in the distance, beautiful blue skies, and it looks like here come the brides. It's just like the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. You're like on the set of Bonanza, and it's like the next day, beautiful sun, and then it looks like England the whole rest of the school year. It's like cloudy, rainy every day, but apparently there's a few days during the summer where the sun comes out. I don't really have any real sunny memories of that one year we spent in Tacoma, Washington, which is right outside of Seattle. Um, Look, it's the Aztec sun calendar pendant. You can tell that it's the 1970s. I'm sorry if I ever start boring you guys. Just tell me, hey, Gratu, show me this. I'll entertain you. Apparently, I was upsetting someone that was unpleased with the quality of entertainment. I thought putting a camera on a moving vacuum cleaner was high entertainment, but apparently I'm offending people. Oh, look, the Miss America pageant was on. Whatever channel 5 is, some independent channel, there's good shit, all the good stuff rather. Actually, in the Phoenix area, you pretty much had good entertainment all Saturday. They have pretty good channels. If you could go
Yeah.
back 50 years, you could be entertained. Let's see, right now, what time is it now? What time is it in Arizona right now?
239.
2:39. Let's see what was playing on Saturday in 2:39.
Are we still at
It
1975?
September of 1975. September.
I got a 1975 comic book out I'm looking at too.
Oh, are you? What is the comic you're looking at?
Oh, I'm looking at this ad. I'm wondering. I've never seen these toys.
Oh, I've seen that ad a million times. I don't know if I've seen the toys themselves. Weren't they Kmart toys?
Well, it says they're made by Mattel, and
Oh,
they move. It says there's 17 action men that move. I've never seen these.
no, no. I'm thinking back to earlier in the show when the Centaur was talking about how horrible war is. Just seeing these toys made for little kids. Um, but
They have. Look at they
Myers
have.
not on right now. He's I
It says
forget.
they have
It's
remote
just the two of
controlled
us right
stands.
now. Huh?
Remote controlled stands and push the action lever.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
How have I never? Did these ever come out?
Yeah, and I used to
This,
have
I
that
remember
that
this. I
shrunken
used to have this.
headset, but I gave that away. Unfortunately, that was a bad thing. I don't give things away anymore because of that. I
I have
never
the
made
mask.
one of those things, man.
I have a mask based
That
on that. You seen that?
yeah, I think you showed it, but it would be nice to see it again. That is definitely the face of someone voting for Kamala Harris there.
Here,
Um,
do you want to see the masks that I have?
yeah, absolutely. Uh,
See how close it looks.
I have missed a lot
Right
of
here.
the comments.
More
Uh,
slabs. Look at there. It is up there.
oh yeah, man, that's great. What's the region? It's Arizona. Cool. Great show, says Meyer. Started early, 5 a.m. Oh, yeah, man. I watched the entire block most Saturdays. See, where I was living, the network started at 7. So at 6, they were showing old stuff from the 60s, like Go Go Gophers and cool stuff like that. Underdog. How many TV guides in your collection? Oh, there's hundreds and hundreds. There's boxes of them. Paranoid Android says, "Oh, watching those eating my honeycomb cereal." Meyer says, "Yeah, the dog was called a Daggett and Battlestar." Meyer says, "Welcome to the honeycomb hideout." And then Paranoid goes, "Oh yeah, Uncle Croc's block was great," says Meyer. Yeah. Didn't Land of the Lost debut in 75? No, I think it debuted the year before in 74. Yeah, because I was living in San Antonio when Land of the Lost debuted. Um, yeah, September of 74, and 75 was the second season. Unless it was 3 seasons and it debuted in 73, but I'm not sure. I love Dr. Shrinker. Kratu, have you watched The Venture Brothers? Yes. Paranoid, he's a madman with an evil mind. Oh, yeah. Meyer says, I'm a big Billy Barty fan. Anything with him. He used to be our neighbor when I was a kid, so I always loved him. Oh, cool. Paranoid says, Billy was in almost everything. Paranoid says, Meyer, any cool pics where you can do a video about him and you guys? Paulo says, Soul Train, where all the cool cats had some groovy moves. True dat, Paulo. There were great commercials on Soul Train. I'll talk about that in a minute. Meyer says, I don't have pictures, but I have a sort of a funny story about it. Paranoid says, no, it's great. Keep going. Cartoons, Firetech says, cartoons went until about 12:30 East Coast time when I was a kid, then bike or walk to friend's house. Meyer says, I think that I've told the story before, but I can tell it again. What happened? What happened, motherfuckers? Okay, Paranoid says, was Mutual Kingdom Wild Animals on Sundays back then with Magical World of Disney? Yes, that was so depressing because Sundays were horrible and you knew you had to go to school the next day. And it was like you'd hear that Mutual of Omaha theme, and it's like, oh, school, I'm gonna have to go to bed soon, and then school. Yeah, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom would come on, and then a wild. I was about to say the Wild World of Disney. It was the Disney show would come on, and it was usually boring as hell. uh, like Larry the Lazy Leopard this week, and it's like, oh shit. I love those figures. I have a couple of those shooting soldiers. Paranoid Android, Wild Kingdom, Fire Tech could get lucky sometimes and get a at Ithaca, New York NBC feed, which had Flash Gordon '80s cartoons at 12:30 with the antenna. Meyer wants them all. Utica in New York, not Ithaca. That's what I thought. Meyer says the problem with those is when you remove them from the standard diorama, they won't stand up. Paranoid Android and wrestling was great too. Cow Palace, link please. Oh shit. No, I could never watch wrestling because it came on at 10:30 at night, and that was not gonna happen. That my mother would let me stay up till 10:30 on a Saturday night, or actually that was when it started. So some of you lived in markets where wrestling was on Saturday afternoons. That's why you guys are wrestling fans, or just because you're brain damaged. But anyway, let's see. I used to watch that Cow Palace Wrestling on Channel 36 in San Francisco. Sometimes Pat Patterson. Okay, cool. Anyway, blah blah. Oh, there were fantastic commercials for on Soul Train where a guy dressed as Frederick Douglass would come out and give afro cream to some guy, and they were just insane commercials where Cleopatra would show you products for your afro. And I have a bunch of them on, and they used to have a bunch of them on YouTube, and a lot of them were taken down, and they're still there. Where the thumbnail's still there. You click on it, and it won't let you see the video because someone decided that the commercials were funny, but that they were in bad taste, or um, they were, stereotypical, so they took them down. But they were funny. Oh, we got two people trying to come on here. Well, who are they? Oh, Meyer first, add to stage, and Paulo, add to stage. Okay, well, the show's not going to be boring anymore. We're going to have trolls talking about how they shit their pants and didn't notice because the show was so boring. Oh, man.
No, we can talk
Let's
about other boring stuff.
That's right. Meyer, I just saw you over on Howler Mouse just now.
Yeah, yeah.
Is he still going, or is he?
No, he stopped. He was just showing a haul and talking a little bit about Kevin Nolan, because he bought a few comics with Kevin Nolan covers, including an X-Men with Mohawk Storm, and Avengers Spotlight with a Hawkeye.
I don't know who Kevin Nolan is.
Kevin Nolan is one of those guys that has very good art, but never got famous. Except the thing that, well, what did he do that's most famous? Okay, I guess the Aliens cartoons.
I might recognize his art if I saw it. Was there a particular title he was on?
No, that's the thing, because it didn't have. He wasn't very fast. He didn't stay on a comic for long, but he would occasionally draw covers, and those covers would sell better.
Well, see, you and Howler Mouse are younger, and you have nostalgic feelings for the '90s, and he'll show stuff, and it's like, oh, why would you want that? But I understand the Gru comics he was showing. I'm trying to let me. This was a good. I enjoyed this show. David McCallum as the Invisible Man. I may have been the only person in the United States watching it, but he was. It was a fun show. It was like the Invisible Man as a superhero. He wasn't a killer, evil guy. And there was another show I enjoyed. Here it is, and I was really pissed. I kept watching the ratings. I think my mom maybe it was in here. They had the Nielsen ratings, and I'd see it was always at the very bottom. And I thought, man, it's a great show. It was a Mel Brooks, right after Young
Oh man,
Frankenstein,
such a
and it
good
was a
show.
Robin Hood show.
When
And
things
I
were
thought,
rotten.
this is great. I love the theme song, but nobody watched it, and it bombed. And then years later, Mel Brooks decided, I still want to do Robin Hood, and he made some movie, Men in Tights, which
Right.
by that point, Mel Brooks wasn't funny
That show
anymore to
was
me.
great. I actually found an episode of When Things Were Rotten the other day. It popped up in my recommended on YouTube. I watched it.
Yeah, I mean, you
That
can
guy
see it on YouTube now,
Dick
and I'm sure.
Gautier was hilarious. That guy that played Robin Hood in that show was funny AF. That guy Dick Gautier,
Yeah.
he was funny.
And then there was a guy that was later on Barney Miller that was in that the kind of a sarcastic guy with glasses. I don't remember what character he plays. Friar Tuck says, speaking of
Dietrich.
speaking of Robin Hood, Friar Tuck, who's in this, Howler got some coverless appreciate going in his. Howler got some coverless appreciate going in his most recent live video. I think there's some spell correct that's screwing up that message. Coverless comics that I don't know what that means, honestly. Anyway, what's going on, guys?
I'm going to be going to bed earlier today. Tomorrow,
All right.
tomorrow I'm going to the countryside. So it's a 1 hour drive. Here, a 1 hour drive takes me to the countryside, and we have to help my sister move to a different house. So
Don't you love driving?
but we have to drive through countless villages, and we never go over 30.
Oh no, well, that's not good.
Yeah, they don't call them villages over here. That would be cool. That's the premiere of Welcome Back, Cotter, and that's still that Happy Days is when it was still good. It wasn't bad until the third season. Well, I don't know that it was bad, but it was just not not as good. It was not as good. Anyway, let me give you guys all a picture. I like that Trump mask.
Flipping my nails.
This looks like an ad that was written by my mother here. It says, "For the comfort of your eyes, the American Optometric Association recommends adapt the set to room lighting, not the room lighting to the TV set adjustment." Okay, apparently Quasar adjusts the lighting of the TV to the lights in the room. But she was always just like, sit 6 feet away from the TV. You'll ruin your eyes. You'll get filled with radiation. Oh, this was also a good show that I watched that I've completely forgotten. Swiss Family Robinson. It wasn't a Disney production. As
Camera.
far as I know, it might have been.
In the 80s, there was an anime that was also based on the novel, but they totally messed it up. The characters had no relation whatsoever to the original story.
This was the original. There was a Saturday Night Live
Yeah.
with Howard Cosell, and then when what we know as Saturday Night Live came on, they called it Saturday Night. And I think they still say live from New York, it's Saturday night, because technically that's the name of the show, because this was on first I think, but this was on ABC. And I don't know when Saturday Night Live started. Let's see if it's uh on this day. Uh oh, they were showing a Sunday evening Fantastic Voyage. Looks that wouldn't have been. That's probably already gone past the networks. And look at this. What is a mini cam? It's like a gigantic camera, but it's a cam then because you could actually have it on your shoulder. It didn't weigh 800 pounds.
Mhm.
Yeah, I enjoy looking at old shit. Yeah, they're all really happy about these mobile cameras. Uh,
It's like when home computers appeared. They were actually supposed to be called microcomputers.
yeah.
Because they had microprocessors, and they had it's not because of their size. It was because they had microprocessors, and that's why they got to be small. Because the original computers, they were the size of a room.
Okay, this one
But
here,
nobody called them microcomputers. It was always computers.
yeah. Well, this one is still from the 70s, and this one is actually one that I owned always, which this one it just has kind of feels like it has water damage or was handled by sweaty people. It has writing. The ones that I own are gonna look like they just came from the still have gloss on them. Uh, because my mom always bought two TV guides, one for upstairs, one for downstairs. So this would have been my copy. Because as I recall, she wrote mom's copy or den copy on the ones so they wouldn't get confused.
She
This
would
is
buy
from,
them at the supermarket at the checkout, like at the beginning of every week. Is that how she would do it?
yeah, it seems like it was Monday or Tuesday, the new magazines were out, and she'd buy all what she called her rags, the Inquirer and the Globe and those tabloids, and
Or
she'd
yeah,
get this and whatever else when we were at the supermarket, or a lot of times we'd go into this bookstore every Tuesday. Uh, how much were they back? Oh, wait, I don't know what they're asking here. Howler got some cover. I don't even know what that means. How much were they back then? The TV guides? Probably a quarter.
yeah, a quarter of 35 cents or something, maybe.
God damn. I can't. It's
We always had a
it's
subscription, so
it's
all of ours
black.
always had the subscription
Yeah,
stickers on.
no, it's 35 cents. No, we bought them. We never subscribed. This is 1979, so CBS has their ad for their new cartoons. And shit, it's I just damaged it. See, look at that horrible damage. Shit. It's got
You
Mighty
can't hear
Mouse
that.
and Heckle and Jekyll, then Bugs Bunny Roadrunner, which was always on, then the all new Popeye Hour, and then Fat Albert, and then Jason of Star Command, which was it spun off out of Space Academy. Space Academy was a pretty miserable show. but Jason of Star Command felt more like a Saturday morning serial, and the character Jason was more like a Han Solo kind of character, and they had a lot of stop motion animation in it. And I don't think they had Jonathan Harris in it, and I think he was like the teacher on Space Academy or Star Academy or whatever, because he's all. I always got the creepy vibe from him, especially in Lost in Space. But
I liked Arc
Jason's.
2. You remember Arc 2?
I remember Arc 2, yeah. And then they have Tarzan and the Super Seven, which I guess is where that company that makes toys now got their name. And so it's got all these different shows. Uh they have the Batman show that had the Batmite character. They have Web Woman, Tarzan, which was well done, Freedom Force, which had an animated version of Isis in it. It was just a bunch of heroes they came up with instead of licensing them. They tried to come up with their own heroes, but they never. Only Isis was the only character that Filmation created on their own that actually had any traction. Uh, let's see. Let's look at Saturday night. Anyway, I don't know. God damn it.
I liked Banana Splits and all those Banana Splits cartoons and features, but particularly Danger Isle with
Yeah.
Chongo and Jan Michael Vincent. That was such a good show, man.
I mutilated a lot of these damn guides when they weren't old because I cut out all the Saturday Night Live things because I cut them all out to try to almost to so I would know what was on each, who the music guest stars were or whatever. I don't know why. I think I was recording them on audio cassette before VHS was invented, and I used the little cutouts from the TV guide on the cassette, and it's uh oh well. I don't know. Uh yeah, I think I destroyed a lot of TV guides like that. Uh Trying to find things of interest.
Hey, Mask Fest is going on right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's in Ohio.
This is when I think the term Holocaust became what it is now. Because until 1979, if you look at, there's a ton of comic book covers with that say Holocaust on the cover, but after this miniseries about World War II, I think after that it was cemented in everyone's head that when you hear the word Holocaust, it refers to what happened in World War II. Because I've got tons of not tons, but like H is for Holocaust on the front of an Aquaman cover, and just a bunch of.
I
But
don't know
it's
if it had a popular name before then. What would they have called it before then?
I don't know,
I
but
don't either.
I
I don't either. My mother used to tell this story, she told it to me many times, and then I would overhear her telling it to other people. But when they were stationed in Berlin, so they went to Berlin, I think about 1948 or 49, and they were there for a couple of years. She said that when they got there and did in processing, that all of the officers' wives had to go to these orientation or some sort of briefings, and they went to the theater, and she said that they showed them film of those newsreels that maybe were only shown a couple times in the state, but they showed more film of the concentration camps and the ovens, etc., all this stuff. And she said it was like a big deal. People were crying and freaking out in the audience, and it was very upsetting.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how they referred to it, but
I love these masks, man.
yeah, these are. I guess your film. I just now noticed you were doing this, and I guess you're shooting from your computer screen or something.
It's from my phone.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. It looks pretty good. Almost looks like you're there. Oh well, no, it doesn't. Yeah, those vintage masks or brand new newly made ones.
I feel like I'm being bullied right now. I can't hear what they're saying, but I feel like they're picking on me. They're asking me for my milk money.
Yeah, it's almost like they're making fun of the person behind the camera. It almost feels that way, doesn't it? They're
They
pointing at
probably
him.
he's the kid of the company.
Man,
Oh,
I like the colors on
oh,
these. These are great.
He's the
man.
young kid. It's a Monster Kid Studios or something like that.
Oof.
Is this a fairly recent video?
It's
This is new.
from earlier today.
Oh wow, it's today. Okay.
That's going on right now. I wish I was there.
Where's
Where?
this at?
Ohio.
Oh,
Can't bring your cats and dogs with you though.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
it's cool that it turned out to be a town named Springfield, like in The Simpsons, right?
Yeah, it's like it's like the ultimate one of those names that sounds so wholesome and all American
I
Springfield.
think that Springfield is the most common town name in the United States. I think that there's more
Yeah.
Springfields than anything else in all the different states.
There's probably a Springfield everywhere.
Yeah.
These are amazing. Are these expensive, Kevin? Is this like a more expensive than say Zagoni?
He didn't show the one I wanted. There's one I wanted over there.
These are made in small numbers. I'm guessing fairly small numbers.
Yeah, they make like one or two at a time, you know.
Yeah.
Is that a
That
Gomez? It looks like a Gomez
yeah,
Adams one.
yeah. There's Gomez and there's Laurel, and then there's that I forget what his name was. That there's Laurel.
I think making these masks does a number on your lungs after a while. People that work in the special effects industry, um,
Yeah, you're inhaling a lot of fumes. A
You
lot
do it
of
outside. You can't do it inside. You do it outside.
that's the. I think I saw the. I think that's the actual mask they used in Conan the Destroyer with the red hood. Because I remember they cheaped out on the special effects in the second Conan movie so much that I think they were just using that mask that you just showed instead of putting appliances on an actor. Uh,
sorry, what is that? Adhesive?
I think it said hand sanitizer.
Oh, there's
Oh, did
David Lee.
Who is that? He looks familiar.
That's David Lady.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
what did you do?
He's like King of Masks.
Oh,
Oh,
I thought he was someone from Babylon 5 or something. Isn't there someone in some science fiction show that looks exactly like that?
Yeah.
oh yeah, there is a character from like Babylon 5. I think I don't know his name, but I
I
think I know.
figured he was just an actor appearing there.
Yeah, making these masks is similar to shaping surfboards. A lot of guys have problems with breathing and have to wear serious masks and breathing apparatus to not breathe in all of the fumes from the epoxy and
Ah,
the catalyst chemicals that are made that are used, the foam and everything. That's really
well,
badass there. That
yeah,
painting
this
on
is
it.
certainly entertaining. Thank you for providing some entertainment. I'm showing old TV guides. This is a lot better.
Oh, old TV Guides has been fun though too. Got
Yeah,
like
yeah. Yeah, I didn't know there was a whole convention for masks, but I guess this is the perfect time of year with Halloween almost here.
That one on the right looks like Dustin Hoffman from Little Big Man.
Yeah. Yeah, Dick Smith had just been doing those effects for Jonathan Frid in Dark Shadows, and then Little Big Man came along, and he kind of somewhat perfected the old age makeup. What happened to Dustin Hoffman? He's still alive, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard of that. He doesn't make movies anymore, does he? Not very often.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, when did we last see him?
The last time I noticed, he was appearing on that silly comedy series of movies with Bobby De Niro and
Oh yes, Meet the Parents. Those ones, right?
yeah.
Yeah, he
Because
hasn't
Oh,
made
he in
anything
that?
serious and memorable in years. I mean, Marathon Man was what I remember as being really good, and Little
Yeah.
Big Man. What else did he do that stood out? Oh, The
Well, there
Graduate. Obviously, The Graduate.
well, and then Kramer versus Kramer was about 1980, maybe.
Oh, here's
Was that?
Sicko Masks.
It
Oh
was a
man.
big hit.
That's the one I want right there.
Oh,
Oh
really?
yeah.
Cyclops?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Man, this is cool. I like that Lily Munster. There's the girl vampire one, it looks like. That maybe.
Yeah, looks good.
See if he goes back over there. So I reached out to the guy and asked him if he wanted to be on your show, and
Oh yeah.
I sent him a link to the show we did. Remember, I cracked open that book, and then I saw the mask that he made was in that book.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, but all my Trump talk probably scares away a lot of people.
Who's that guy? He looks familiar.
He's the owner of Distortions Unlimited, or Distortions Unlimited. Is that it?
I don't know.
I don't know. I just feel like I've seen him
Yeah,
somewhere.
he made the Invasion of the Saucer Man I have in the other room.
Oh.
Okay.
He made the dead guy underneath the table. He's been making stuff since the 70s.
I think I've seen him at conventions. You know that Kirk Van Hammett convention, Kirk Hammett
Yeah.
convention I went to a few years ago. There were a bunch of guys from different mask and special effects companies that were doing
Yeah.
different demonstrations with like air, like passing air through tubes to make things move. Like they were demonstrating how like the tentacles coming out of the dead husky, they were able to move it during the Thing movie for John Carpenter. There was a bunch of stuff there. They had dead babies that were like pneumatically powered, that they would push a button, it would pop up and move around and stuff.
Yeah, Fangora in the back ad of Fangora magazine would have Distortion stuff on there.
That's
Oh
probably
yeah.
they were.
I'd have pull out my Fangorias sometime. I've got
I want to
all
see
the
all
early
the
issues.
Oh, this guy's the best. This guy's the king. Oh, he went right by it.
Unless you hate when they do that.
These are neat. These look a little like Zagoni, don't they?
This guy's stuff right here is.
Wow, look at that Frankenstein skull with the metal head. That's sick. Wow. Wow.
Oh, he only brought his little stuff. This guy has he has 10-foot tall, life-size giants and stuff. But it looked like he only brought little stuff that'll go on the table.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him.
Oh, this guy's pretty good too.
Wow.
It's Carlin Borisenko starting her anti-socialism show.
I get a kick out of her sometimes. I like her attitude. I don't
Yeah,
necessarily
I don't.
align with her politically and everything, but I think she's funny. I like her.
Yeah, I think the crucial thing she's missing is I think she's a pretty hardcore atheist, and so I think she gets pissed whenever anyone mentions religion. It gets her really angry and sets her off. But yeah, Cleo does not like her very much, and she's really in love with that. There's some neo-Nazi that's real popular with young kids named Nicholas. Is it Fuentes? And she
Yeah.
really
Not
she has a real she's married, but she has a real crush on that guy. She worships him. But I don't know that he's a neo-Nazi, but he's very anti-Semitic, uh, which apparently is a lot of these liberals are very anti-Semitic now because of the whole thing going on in Israel. So there's a lot of that I'm noticing.
that's not anything new. It's been in higher education for decades now.
Oh, has it been? I didn't realize
Yeah.
that. I thought it was a new
When I
thing.
first moved here like 15 years ago, I was working with some younger people in the entertainment industry, and I had friends, and I noticed a guy that was a buddy of mine from work. He's got a big Free Palestine sticker on his bicycle. This was about 2010, and I was like, I didn't say anything, but it seemed odd to me. I was like, why would he have Free Palestine? What does that even mean? It seemed weird to me. And then one time I did a show at this place, and it was like a gallery, like a showcase type thing. And it was the first, and I ended up working there multiple times. But the first time I worked there, the guy that owned the venue, I was introduced by another friend of mine to him. And as the bit I was doing is that I'm a disabled veteran talking about war stories. And he was like, I could tell. So his initial thought was, because of what I'm doing, he thought that I was like some sort of right wing pro-Israel, but it was really weird because this guy was Jewish, but I could tell he was pro-Palestine, and he was bothered initially by the idea that I was going to be patriotic and unkind to maybe Middle Eastern people, which wasn't my bit at all. But it was interesting. I could tell that he's like, is he okay? Like, as I'm helping them unload beverages and everything and set up the bar, and my friend introduces him and he says, so yeah, but we ended up being cool. But it was interesting that so many of those people were really oddly politically aligned. I didn't understand it at the time because I wasn't aware of what was being taught in the university
Yeah,
by these people.
yeah, it's all mysterious to me. I just saw a sign that these masks are $500 each. I'm thinking, wow, that's all. But they are very well crafted. Ooh, that's pretty good. Uh,
That's pretty real.
I
Oh, that's
Oh, is that Travis Bickle?
kind of looked like it.
Whoa, man, this place is insane.
Oh, sorry. What are you guys looking for?
Oh no, he's ignoring customers for us.
Yeah.
Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering.
Uh, I have the Dark Knight
Funko Pops.
Returns.
No, I already showed him that.
People still love Pokemon a lot.
I know it's very big with young kids.
even older people too, even kids in
Yeah,
their 30s, even
right,
adults.
exactly. The ones that were kids in the late '90s, a lot of them are still into it. They held
Yeah,
on to it.
yeah. There's
Yeah,
Pokemon
it's
stuff in my kid's house. Like she likes Pokemon.
yeah, it's just yeah,
Oh,
it's something that
title?
money could be made on.
I
And
have a
Sailor
Dark
Moon.
Knight title.
There's like a
I got a
giant
Dark
Sailor
Knight Death
Moon painting
title.
at their house.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's interesting. They're kids. They're 90s kids.
yeah. I like Sailor Moon. I enjoyed that when it came to American TV in the '90s. Um, Pokemon. I like. There was some weird hypnotic song that there was one little Pokemon character that would put you to sleep or something, and there was some song that some
Snorlax.
Japanese.
That's
You know which one?
yeah. I'm just guessing. I think it's Snorlax.
Yeah, that I like kind of like that little theme song that character had, but I've never really watched. I've never watched Pokemon. But
I
Oh,
used
cool!
to
Look
play
at
the
this.
game with my kids. We used to play this game that was like Pokemon Arena, where it was a video game, maybe
Oh,
from
get ready.
N64 or something. But so I'm familiar because I used to battle my kids.
uh,
I had to
Get
learn
ready.
how to play a lot of video games, or I wanted to because I liked playing with my kids. I played a lot of Grand
yeah.
Theft Auto, a lot of Grand Theft Auto.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've played some of that myself on
And
the.
the one Resident
Oh, look at
Evil,
that.
played a lot of Resident Evil. Whatever was popular at that time, we had it on Xbox or whatever. That was what we were into.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Grand Theft Auto. The one that took place in Los Angeles was the one I was playing.
That's what we played too. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I think it was GTA
Yeah,
4. That was the one
and
that was our favorite.
this
Played it
friend of
That was the
mine
forever.
that
last.
had just
That was the
moved
last
in.
game I played.
This friend of mine that had just moved back from Los Angeles was I was playing and he says, if you just go around the corner, there's a place that has great blah 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 food. And it's like, oh really? This is that realistic that you know exactly where I'm at in Los Angeles and
Look at this. We
there's
just
a
broke the
good
matrix
restaurant
right
around
there.
the corner. What?
We just broke the matrix. You didn't see that?
Uh
Oh, he was
no.
looking at the live stream on his phone, and we were looking at his phone, looking at the live stream while he was looking at it on his phone.
Oh.
These are
Oh,
badass.
okay. Yeah.
These are like a fever dream. Jeez.
But what would have been better is if he was watching our show on his phone when he held it up. Is
That
that
would
what
have
happened?
definitely
No, that's not what happened.
That's pretty
Nobody's
much
that's
watching
what
what
this.
happened.
screen that we're watching. These are sick, man. Wow.
Yeah,
Jeez.
these are
The colors are great.
yeah. It's just it's a rough thing because I collecting them I know would be addictive, but it would be like I want to collect pre-code horror comics. I mean if you could control your buying of them, then it would be okay. But and if you can afford them, but it just oh that I don't like that, man. That's no. I don't like seeing someone's eyeball split. That's kind of like we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I don't like seeing a mouth like that either. That's a little too realistic, you know, for, someone that's dying. I don't mind that lizard person, but, sometimes sometimes it can be pushed a little too far, even for me. Um,
I would
what?
say that mask people have got a stereotype. There's definitely everybody looks similar. A lot of these people look like they're of the same cut from the same silk or whatever.
Hey, there's
Yeah,
those
yeah.
vampire teeth behind him I was just talking about. See if he shows it over to the left.
Badass right
Teenage
there.
werewolf. Do you
There it is. There
Oh,
it is. Look at that.
oh wow.
oh yeah.
It's like the figure I got.
What is this on YouTube? What you're showing us?
Yeah, this is Monster Resurrection.
Oh, I don't know that I subscribe to that channel.
Yeah, that Peter Lorre mask. That this kid is the one that made it.
Oh,
What kid?
Kid behind the
Has
camera.
this channel. The kid that
Oh, the
owns
kid
this
behind the
channel.
camera. Okay. 'Cause none of these people look like kids.
No, the kid behind the camera is probably the youngest kid there.
Yeah.
Yeah, masked people are a lot cooler looking than comic people, aren't they? They don't look like they smell as bad, that's for sure. They look like they're a little smarter.
Yeah.
More tattoos. I'm seeing. I'm guessing there's more and they also look like a lot of them are in shape, right? They look like they're kind of lanky, a little sinewy. The masked people.
There's yeah.
Oh, this guy, I know this guy. He used to live out here.
The masked people tend to be into monsters, but I think the people see and Rat Fink and Famous Monsters and Crimson Ghost, but if you went
And
to a horror convention, you would see a different breed of people than what you're seeing here. I think you would see more of the
Yeah,
people into slasher movies,
so
and
this
and
is a
they're
horror convention, and they divided it up. Half of it's called Mask Fest, and the other half's the horror convention with all the slasher guys.
okay. So the slasher people are going to have more tattoos. Not that there's anything wrong with tattoos, but they're going
Yeah,
to
they'll have
be.
scare scenes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. You can just kind of tell the difference, but they're. I don't know. I remember seeing Chud in the theaters.
But these guys are really smart because yeah, you're like a chemist, and you're
Mhm.
working with your hands.
And you have to be an
Yeah,
artist, painter.
You're an artist. You have a trade.
Yep. Wow.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. There's a lot to this. A lot.
yeah. If you have, yeah, and that Jerry the Jitterbug is like this, but with comics, as far as being able to. Uh, he doesn't. He. It's not. What does he do? It's not restoration. He calls it uh, uh, maybe it is restoration. I don't know what it. He has some other term for it.
Who was that salt vampire? That wasn't June Lockhart, was it? Who was that?
That was
The
Star
salt.
Trek. Oh, you mean what
No, but
actress played her?
she was McCoy's first love or something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, it wasn't June. I don't remember her name.
She was an old actress. She had some
Yeah,
fame to her name, I think.
yeah. That was the very first episode of Star Trek aired, but it was like maybe the fourth Star Trek episode filmed, but it was the first one that actually was aired on NBC. And today's the anniversary of the
That's
first.
cool.
Oh yeah, it's the first episode of the first.
What is it? Future World? It's like Future World.
No, it's the $6 Million Man toy.
Oh,
It's
yes, Maskatron.
mask. Yeah, it's and they made one a mask of the way that the $6 Million Man 12-inch action figure looked with the.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
great. I never had Maskatron. I always wanted that figure.
that's a Hugo that's a Hugo mask there.
Oh, is it a Hugo mask? I didn't see. Oh, it
Well,
is.
that is, but there was one that's just the part that goes over his eyes that was down on the green table there.
Oh, was it? It was the appliance that goes
Yeah,
over
an
his eye.
appliance you put over his
Mask.
eyes and nose.
Let me
Ranger
pause
mask.
this and we'll come back.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can't pause Instagram.
Oh, is that Instagram?
You can't pause Instagram.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. That's not on YouTube. That's why it was okay.
I'll go back to it. Hold on.
Oh, that's fine. I'm sorry, Paulo. We'd be completely ignoring you. I forgot you were there. Paulo, you're not really into the monster stuff so much, I don't think.
No, I think I explained once. the contemporary aesthetics that I'm into are more into science fiction, and they follow more what happened with the 2001 movie.
2001. Okay.
Yeah, because even though 2001 has, of course, its horror component, because you have people, you have a group of people stuck in a haunted house. It just happens to be in outer space, and the ghost is a computer.
Yeah.
But in general, the notion of physical horror, I find it a bit boring. Most of those monsters are easy to kill, but they make it purposely difficult for the people in the story, just so we can have some drama.
Yeah. Well, I just always loved monsters, but I don't really like what comes out today. But
But that's one of the reasons I prefer TNG over the original Star Trek. The original Star Trek wastes a lot of time on monster type characters.
Yeah, that's what I like about it.
that's I'm the opposite way.
Yep. Hey,
Yeah.
Paulo, can I ask you a car question real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so I've got that BMW and I drove it 150 miles the whole way up there. It did great, right? I got to high elevation, like about 4,000 feet, and it started hard idling at stops. So whenever I go less than 10 miles an hour, it goes like this. Bum, 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 bum. But then when I'm going between 10 and 80, it like runs like a top. But when I come to a stop, it's like bump, 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 which I don't. What? It was just recently.
Okay. At that height, you have the air is more rarefied. Is your car still carbureted?
Yeah.
Okay.
So. I mean, you would know better than me. It's a stock.
I'm not sure it is.
325i.
Oh no. That's no 2005. It's definitely injection. They didn't make carburetors anymore at the time.
No, it's definitely.
Then yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then it shouldn't be a problem. You have less power at higher revs because the air is more rarefied and you can't burn the fuel as efficiently. But idling at, you shouldn't notice.
So as soon as my ears popped, the car was like when I would come to a stop, it was definitely louder.
Okay, yeah. You shouldn't notice it like that, no.
But it only does it like, I mean, when I'm like driving, it's perfectly fine. But when I come to a stop, it's like it feels like it wants to go fast. Now, could that be because I haven't driven this thing and blown it out like at freeway speeds in 3 years prior to last Monday?
Yeah, you need to do that once in a while. I had to dump my car. I had to dump my car last year because it needed some repairs and I couldn't fix it. So now I'm carless. But I had that car for over a decade. And I used to do 75 miles a day, going to and from and coming from work. And when I left that job, the car started doing a mile a day, or less. And whenever I needed to go on the highway, I noticed the car had a hard time going past 60.
Oh, so that could just be it. It's a performance car that's supposed to be driven at performance speeds and usage, and I barely drive it the last few years. So
yeah, you need
when I move to the new place. But I mean, I've been living in the city and don't even need a car. I mean, it's been parked in the garage for years, basically.
Yeah, you do need to take it out for a while and drive. You can drive it mostly normally, but when you have an open road, press on the gas, then take it out, then press on the gas again, and you probably need to clear the injectors. there's all. It's not supposed to accumulate sludge, but it does. And if you have gas, if you don't drive the car a lot, and you have gas in the fuel lines, and you start driving, then you're trying to whatever gas is there, that's no longer liquid. It turns into a paste. It starts getting little clumps. So you try to get the clumps through an injector, which is like this
That
size.
sounds like it might be it, Paulo, because you know what? That sounds like it might be it, because it runs better when it's ran better when it was down low and I filled it up completely with brand new premium gas like I did the other day, and it did way better. So
So you should use premium gas at least for a while, because it'll clean up the injectors. Then you can go back to standard, although it's not a good idea to use American standard fuel on European performance cars.
Yeah, I've never used American. I've always used premium on it.
Right.
Only have anyway, let's move on because we lost 10 viewers just talking about it.
Well, good. I'm glad they're gone. Did that really happen?
Somebody said that. I thought I read in a comment that said we just lost 10 viewers.
Yeah, Paranoid says that, but I wasn't really watching. Someone just came back, I guess. I don't know. Maybe something amazing came on another channel. Let's see.
And no, I've never driven this car over 100. I've never had this car like probably over 80 or 85. I had cars in the past that I used to drive fast because I was young and kind of crazy, but this time I drive like an old lady now. You know?
Yeah, your car is it's automatically limited to 130, which they do that for US spec models. But yeah, you should try driving 70, 75, 80 up to 100 if you can. Watch out for the highway patrol.
But yeah, it'll do better if I blow it out like that at some speed, right? Yeah.
The fastest car I ever drove. Well, I drove the Nissan GTR for a while once, but I wasn't the one who test drove it. Porsche 911 Turbo. It was the 997. I didn't drive the Lambo when we had one. We usually didn't get the fast cars because we didn't have enough sales. But we did have stuff like that. Mercedes S600 about 12 years ago. Man, once I got to test drive the Series 7 long body, and it was a very unpleasant experience because I didn't want to be driving it. I wanted to be in the back seat with my feet up because it was the long body. So it's a car that's not meant to be driven. It's not a car that's meant for you to drive. It's a car where it's meant for you to have a driver take you somewhere. And they wrote the text like that.
I don't know. Paranoid has a question mark. I don't know what that means. Doesn't understand something, possibly. I don't know. Oh, wait, I missed out on something. It says, tune up, Meyer, go wild, take it over 100. Then he asks, what's the fastest? Then he has question mark.
But the thing is, we test drive a lot of normal cars. That's what we do the most. I mean, I'm picking up a Nissan Qashqai in 2 weeks. And the Qashqai is sold 2 generations ago. It was sold in Europe. It was sold in the US as a Rogue Sport, which means it was a compact SUV.
I forgot how to do this, man.
Are you trying to become Doctor Strange?
No, I'm trying to create sort of. There's some special effect that you can create. No, man. Maybe it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, you have to have something. Yeah.
It's you got to move your thumbs in. There you go.
There it is.
I had my thumbs out.
Yeah.
Then what was the way you could make it rain? Was it this? Oh. Wish you could
You
make
can do
your
the
head
V. You can do
explode
the
like
V too.
Skinner's.
Baphomet
You can
symbol that Jack Nicholson did at the end of The Shining. What was that
no.
one?
You can do the V sign. I think
Can
it'll
you
do
guys
something.
do it too, or
No,
is it
no, we
just
can't.
only I
You,
can?
yeah,
Oh, that makes it rain.
yeah. Makes it rain.
What is that even for, man?
The making it rain. Oh, that thing. You have something installed in the computer. I think it's in. I can't remember because Jared has the same thing on his computer, and he does that by accident on the show. But he usually does a lot of those when we start the show and when we end the show. But it's something he has installed in his Mac. I can't remember what it is.
First time that happened, I was just talking, and all of a sudden there was one of these. I can't do it now. There was this.
Yeah,
I
we
don't.
thought people were trolling us or making
I
or
thought I was getting trolled that someone
thumbs
had
down.
figured out how to put a thumbs down next to me, and I just started ranting about just about all these people. I thought it was. It sounded like a madman. Uh, so I don't know. So what else is good as far as comic book shows nowadays on YouTube or anything? It's like what are some good shows to watch?
Depends what you're looking for.
People into older comics. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sometimes I was really entertained by a couple of videos. I still haven't gone back and watched them, where this guy was finding all this stuff in a garage and in a basement. And
Yeah, I still haven't watched all of those either. Pop comics.
yeah, those were a lot of fun. And Paranoid's a sticky goose. He's hit and miss. He's really someone into more recent comics, but I his trolling can be funny, sort of. But I mean, I understand why he's pissed because he's been steered wrong into collecting the wrong way. But lately, he's just been doing videos about his Spider-Man collection, and apparently somebody is somebody that one of these people that everybody hates in the comic book industry created. Apparently, the Venom. There's a bunch of these Venom symbiotes, and they have a god that they worship. And some guy created this god, and he's got this god is going to be in a new Venom movie. And this guy put up a big thing on Instagram or somewhere that just says money in the same lettering font as the Venom logo. And apparently he's butthurt that he's not getting money for a character he created for Marvel that's about to be in a movie. I don't know the guy's name, but apparently he's pissed people off in the past. I don't remember, but he did a video about that. It was um, I can't even remember. It mattered nothing to me because I've never read a Venom comic, and I don't really care about any of that. But
well, I never found Venom very interesting as a villain, and it was definitely less interesting when they turned him into a anti-hero.
that's the character. That's the guy, Donnie Cates.
Donny
What he
Cates,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
he's
no,
apparently upset that he created something in a work for hire situation, and now
that guy's an actual
Yeah,
cuck, like an actual cuck.
yeah. Cates likes to think he's smarter than he actually is, and he probably didn't read the contract, or I think he's the type of guy who's happy to work for, happy to tell people he works for Marvel, and then they pay him peanuts, and he probably doesn't get any residuals.
yeah, I
He's
think
been
the guy has insulted fans, or I
hated.
forgot what or he had some political opinion that everyone hated. I forget what he's for some reason hated. What do we
Hey,
got
check this
here?
out. You know, this is that new. This is the paperback version of this new Penguin Books Marvel compilations that they're putting out. This is the Avengers one. Really
Uh,
nice. It's got, like, embossed covers, and on the inside it has like selected reprints even includes letters pages in here. But the
Uh-huh.
problem with this series is that every one of the books has woke introductions by current individuals that are employed by Marvel. So
Yeah.
this introduction right here, I just want to read you a second of it. It's the title. It
Sure.
just says "The Avengers as America," and it says President Barack Obama said on more than one occasion, "quote America's diversity is America's strength." And then he has, look at this. He's got Obama 2010 in parentheses. So it's just pushing this woke agenda. You know, unity is the strength of the Avengers, not diversity. Unity is the strength of America, not diversity. So, you know, I want to read my comics, but before I read my comics, I have to get pissed off because of some leftist that is subverted.
Yeah.
If whoever that person is had ever read an Avengers story, you know that what makes the Avengers unique is their ability to adapt to situations. The Avengers is a team where you have the best operatives that you need for the mission. Not okay. We have to fill up a quota. In fact, there was a whole storyline about quotas where the Falcon was forced to join against his will, and he made fun of the whole situation.
This guy's name is Jose Alanes. Do you know who that is?
I have no idea.
Probably a current Marvel creator. Usually the
No, I've never. That guy probably has nothing to do with comics at all.
Oh, maybe you're right. It might be like yeah. You might be right. Lee Bardugo. It's just anyway. The stories are great. The reproductions are great. So, and they're inexpensive. So, if you find these, I recommend it. If you just don't read the introductions.
So they just do they do them on basically on characters that normal people know about from the movies?
Yeah, like they've made Spider-Man, they've made Fantastic Four, they made a Black Panther one, which is kind of funny. Like Black Panther, how does he? I mean, he's a great character, and that's cool and everything. I bought it because it's all the old stuff, and but how does he fit in with the Avengers, Spider-Man, Fantastic Four? It's kind of like he's a B-list character, but they've thrown him in there because of current politics and popularity.
Well, I mean, I guess the only
movies,
thing.
Yeah, but the only thing they can actually print that's actually interesting to read is the Jungle Action Run, written by Don McGregor.
That's what's in here. The Black Panther version of this is all the Jungle Action stuff from the beginning.
Yeah, and I bet they have a disclaimer about all the characters in the Black Panther story are horrible distortions of black people when the artist was Billy Graham.
Right. They all have disclaimers and say that it's culturally insensitive. You may find it culturally insensitive or something.
Hey,
we left it in there.
Hey, moron! The artist was black. The artist was black.
Right. They're like, we want to change Luke Cage and not him seem like he's an exaggerated stereotype that was created by a black man that was, it was drawn by Billy Graham. Why would you think that's an exaggerated stereotype when it was?
Well, it's probably more of the dialogue.
Don
McGregor.
But look, Don McGregor probably is the only guy that was halfway informed of what was going on in Africa in the late 60s and early 70s, because Tony Isabella certainly was not. I have a feeling from what he wrote in Luke Cage and in Black Lightning that he's never met a black person in real life, and then he's also a super lefty when he's online. But his work is full of stereotypes about black people because he's probably never met one.
So when I was a kid, I assumed Don McGregor was black because of that independent comic that he did afterwards for Pacific. What was it called? What's that one? Saber?
Saber, yeah.
Was it Saber or Sable?
When I was in high school and I was working in the comic shop, and just because of the way that comic book looked and was made, I just thought that that both of those, that Don McGregor and Billy Graham, I thought they were both black guys. I didn't even know that Don McGregor wasn't black. I thought he was, because he was creating so much black content. It seemed like,
Mhm.
I was attracted to it.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Yeah. But the artist on Saber was Marshall Rogers, I believe. So
Right, it was Marshall.
yeah, yeah. But Don McGregor wrote Wakanda as it was supposed to be written. If you were writing about Africa in the 60s, 70s, the only thing you have is that you have a super technological hidden society in Africa alongside all the other nations. And how do all of the other nations behave? Jealously. Because what don't the Wakandas do? Share their technology. That's what they're supposed to do. Not we are here and we are liberating Black Africa. No, you're not liberating Black Africa. You hate everybody. That's why you're Wakanda. In fact, T'Challa is probably the most liberal ruler they've ever had.
Right. He came to the New World. He left and purposely come to the New World to intermingle.
Yeah. There's one character, Kabi. He's one of my favorite characters precisely because we don't need to interact with the outsiders, and it doesn't matter if they're black or white. They're outsiders. He doesn't want to interact with anybody. He's probably one of the most racist characters in the Marvel universe. But he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. People don't understand that African tribes in general are suspicious of each other, don't like each other. If they have to be next to each other, they're most interested in comparing their differences than what they have in common, and they try to guard their own society as best as possible. Not just from influences from the Western world and from Europe and America, but they are not interested in giving neighboring tribes any advantage over them.
So that Black Panther book
here as well, the Native Americans, pretty similar type stuff. They were constant battles and
it's this idea of the noble savage that they want to protect, as if they don't have integrated societies, even with a lower technological level. African societies always they always had their own rules. They functioned, they had laws, they had habits, they had traditions. It's not like, okay, we are living in harmony with nature. That never happened anywhere. Nobody has ever lived in our harmony with nature, because nature is trying to kill you. It's what nature does.
So that book reprints all of the jungle actions. The Black Panther one.
Yeah, I forget what the numbers, but it's a big. They're like 400 pages, so it starts like Jungle Action number 6 or something to about number 30 or something like that, 27 or something.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like an interesting book. Yeah, I just couldn't believe they decided to make a Black Panther movie without the Black Panther in it. That was just a brilliant decision.
Yeah. Let's make it about Shuri, because Shuri is just such an interesting character.
Yeah. And then totally destroy the Submariner. It's just like
the action figures sales on everything that these characters that we're talking about and stuff. The action figure sales are hilarious, right?
Really?
So they come out with these characters that are made to look like the character, the action figures that are made by the Marvel Legends, right? So they've got like a $25 price point, and now 2 years later they can't sell them for like $6.99 a piece. Still, they're like, every location is just filled with these terrible characters from that Disney has used in these movies, the Star Wars ones and the Marvel ones, and nobody buys them, and it's just like, it's a horrible thing. It's hilarious. That's funny.
Just, Justin is asking what the price is on these thick Marvel books, and if the text is really
let me check. So So this was $28 cover price, but I bought it on sale on Amazon for 18, so it was $10 off on Amazon.
Huh.
So they're all about 20 or 28 or $30, but you can find them marked down for some reason. You could probably find these at places like Ollie's or something like that. I don't know. They're
Yeah.
it's kind of marked.
I wish I'd gone to Ollie's when I had one near me before I moved. I wonder if Kevin's got any of those. It looks like he's got his camera face down, but he might have some of those. Have you ever asked him, or do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't asked.
Oh boy. What were the first comics that you bought, Paula?
I'm sure they were Disney's, but I don't have any of them anymore. There was a time when I started buying more superhero comics. But because if my sister was around, my dad would also buy a comic for her. It was usually something Disney. But she didn't mind Disney's, but she wasn't crazy about comics like I was. And whatever Disney's I had, I gave her because they were little kids' comics. Then she grew out of comics, and I didn't keep the Disney's. I had because I didn't feel like I had a reason to. But now I wish I had kept all of those comics. They were still about 80, so not many, but still it would have been interesting to have them because it was from the time when there were still the U.S. international studios were still getting some stories published there. Instead, before the publisher started using almost exclusively the Italian Disney stories. But now they're gone. I'm not sure my mom would have let me keep them anyway, because trying to explain to her that I need to find a place to stash 80 comics that were on my sister's room and now they're in my room.
Paranoid Android's asking you if there's any good or what's the best car-related comic book series.
Charlton used to have a bunch, but I've never read those stories. I know that there was an ongoing character in a few of the titles called Rick Roberts. The cars were very realistic for contemporary cars, and that's probably the best known car feature in the U.S. Frank Frazetta used to have a newspaper strip as well. I can't remember what it was called, but it moved away from cars from the cars after a while, from the racing.
Charlton did a lot of hot rod. Yeah.
The Frazetta Johnny Comet. There was a reprint a few years ago. I had ordered it. They canceled. The publisher canceled, and when they put it back in previews, I didn't notice, and I ended up not buying it. But in Europe, we have a few of those. The longest running is Michel Vaillant in France, goes back to 1957. There was a short-lived competitor in the 70s called Alain Chevalier. In the UK, in Tiger Magazine, which is a comic book magazine about sports. They had one series about a Formula One driver named Skid Solo, which is a pretty cool name.
Have you ever seen the American comic magazine called Cartoons? Have you ever heard us talk about that?
Say that.
I've heard about it, yeah, but I've never seen it.
There was one called Cartoons, and there was one called Drag Tunes, and yeah, it was all through the 60s and into through the 70s, and recently I was in a Walmart, several years ago, and I looked over at the newsstand and thought I was dreaming. There was an issue of Cartoons. Someone bought it and brought it back with the original logo, but it was, like Mad Magazine. It was the same size, like a comic magazine, black and white. It was never that funny. It usually had some pretty good artwork, but it was just something that was always there. And then DC had a Hot Wheels series for a little bit, right? I think around 1969 when those toys started coming out. It was
and there was a
promoting
cartoon
the
show.
toys. And what?
There was a Saturday morning
cartoon as well. Yeah, I don't think the cartoon had anything to do with the DC comic. They were just both spun off out of the toy. Or am I wrong?
I don't know. I feel like the comic was the same as the cartoon, but I could be wrong.
The same characters. It could
Yeah,
be. Yeah, they had some characters and stuff.
Yeah, the the
But
the, the Michel Vaillant comic had an animated series in the late '80s. It was a co-production between a French studio and a Canadian studio. So there was an English language version, and in the US it was marketed as Heroes on Hot Wheels, although it had nothing to do with the Hot Wheels property.
yeah,
It was called
yeah,
the character was renamed Michael Valiant.
huh?
Which is kind of funny because it doesn't make as much sense if he's American because his sidekick is American. The sidekick in the French comics is called Steve Warson. They start out as friendly rivals in the first graphic novel, but by the fifth or sixth graphic novel, they become teammates. Because they introduce a new villain, a yellow peril character called the Leader. It is their rival. He has a rival team, but the leader's drivers always cheat, like they're Dick Dastardly.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever get Speed Racer over there when you were a kid? Did you watch the Speed Racer cartoons?
I didn't. I saw Speed Racer on what cartoon? No, it was by the late '90s, and I was already a late teen by then, so I wasn't as interested.
That was good, man. I was just racing. Every episode would be a different kind of race, and this character Racer X was really cool. He was kind of the best character on the show. He was the hero kind of, I think.
Yeah,
Speed
a
Oh
few
yeah.
years ago,
So
there used to be a car in the Japanese GT Championship, which ran as the number 5, and it was painted like the Mach 5.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. That's cool.
yeah,
Yeah,
Cleo. I was just Greta. I was just gonna wait late because I wasn't hungry, and then it looks like Aesop's Fable was saying the same. He was remembering the. Yeah, it had Neil Adams art. I guess.
yeah, I thought that was like a possibility that you could have the push button steering wheel and like the car would do things like that. I was like 5 or 6 when I first started watching that. So I loved that car, the things that it could do. It would like stilts and it could drive over another car, you know?
Yeah, and I really, if you ever watch on YouTube, you can see the original Japanese language episodes, and it's interesting to see how it originally looked.
Yeah, I've only watched that.
The what's really cool is the opening credits sequence and how it's different. It's the same basic theme, but in Japanese, and but same tune. But there's footage of him driving his car through giant dinosaur skeletons being shot at. It's like more like Johnny Quest kind of action during the opening credits. But that cartoon as a kid, I would watch it and see the cars fly off the track and explode in giant flames. I'm thinking, well, that person's not alive. And then Speed Racer would go, oh, it's fucking. It's
Yeah,
like,
like
man, there's a lot of
the
people being
little
killed
kid
in this
and the
cartoon.
monkey would be stuck in the trunk. So then you'd be worried that the little kid and the monkey got exploded and burned to death or something, but he would like save them at the last second.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, are these characters supposed to be Asian or are they supposed to be Italian? Because his dad and it just looked like he's an Italian guy, but it's like you don't really know what they are, but clearly they're supposed to be Japanese. But I don't know. The dad sure looked like he was from Italy to me. I don't know. I just I don't know. This is someone's. I was just about to say the Last Frontier, the Speed Racer movie is a guilty pleasure. Last time I mentioned that movie, it's like everyone's saying, "I love that movie." I don't remember who it was.
I've heard people say good things about it too. I haven't seen it yet though.
It's just, I all my childhood, I thought, "Wow, this would be an amazing live action movie," and then this movie comes out by the the Matrix guy that after he's no, don't want to. I need to be careful what I say, but after he started wearing a dress, well, one of those brothers, one of them, it's okay, it's perfectly all right if you decide you want to wear a dress, but that movie was strange. It's just I don't know why they decided, well, let's make it this computerized. I was thinking, make it totally realistic, but it's, I don't know. It's just, it's, to me, it's, God damn, these commercials on Rumble now, and you can't stop them. There's commercials on YouTube that drive you crazy unless you pay them money each month. And Rumble didn't used to have these, and now they're horrible, that never end infomercial commercials before the show starts. Sons of bitches.
Yeah, it never
Uh,
used to be that way, and they've gotten worse as far as the skipping and the clicking through the commercials. At least on my algorithm here, where I'm at, the
yeah,
commercials are lengthier and more common than they ever were before.
yeah. Wacky
Regardless,
Races, yeah, was also a comic book as well as a cartoon. Yeah,
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 I loved the Wacky Races. It was
yeah.
great.
I heard that YouTube is blocking the ad blockers, but mine still works. So I don't know
Go.
if they're only blocking in North America.
It
It could
could
be
be.
because we have some data protection rules. So that might be something that they have against them. Eh?
Yeah, there's really political stuff going on with it. Well, if I ever accidentally have some song playing in the background, and sometimes it'll trip the copyright claim, and it'll say, "This is not a strike, and it doesn't affect your channel, and it's okay." It's basically you can never monetize which is great for them. They don't want you to monetize. They want you to not ever be able to get any money from them. But it'll say, uh, because it has this copyright claim, it's not going to be available for viewing. The last time it happened, it was a punk rock song, and they said this video will not be able to be viewed in Russia or Belarus. It's like, so they just that song. So Russia and Belarus are going to be punished by not being able to hear that particular punk rock song. And in the past, it used to say Russia, North Korea, Cuba, and it was just a list of Iran. It was a list of countries that the United States government doesn't like weren't going to be able to see your show because you put some song in it. It's like, well, the people there are miserable. Let them hear some nice music. How's that going to hurt if they hear it? Or you think, well, do they just have stricter copyright laws in those countries? I don't think so. It never made any sense, but yeah, it looks like it's to punish, countries that are not on board with whatever the. Yeah, I mean, it's like I was on this Rumble. It gives you an option to skip past the commercial, but if you don't hit the skip button quick enough, if the skip option goes away, you've got to sit through the whole commercial. And I don't know what this is, but I was just trying to get to something. But anyway, yeah. So as far as cars and comics, it's not really. I can't really think of anything else as far as a genre of. There were the car magazines were always next to the comics. There was always Hot Rod and Rod and Custom were the most interesting ones to me. There was Car Craft, but Rod and Custom and they seem to be more about hot rods, and which is kind of adjacent to monsters because monsters were always part of the culture of the hot rod people. because of Big Daddy Roth and the T-shirts with monsters and all the little bubblegum cards and T-shirts with monsters driving hot rods, and then pinups. You know, they always have some girl in a bikini next to the car. So those magazines were like somewhere in between the monster magazines and the Playboys. Existed this car magazine that had elements of everything a 14-year-old boy would like, but I don't know. Then there were the magazines that were more serious about how the cars field tested and everything, and then there were these. I don't know. That's how I always viewed it. There's, it was just a wonderful world of magazines before the internet came along and ruined everything. Um, I enjoyed magazines and comics. I'm sad that they went away. There was Model Railroader that my older brother read, all about building really cool, realistic worlds that you could have your train go around in. And uh, let's see what people are talking about here. Oh, Zork is back. Came back to check in, guys. Someone is causing a feedback audio loop and it's making the stream nigh unlistenable. For your information. Oh, that's just Kevin at Gotham City Comics. I think that's what's going on. Let me see if I can try to mute him. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I like to torture my viewers. But then he'll probably start trying to talk to us and we won't know it. But I'll do that for you, Zork. I just got used to it. I just consider that part of the ambiance of this show is hearing whatever horrible stuff. It's probably the sound of his cash register breathing or something next, or some electronic field that's going on there. This commercial's still going on, man. God,
Yeah.
I like to.
Who the hell does a 5 minute 30 seconds video as a commercial on the internet? Nobody listens to anything for 5 minutes 30 unless it's something that they're really interested in.
It's all some conspiracy thing. I'm just trying to watch Benjamin Fulford from last night. Benjamin Fulford is this guy. He's like an expatriate. I guess he was Canadian. He's over in Japan. Apparently, his girlfriend or was killed by because he's an enemy. So he's there and he's thinks he's got all this information about what's really happening in the world, and he does a video every Friday night telling you what's going on in the world, and then he answers a few questions from people, and then his show's over. So I was trying to record his show from last night. Benjamin Fulford. It's Fulford, but apparently the emphasis is on the second syllable. But according to this guy, there's all these different Donald Trumps that are not real. There's one real Trump, and he's down in the whatever that is supposedly down underground in Colorado, where what is that Cheyenne count? What is that thing where they have a whole underground city supposedly,
NORAD.
Cheyenne Mountain or whatever. He's sometimes sounds like the guy is really sane and rational and is really filling you in on what's really going on in the world. And he starts talking about these this crazy shit. You watch people on YouTube and it's like, wow, that's really insightful. And then they start talking about the earth being flat, and it's like, oh man, I thought this one really knew what he was talking about. Now he's just another nut. I don't know.
So this is kind of good news that I noticed just yesterday. So, I was up at the kids at their place all week, and they're like non-political, even though they're fans of Sam Hyde. There's like some of the things that they watch cross over into our area, but they're not open. It's not never. I can just tell it's not. This isn't a place or an opportunity or a time for me to push my agenda upon these kids. If you understand, I don't want to turn them off because they're doing their own thing. They're really not that interested from what I
Yeah.
can see. But yesterday, for the first time before I left, I turned on the TV and went on their YouTube app, and I went to, I don't remember what I was searching, but I clicked on search, and you know how you can see what the previous searches have been. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
How you can see.
yeah.
And Tucker Carlson and Art Bell were on there, and I was like, "What?" It made me instantly happy. I was like, "What the hell?"
You sure
They
it wasn't the
watched
last
the
time you
Tucker
visited
Carlson
them?
video and an old Art Bell like radio. And I was like, "Oh wow, okay, I feel better about them."
Well,
But then they
Tucker
also have a bunch
Carlson.
of Sam Hyde stuff up on the wall, so that makes me feel better too. And they're kind of counterculture people, but they're not interested in talking about Trump or Kamala Harris. You know, she's young and she's still concerned about things like what do they call it? About abortion. Yes. You know,
Yeah.
that's like
Well,
that's a major issue. She's a young lady and she's on TikTok all the time, and she has peers that I think are, you know, aligned feminine wise and LGBTQY, all that stuff that comes with being a young woman. She's exposed to it, but he isn't, and so I don't want to push in any way,
yeah. Who's Sam
especially
High?
since
Are
we
you
might
maybe
end
Cliff
up being
High?
neighbors. You know?
I don't know who Sam High is.
Sam Hyde is a kind of a right
Hyde.
wing comedian. You know, he's
Oh,
a
okay.
yeah, he's very edgy. He kind of I wouldn't even say that he's right wing. How would you describe Sam Hyde, Paula?
Sam Hyde. I don't know.
You know who that is?
Oh,
No,
you don't know who he
I
is?
have.
He's a conservative comedian. He used to do a show on Comedy Central that was canceled because of his political opinions. He did a reality. He does a reality show that's just on YouTube. It's very popular. It's called Fish Tank, and it's a take on Big Brother.
Oh,
And one of the guests on the show multiple times has been Alex Stein. So that
oh,
also, it was like, oh, so you guys know who Alex Stein was? And they said, oh, he's hilarious. We love Alex Stein. I was like,
oh.
that's great. You know, I do a little dance in my brain. I pretend I don't get excited, but I'm like, okay, that's good. I know who he is. I like that guy. So it's like kind of
Yeah. Well, if
heartening
they
a
if
little
they
bit. They're
like
not
Alex
smoking.
Stein, that's a real good sign. I was able to apparently fast forward past that. Um, yeah, I thought you meant Cliff High at first. You know Cliff High.
No, no, I mean,
H.
this guy's name is Sam Hyde. The first time I ever
Yeah.
saw him was at He Will Not Divide Us. He showed up to He Will Not Divide Us and
Oh,
trolled a
okay.
Ah,
bunch of those people that were at that
mm,
thing that happened, remember? And a lot
yeah.
of it, like Brittany Venti was in love with him. She knew exactly who he was and
Uh,
everything. And I was like, who is this Sam Hyde guy? So I searched it up and found out that he's hilarious. He's really funny.
yeah. I think they'll come around pretty soon. It sounds like they're on the right road.
I think so
And
too. Well,
Tucker Carlson is about as clued in as anybody. And if they're watching him, they'll yeah. And Tucker Carlson comes across very well. He's about as well spoken as anybody. He would have been actually a good vice presidential candidate for Trump. I think. I don't know if he wants to. Uh, God
you know who
damn,
Art
this it
Bell
won't
is?
end.
Art Bell is dead now, I think. Did you know who
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was? You know who Art Bell was?
You talking to Paula?
Yeah, I was asking Paula if he knows
No,
who Art Bell
Have you
was.
ever heard of a guy
no,
named
no,
Art Bell?
no.
He
He
was,
was
well, you kind of have to live in this country to know who Art Bell is.
maybe probably not international.
AM radio, late night in the 90s and in the early 2000s. No matter where you went in the United States, you'd hear a radio station playing Art Bell, and he'd go pretty much all night. And he was a guy out of, so he was like living maybe in some trailer home in
Nevada or
in it
Arizona,
somewhere near what
Area
Arizona
51. Yeah, somewhere
Area
near Area
51,
51 or something.
and he did a show about UFOs or weird phenomena. It was just always on, and every every Halloween he'd do a show where people would call in and tell true ghost stories that they'd experienced. That was pretty intense. But and he was married to some woman that I think was a witch. But he was an ex Air Force guy, and he sounded very. Anyway, he passed. Then he divorced her and married some woman from the Philippines who I think was 18 years old.
Yeah, started a whole
So,
new family. Yep, little kids and everything.
um,
I
but
think.
anyway, yeah, that was Art Bell. He was an interesting guy, but those ghost stories were scary as heck.
I like
It's
when
like,
crazy people would call in. Obviously, crazy people calling in, but
yeah.
Art is real flat, and he treats everybody with ultimate respect. So, like a guy calls in and says that he's a time traveler and that he's from the future, and that and would lay out this whole thing, and Art would just take him completely serious. And that's so.
Oh, he'd
How,
give them
how
hours
what
of
powers cars in your timeline? What makes cars go? And the guy's all, cars run on water or something like. It would be something like that, like. These ridiculous things, but very entertaining
and
show.
he's the first guy where you really started hearing about remote viewing, and he'd have on these people that did remote viewing where they could like in a trance or go to sleep and dream. They could, I don't know, astro project. I don't know what the hell it was, but they could see the future and stuff. It's, I guess we're back to the mass convention. But yeah, Art Bell was fun. You could hear it. You can hear him on. There were some ghost stories about. I think it was a Hawaii. Somewhere in Hawaii, some girl ran across a cemetery and she had all these claw marks on her feet. And, or like a grandmother, a dead grandmother at the screen door clawing and saying, It's it's horrible being dead. What's going on here? Let's see. I know that artist. That's what Eric Igor's.
Yeah, wait till watch this stuff. I've never seen a clear coffin before. He's going to show you a see-through coffin. Have you ever seen a see-through coffin?
No,
Look at this.
Thank you, Android. It is. It's Pahrump, Nevada. It was where he's
right.
from.
I would remember that as soon as I ended the show. Why do they have a see-through coffin exactly?
And you don't have to open it.
Uh, why would you want to open it?
To have a viewing or something.
Well, you can make sure that you could always make sure that the person is still dead, so they're not.
Oh, that's got the
So
little
if they wake
Beetlejuice
up
book
and
in
they're
it.
in there, you could let them out.
Oh, this is just a hot rod. That's just a joke coffin, yeah, for a hot rod.
What do you mean it's a joke? What do you mean?
Oh, that's
Not a
cool.
Yeah, that's
see-through coffin. There's no joke about that.
handbook for the recently deceased.
Wow.
All I got on my feed is all Mask Fest.
And this is Instagram you're on?
There's a Carlisle. Yeah, Instagram. Hopefully I can find that video where we left off.
Oh, Art Bell once had the sounds of hell because they had lowered a microphone into this hole that seemed like it went forever, and they recorded people screaming down in the center of the earth. I remember that when he played the sound effect that was supposed to be hell. You hear it, it's 2 a.m. It is pretty scary. First one looked like Jim Morrison from The Doors.
Oh, this guy's walking through before it opened. I want to see that. Look, there's your photo.
Oh, you're on my Instagram feed. What is making that sound?
I don't hear a sound.
Oh, it's some electronic sound. I think it's coming from your end, but it's not not horrible to me. But
Let
someone
me
in the
turn
chat.
mine off and see if it's me. Listen.
Maybe it's feedback from my two phones right next to each other. Like
Oh,
two,
that's what it
yeah.
is. Yeah, that's what it is. It sounds
like
kind of like Frankenstein's lab,
like having two walkie talkies when you put them close together.
Right. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. Now I know.
Creating a Jacob's ladder. Your two phones are.
Right, right. We were getting it a little bit with when your phone was face down too, but it was probably still near the other phone. Anyway, some people are more sensitive than others. I'm used to all the ambient noise.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that instrument that that guy in like Santa Barbara invented that became like the sound effect of science fiction movies? What is that?
Theremin?
You know what I'm talking about? It's
Yeah, I
like
know
an
what you're talking
electronic instrument he created that became like a sound that we all now know from like
Theremin,
monster.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
theremin.
yeah, theremin, yeah.
Yeah.
Theremin. Yeah.
That thing's really hard to play, I hear.
I tried doing it once. A friend of mine had one at my wedding, actually, and I was not good at it. There's this girl on YouTube that does a pretty good job of it. Oh, my wife is saying theremin. Yeah,
Thank you guys.
yeah, that's what the. Oh, she says we need to get one. I don't know how expensive they are. There was one. That's what the theme to Forbidden Planet was, theremin, and they used that a lot in the Ed Wood soundtrack, and what else? Probably Mars Attacks. Um, oh, she's on break. Let's see. It is now 6:30, which means we can eat in an hour and a half. Greta, what are you guys gonna eat? I don't know what the special is at the restaurant. I probably would get a fish sandwich, and if I'll probably get that.
I think
Um,
I'm gonna go get pizza.
she says if I win the dang lottery, I need that Brian Eno record player. I'm hearing a chirping sound. I'm wondering if one of the smoke detectors is chirping. I need to figure out where the hell that sound's coming from. Um, they have fried fish, but no fish sandwich. Oh, they have the fish dinner. I'll get that. Yeah, with mashed potatoes and um, yeah, that's what I'll get. I can't get this damn Rumble video to play without a 15-minute commercial before it. God damn, fuck this. I'm going to Alex Jones, man.
Oh, this is great.
That just
This
showed
is-
up in my feed after you sent that to me.
Yeah, this is Rosie. This is real close to where I live. This is in Pacifica, about 15 minutes south of me. And this dog and this guy right here just won the world dog surfing competition here, like last month. They're amazing.
Is this a drone that's videotaping or
Yeah,
a
they
server?
have a drone that's just flying right in front of them, moving around them while they surf.
Yeah, there's some weird Canadian woman that plays the theremin really well. She's one of these witchy looking goth women, but she does a good job. I don't remember what her name is. Um,
That's a cool picture.
Oh wow, look at that, man! That was the
yeah,
best Hot Wheels. Everybody wanted that. I just have
I,
a replica.
yeah, I
So
just want all cars to look like that.
don't you? Yeah.
If I was president, that's what I would do.
The other day
That
in
would be
Grass
my
Valley,
new
I saw
deal.
a full-on cherry dune buggy with the red flake on it and all chromed out. Just this beautiful dune buggy just driving around that little town. It was cool.
Yeah, that's my Instagram. You have to request permission to view it though. So if you want to just send me a request, I blocked it from normal people viewing it.
there's going to be some good car shows in that town when I get moved up there. Jude was
Oh
telling me
shit,
there's tons
you're
of car
lucky,
clubs
man.
and car shows.
That's gonna be a great place to live. You're gonna have a. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
And Christmas, I can't wait to film that main street with snow on it, with all the lights up and everything, and the trees. It's going to be beautiful.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get snow.
Yeah, they get a couple feet of snow every year. It snows there every year.
I just can't wait for it to snow so I can get a few days off of work. Last year, I did a live feed of this. We had a blizzard. You know, I've never been through a blizzard before living in Texas. There was some deep snow, but that was fun. I don't. It's not fun for people that grew up here. They're sick of it, but I thought it was fun. Uh, oh, we're looking at some.
Trying to find something.
Oh, okay. Trying to entertain the viewers. Not that
Yeah.
I really care, but it's weird how I can do a pre-recorded show and I only get 200 views, and I show some amazing stuff. But when I do these long, ridiculous streams like this, I get double. Maybe it's just because it's on so long, it gets more clicks just because it's there. Uh, Maybe people like live stuff. I don't know. The video quality's not as good. Or maybe they want to hear other people talk than just hear me prattling on. Werewolf by lunchtime. Christmas where I live is usually 110 degrees, not fun. So I'm trying to remember how Australia is. It's like, is it cold in the when it's summer for us, or is it just hot all year there? You can tell us. I don't know anything about Australia except what I see in the Mad Max movies. I just know that they need to bring back guns to Australia because it's allowing the government to to completely run over the people. As they treated the Australians, you see how you get treated by the government during a pandemic when that was turned into total Nazi Germany. Sounded like where they would beat you in the street for not wearing your mask. And we're not talking about the masks that Kevin's showing. But I almost want a pandemic to come back so I can wear those masks that Kevin's been showing because that would be great. Hey, what's the matter? I'm wearing a mask. It's like a rotted corpse mask. I mean, it should count. It just probably captures the everything just as well. Opposite of America weather-wise. So is it cold there now? And it's gonna about to get hot? Is that how? What is it? What is the temperature now, Werewolf? That is a good YouTube name, Werewolf by Lunchtime. That is a clever name, I have to admit. Most of these comic book names that people come up with are really horrible. Something like that's good, or just using your real name like Paulo does. That's good.
Yeah, I gave up on the idea of using a pseudonym many years ago, even before there was a YouTube.
What was your old pseudonym? Did you have one for
PC
Lowell?
PC13.
Oh, okay.
Very simple. I tried McLaren in a couple of forums for a while. And yeah, basically that was it.
Yeah, but the thing about it, it's YouTube doesn't want us talking about things like that. But like England got rid of the G's, and now they just use knives to hack each other up. But they don't use that statistic. They don't. Okay, we got rid of. There's no more Sings. SHO. There's that they don't have. Yeah, but what about the people getting their knives in the middle? I don't know. I think that the violent people are just gonna figure they're just gonna pick up a brick or a baseball bat, and that's gonna hurt pretty bad too. I like that he
Now
was
that
hungry like a wolf. Oh yeah, okay. I was wondering what you're talking about. What about mine? What about mine? What about your? Oh, your name? Yeah, that's okay. Paranoid android. Yeah. I don't know what possessed me to call myself Greta Orloff. It might be too Jack and Jill like. or a car. Car. I don't know. Well, because I had the Gratu Orloff name, and then Greta seems it's like a female version of Gratu. That's what.
As a car, you could do like that character from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Call yourself Ford Prefect.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ford ought to do a car called the Prefect. That would be cool. Oh man, Cleo is cooler. Yeah, it's a cool name, but um, she's got a bunch of pseudonyms. I don't know which one to call her on here because she'll appear in the chat as several different people. Did I spell that right? Yes, yes, because it's short for Cleopatra. Some people would call her Chloe. She didn't really like it. Oh, they're talking about cannibalism here on the Alex Jones show from yesterday. I'm glad I got that on finally.
Okay, but eating cats doesn't count as cannibalism because the pets are still pets. They're not human. It's uncivilized for the place where they're at, and it's also theft of personal property. So so on both of those counts, it's a crime. Also, killing animals in the street is a health hazard. So it's another thing against it.
Well, shut down the internet and the electricity for 48 hours and see who's getting eaten then. Just you trust me, it's a slippery slope from dogs to people, and it probably will happen within 24 hours because the Taco Bell won't be open. World by lunchtime says it's a very friendly country. Whereas, Australia. Okay, I grew up in England, and it was frightening at night. That's why I left. I feel safe. Good.
Listen, werewolf, you do need guns because you have spiders which are this big, and you need a gun to kill them.
My
Okay.
wife says my conspiracy theorist, far right citizen journalist name is Culty McNulty, and you can find me on almost all platforms. LOL. Yeah, yeah. Apollo has discovered her on. Let's see. On then he says here is reference to he feels safe here. Oh, that's the second part of his other comment. She says I lived in Japan, same weather in Australia as in Japan.
Japan's a lot colder.
Oh, okay. Roadkill takes on a whole new meaning. It just doesn't. I just can't picture Australia with snow. It just looks like a hot place based on, you know. Well, I call it the Road Warrior, which to me is the only really great Mad
Yeah.
Max movie. But it's like calling it soccer because I think any other country doesn't call it soccer in any other
Well,
country, but this one doesn't call Mad Max 2 Road Warrior. But
it's the Mad
anyway.
Max trilogy.
Right, but the third one was and the first one was okay, but I mean the third one's okay too, but the second one was clearly amazing and better than the other two. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Uh I have seen spiders as big as my hand, but they aren't killers. It's little spiders that you have to worry about. And it's
If it's
just
hairy and it has 8 legs, it dies.
He says worst humidity ever, I guess in Japan. We got it pretty bad here too, though.
Where
It's,
where did you stay in Japan, Greta?
she was
I
living
suppose
in
that
Nagasaki, man. I think where they had, yeah, that's why they had yeah, we had tarantula like big hairy bastard spiders in my house in Nagasaki. Yeah, because
I
it's
think I told you this
strange
story
tales
before.
there.
When I was in eighth grade, there was this girl in my class, and her name was Jane Nagasaki, right? This Japanese girl. And
Yeah.
we had this old school history teacher, the guys that would wear like the suspenders with the bow tie and everything. And the first day of class, he's reading out everybody's names, and he says, Nagasaki, Jane, Nagasaki. And she's all here, and he's all, we killed probably most of your family off in 1940. He like made a joke about her name. He said, I'm happy you made it to the States. I thought we killed all of you. He said some shit like that.
Holy shit! How old was this guy?
He was probably in his 50s, probably like he was like an older guy that was close to retirement. This is about 1979 in a little beach town here in California. It was like everybody was silent when he joked about it. I felt bad for James. He was like a neighbor of mine.
Oh man, that's um, yeah. I talked to these guys, these older guys that were alumni of the school I was at, and they were they were at this junior high school in the late '50s, and their coaches and their teachers, they were World War II vets. They were out of their minds, man. This coach, he said, the coach came in and said, I just need to hit somebody. Somebody mouth off to me. I just really need to hit. It's just like all he wanted to do was just whack somebody. So please let me do. And then this English teacher at the school, one of the kids was reading some book out of the library about the Bataan Death March, and this was 15 years after the war was over, and they see one of these GIs, emaciated GIs, being forced to march, and they say, "Shit, that looks like our English teacher." And they go in and ask, "Man, is this you?" And he just looked at them and looked down, and he didn't say a word. And they go, "Oh shit, it is." Just uh, World War II. The thing about World War II, they came back and they were greeted by parades, and they were given houses basically for free and free college, and they were treated like heroes. So they still had problems with what they saw, but when the guys from Vietnam came back, and a lot of them were treated so badly, it's some. But you sure see you see how bad it was, because all those Time and Newsweek magazines and everything that I have, all these old Time and Newsweeks I got from the public library, bound in books. Every single ad is hard liquor for all these guys that were there must have been insane alcoholism all through the '50s and '60s. All these Ward Cleaver and those guys were drinking a lot, and they had, I mean, shit, the shit they must have seen. God damn, and they survived, and they managed to, have, and then their kids turned into hippies because their parents were weird and drunks. And this, I don't want to be like, and then they were the people that became these socialist professors that have caused all this horrible shit. Now it's just like a war just generates insanity, and then the next generation's insane in another way, and it just keeps perpetuating. And you can just see, okay, this what we're facing now is because of this that happened in the '60s, and that's because of this, and that's because of that. And then, yeah, but I think overall it was great in the '50s. And I think the thing that really caused the country to start declining was the Kennedy assassination. I think that with that, things started spiraling. And then I was growing up in the spiral in the '70s, but there was still a lot of great stuff from the '50s and '60s still around. There was still a lot of the architecture around and the neon signs, and they hadn't torn everything down yet. And you could still see kind of how it was, except these beautiful movie palaces were now playing movies with John Holmes in them, or kung fu movies, but they were still beautiful. You could still see. Uh, I don't know. Uh, there's a band called the Modern Lovers, Jonathan Richman. Their first album's fantastic. He later kind of became like a guy that just does children's music. He liked to do this fun little music, but that first album's great. And he has this song, "The Old World," and he says, "I see the '50s apartment complex, bleak in the 1970s sun, but I still love the '50s and I still love the old world." And then he has another song about the new world. But that was really controversial to hippies to talk about the 1950s in a nostalgic way, because you were supposed to hate that the way things were back then. And I don't know. I am not letting anyone else talk, man.
I really like
Well,
Jonathan Richmond. He has
Yeah,
some
oh
great
yeah,
songs.
that. You ever heard of the Modern Lovers, Paulo?
no, I have no idea what
It,
it is.
well, they're, I don't know how you would describe their music. It's just early 70s. You might have heard the song Roadrunner,
Yeah, you might have heard Roadrunner,
because that's
Roadrunner.
one of the greatest car songs, about being in a car listening to the radio. Uh, I bet you'd know it if you heard it. You probably heard it in a movie or something.
I'm a
That
fan of
song,
Jean-Michel Jarre and Kraftwerk. I don't really like folk songs
this
or
isn't folk.
things with guitars.
Oh, well, it has guitars. I just discovered something this morning that I don't know if anyone else knows. That the character Starfire in the Teen Titans is based on this Spanish language singer that that what's the artist was in love
Mm,
with,
yeah,
named I just put it on, shit, I put it on Instagram this morning. I wish Kevin could flip through my Instagram and show it, because you could see, uh, every name today. I just can't even freaking remember it. But the artist that created Starfire, come on, he just passed away a year ago. Spanish last
George,
name,
George
George
Perez.
Perez. It's actually Perez, right?
Yeah.
Okay, at least I can pronounce it right. Everyone else says George Perez, but it's George Perez.
Hmm.
Okay, I don't. It's Alzheimer's. I know George Perez, but anyway, he was in love. Oh, what is your freaking name? I'll find it. Hold on a second. Uh, you guys keep talking. I'll pull the pictures and I'll put them up on in front of us. I know how to do that. Let me see here. I think I do. All
Yeah,
right.
but that image has been doing the rounds for over a year when after Perez died.
What
Yeah, but
about the singer?
yeah,
Oh, you know about it.
yeah,
Oh,
and the guy who replaced Perez on the new Teen Titans, Eduardo Barreto. He went back to the model and he copied a lot of stills from a lot of promotional stills with her, and that's the images that you've been posting are actually
oh.
Eduardo Barreto art, not Perez.
Okay, but it's still, you can tell it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you
It's
can.
the same.
I think that George Perez knew of this singer though.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Eh,
it's
yeah, it's from his time.
is she
Uh,
pretty? Is she pretty? Was she pretty famous? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not, since I'm not that big into salsa.
Okay. Yeah, that's not your style. But hold
Well,
on.
no, I probably would have liked some stuff. I'm sure. I know that I've listened to some Willie Colon and I like it.
Well, see, it's the giant red hair,
Yeah,
and it's the face. It's yeah. I know that's not his art, but it's interesting to see where something came from. I was trying to listen to some of her music. I'd never heard of her before, uh, but let's see, what is her name? I'm trying to remember here. Um, Let me see here. Do you remember what her name is?
no, I forget.
I think it was Chacon or something.
Are
Uh,
you talking about Rita Pavone?
no, I
Because
don't think
Rita
so.
Pavone had red hair. She's Italian.
I can't. Hold on a second. Let me look through my YouTube search here. My YouTube deal. Um,
Rita Chacon was great. She was hilarious.
It's Iris Chacon.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's yeah. How do you pronounce that last name, Paula? Chacon? Is that, am I pronouncing it right?
Check on.
Chacon. It's more like Chacon.
Check on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. How do I get back into my? I don't know. It was a kind of a revelation for me. But you say it's been going around a lot, huh?
Yeah, I think it's kind of also when Perez died, people it was an opportunity for people to rediscover his art or to show it to a younger generation who'd never seen it. And Starfire in the last 10 years or so, she's been wearing she's been covered up, and it was a chance now for a new generation to see the original design, which is supposed to be sexy.
Yeah. Well, I sure think that the way that was that Titans TV series to make her like look like an inner city prostitute with I thought that was I didn't like that, but Paranoid, but I liked that Titan show overall. It just it overdid it in certain ways. Paranoid Android was the movie Dazed and Confused based in Texas high school in 1976. Was it realistic? It was very realistic. I was in 1976. I would have been in sixth grade, but so knew what. Yeah, it was very realistic. Dazed and Confused was very realistic. Was it based on a? Were you asked? Well, first of all, Paranoid Android. Where I don't. What? Where are you living, and about how old are you? Because it gives me a reference point just to explain to you how realistic that was. Well, by lunchtime in my teens, I was a big fan of electro, the Street Sounds album, Nucleus, etc. I thought you meant the Spider-Man villain. Jam on it, says Werewolf by lunchtime. Oh, that's another. Okay, I've never even heard of that band. Is that something you know of, Paulo?
But what?
Do you know electro? I've never heard of that. He says I
Uh,
do. Yeah.
Electro, Electro, the musical style. Yeah,
Oh, it's not a band. It's a musical style. Oh,
yeah.
okay. I have no idea. I've never heard of it in my life. Well, by lunchtime, I do love Daft Punk.
Yeah.
I think I've heard of Daft music. I don't know what it is.
No, Daft Punk is the greatest electronic band of all time.
Oh,
They're
okay. That
they're
that's
they're for they existed for 25 years. They were number one in a lot of countries. They worked with Pharrell Williams. They did a live gig with Stevie Wonder.
okay.
Uh, there was a time when they used a lot of sample based music, but they do interesting things with it.
I guess I've never heard.
One of the members was the son of Daniel Vanguard, who was the writer of the disco song DISCO.
I don't know what that any of. I don't know who that is or what that other thing is either. I don't. That's completely like it's from another planet. I've heard the word daft as some kind of music, but
The
that's
Daft Punk, they got it from a review of their early career. They tried to have an alternative pop rock band in the early 90s. Thomas and Guy Manuel and a couple of their friends. Those friends formed another band called Orange. Thomas and Guy Manuel went to the studio and created Daft Punk. So it was heavily disco influenced with a lot of filters. Bob Sinclair was doing the same thing at the same time, and they had a rivalry going. And the first Daft Punk album was more appealing to a more select crowd, but the second one really exploded and made them well known. And they did a movie around the album, turning it into a concept album. That album, they had a lot of use of samples, but they created new melodies around them. So it's not like Fatboy Slim, which is basically a collage of samples. And they kept evolving. They did the soundtrack for the new Tron movie. They did the
Oh,
music for that.
I
Yeah.
didn't see the neutron. Well, that's interesting.
And
Yeah.
they stopped a couple of years ago because one of the guys has serious issues in his inner ear, and he couldn't make music anymore, and it was affecting his balance while walking. So
Oh, I see.
so they
I
stopped.
know Kraftwerk, but I don't know Anthony Rother.
No,
Oh,
elect
Anthony
elect
Rother. Okay.
yeah, electro in the U.S. Was popularized by Africa Bambaataa in the early '80s. It was one of the earlier hip hop, one of the earlier hip hop projects. Africa Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force, and they used the Kraftwerk sample in the Planet Rock song, which is their best known song.
I know the song "The Model," California '53. California
Don't,
'53. Okay, Paranoid Android grew up in California. He's
ah,
53, a few years younger. Well, okay. Dazed and Confused was exactly like Texas was. The character played by, and I'm not remembering any names today. That's like some. It's been a rough week. One of the biggest actors in the world, I can't even think of his name, that played the
Matthew McConaughey.
Matt. Thank you. That's exactly what those guys were like. That's exactly the scene in the arcade with the foosball and the pinball. That's exact. Everything was pretty much spot on the way uh, high school would have been in Central Texas, and everything was perfect. Uh, it really was very realistic. Um, but what it was like I don't know how many people realize this, but American Graffiti came out in 1973, and it was about the 50s. It was came out. It was supposed to be 1962, but it was really about the 50s. So it was about 10 years before, and then Dazed and Confused was very much influenced by American Graffiti, and it took place in '76, and it came out in the '90s, a little bit. It came out in the '90s. I guess I need to be looking at his screen there. Came out in the '90s, I think. I don't really remember the exact year, but it it was very much about the car culture. The cars were very and it because cruising was always big, and cruising was still big in the early '80s when I went to high school. Uh, oh, that must be my. That's one of my things I put up. Um, there's a car in American Graffiti that is real central in American Graffiti, and then it's that same car is seen in Dazed and Confused as kind of a little wink to American Graffiti. Yeah, they're both really great movies. Radiohead is great, says Paranoid Android. Werewolf by Lunchtime says, I saw Radiohead at Glastonbury, blew my mind. Okay, Computer is in my top three of all time. Paranoid Android says, cool. And then Werewolf says, I have Kid A signed by the band. I won a radio contest and got it a week before the record was released. Paranoid says, want to sell? LOL. And then he says, nah. World by Lunchtime says, Amnesiac is one of my favorites by them. constantly grows on me. See, you can tell he's in Australia because they spell favorite with a U over there in England and Australia. Paranoid Android says 93, I think. Yeah, that would make sense. 90, yeah, 93. So, yeah, between 76 and 93, the world had changed a lot. And although it wasn't that many years, but when American Graffiti came out in 73, it seemed, I mean, the difference between 1962 and 1973 was just 11 years, but the world had changed so much, it seemed like it was about 50 years before. Because, like I said, when Kennedy was killed, then the country started changing a lot. And every year you could see the changes. It seems like the last couple of decades, I can't even tell any changes happened. I can't, like, usually you could say, well, this is the way people dressed in the 50s. And this is the way oh, let's see what
I
you
just
got there.
finished. I
Oh,
just
yeah,
finished.
look at that.
What do you think?
That's great.
It's based on this guy.
Oh, yeah. Which,
I had this guy
which,
sitting on the table in front of me, and then I just finished drawing him. It took me about
but
10
see, that
minutes.
really reminds me of what Kevin was talking about earlier. He was trying to find a Halloween candy holder that looked like fangs like that. So,
I tried to make the musical notes have little skulls on them. See,
yeah, sure. Werewolf by Lunchtime says there will be a movie about music in 2035 reflecting about 2010, and everyone will be listening to shit music and looking at their phones. Makes for a yawn, fun movie. Yeah, that's the only thing I could really say about today that distinguishes it is people are always walking around staring at phones. But, you know, I could, if someone it's like before you could say, okay, it's going to be 50s day at school or work, dressed like the 50s. Everyone knows what that means. Dressed like the 60s, dressed like the 70s. We know what that means, even the 80s. But then 90s, I don't know exactly. Would that be grunge? I don't know. But since then, in the new century, I can't distinguish a certain time with a certain look. It just doesn't. Maybe it's because of the internet and so many different TV channels. Everyone's attention is so fraction. Everyone's going off in different areas. It used to be when there's only three channels or two TV channels and one or two radio stations that play. Everyone's more the same. I don't know.
Remember when bell bottoms made a comeback and All Star sneakers? They made a
Yeah.
comeback about the same time, and they were not combined. So it was two different tribes doing a revival. Doing a style revival of something from 2 to 3 decades before, and pop culture since then has become that. Some tribes pick up styles from the past and recycle them.
Well, see, if you're talking about the 1950s, every girl would have worn these. This is that every girl would wear these. And so that would be the uniform that people, it was almost like people wore a uniform. It's just like, but there's just no, it's just, I don't know, man.
I remember the inception of tennis shoes or sneakers. So when I was in kindergarten, people were still wearing hard-soled shoes. So I wasn't, because I was a kid who wouldn't wear anything but cowboy boots until I was about 8 or 9. Like no matter what time of the anything, if I was wearing shoes, they had to be cowboy boots. When I got new shoes, she had to buy me cowboy boots. So I was like the only kid who wore cowboy boots. But everybody else also had slick. And you know how hard it is. Imagine running around the playground on the blacktop in cowboy boots. I used to do it, but everybody else had hard-soled shoes. Remember? So it wasn't until about I don't know 1970, 71 that people started buying Keds or sneakers and wearing sneakers to school. They were called tennis shoes because you're only supposed to wear them when you're playing tennis. But pretty soon, everybody had rubber-soled shoes. But before that, it was hard shoes. Remember that? At
Yeah,
least I
man.
do. I'm old.
I think Paranoid Android would buy that drawing you just did for $150 signed. Justin says the distinguishing change will will be the loss of humor and freedom. And Paranoid says Converse, World by lunchtime. Britpop and grunge were the last music revolutions, mid '90s.
I signed it right
Yeah,
there.
there's
It says
the
MGB24. That's me, Meyer Greenblatt.
man. You have a whole new career. World by lunchtime. Maybe I should try auctioning off some drawings I do during the
Well,
show.
I was
Maybe
just going to say, if you'd like to, I was going to say, if you want to auction this off for a GoFundMe donation, you do that, and then you message Gratu with the address if you do it after it's done, and I would be glad to mail it to you. I could do that.
yeah. There's a. Are you sure? Well, there's a GoFundMe scrolling
Well, it
across the
took me
bottom.
10 minutes to draw it, but I don't want any money for it. I would be happy to help you out. Put a cap on it. I don't want him paying $100 for this or something.
Man,
This is a
I
donation. I
would
did it
love
in
to have more of your artwork. I've got this really cool little painting you did of. It's amazing. That's based on like a Kirby monster, I think.
Yeah, it's out of a I think that's an issue of, I don't know what it's from. I have to think about it. It might be an issue of Commandy.
Yeah, I
It's a
think so. I
Kirby.
think
So
you
it
told me
was
on the
from,
back of it what it was.
what I used to do is when I would read comics, sometimes if I saw a panel or an image that I really liked, I would do not a trace or an exact copy, but I would do like what I just did, an influenced interpretation of what I really like I did with that action figure right now. And I would do that with comics too. So I would draw like a little bit like I would draw like Kirby, but not trying to be exact copy. Make it a little bit different. I would color it sometimes, and that's what that is. What I say.
Yeah, last frontier's asking if I'm going to be on tomorrow. I might. I just come on because Cleo's working and I'm lonely. You know, that's the only thing. You know, I'm not. So it's like, am I really that intensely wanting to entertain an audience? You know, it's like
Here's a
somebody
hooker's
earlier said, "Oh, well, I shit my pants because I was so bored with this show," and
big
it's
to
like,
the
well,
sky.
fuck you. I mean, you try
This
to
is the
come
ass
on
of the
for 9 hours
ass of
and
the
see how
Korean hooker.
entertaining you are, you motherfucker. What was it, Paul? I'm sorry, Meyer.
It's an illustration of the ass of a Korean hooker that I used to know named Tiger, and it says BX, big PX in the sky right on her butt, because it was a story that I did about this girl I knew who wanted to get
Would
married
you
to a
show
GI,
it on
so
the
she
four
painted
color
a big PX in the
fossils?
sky. And we called her Tiger because all she wore was this little tiger striped G-string on. She would walk all over the place with her butt out like that. She was actually really cool, nice girl.
Werewolf says, I want to bring back the days when we're opening a door for a lady was a sign of kindness, and I can do it. Not I can do it myself. I'm just being nice for. Is it that way in Australia, women? Because I thought you had. I had the impression that women in Australia were very. I had the impression it was like a John, like all the guys were like John Wayne, and the women were second class citizens, almost like the Middle East. Uh, you know where I got that from? I don't. It's not that I'm an expert on Australia. I remember there being a movie, a surfing movie from Australia from probably about late '70s, early '80s. I remember seeing the review on Siskel and Ebert, and they were talking about the way that in Australia it's like the guys are real macho and the women are they're meant to be seen and not heard. I don't know what that movie was called. Meyer, are you aware of an movie about surfing in Australia from around that time period? Maybe Werewolf knows.
I don't. The one I'm thinking of when I think of Australia and think of like it being kind of scary is that one with it's a movie from the 70s. It's a horror movie about this teacher that goes on holiday and he gets stuck in this little outback Australian village, and they're all really cruel to him and they're all really creepy and scary. Maybe
Huh.
Donald Pleasance is in it. I think Donald Pleasance plays like the evil mayor of the town or something, and they like torture and they kind of like harass him.
Yeah,
It's
he
a little bit
says
like
he's mainly
Snowdog.
talking about England. Yeah.
You know that movie?
Nah, I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to think.
I don't know. And the other one I grew up with was that one with Jenny Agutter. What's it called? Walkabout. That's like
Yeah,
probably the
this
first
is
one I
later
saw.
than that. This is a movie about teenagers surfing, Australia. That, time period, there can't be a whole lot of them. So
Mm-mm.
I'm going to
I
try
don't
to
know that.
do a
It's not a
Google
documentary,
search.
right? It's not a
No, it
documentary.
was one with actors. Because
I don't
Siskel,
know what that
yeah,
is.
let me see. Australia.
In the meantime, I gotta go. I have to wake up early tomorrow. It's already 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, see you soon.
See ya.
Take care.
Later, bud.
I gotta find this. I'm in a quest now. Movie. Um, and it was about teenagers, and I think it was about these. Let me see. There's one from 2017. Um, oh wait, let's see. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Someone's trying to find it. And it says, does anybody happen to know what this movie is? Back when I was little, our apartment building had this strange pay TV channel called Select TV. And there was this one Australian teen film they played all the time. It was in the early 80s about a few girls that were friends and the surfer boys they hung out with. If I remember, it was your typical teen film set around Christmas time during summer vacation. My memory is really shaky on this, but it stands out in my mind because it was played so often. I do remember that one girl was kind of mean to her sweeter, kind of dorky surfer girlfriend. I think the dorky girl gets the hot boy in the end. And then someone says, sounds like Puberty Blues, 1981. It had a
Maybe I've seen
cameo with world surfing champion Mark
Curry.
Uchalupo.
Oh, Mark. That's Aki. That's Mark Arcalupo. Arcalupo. He was like huge in the early '80s. We used to call him Aki.
Then
He was like
someone,
the Australian champion.
Yeah, then he says, thank you so much. It was puberty blues. That has been driving me crazy for years. I have no idea
I
why it
have
stuck.
seen that. Now I want to see it because Aki is in it. Now I have to see it.
Yeah, now I bet it's going to be on Tubi TV or something like that, or it could just be here on YouTube. It's very possible. One of you watching, 15 people watching, could someone do a quick search on YouTube, type in puberty blues or
Check right now. I can do
on
it.
Tubi TV? It's got to
Got it
be
up.
somewhere. So we know what it's called now. I don't think I ever watched it. I just remember Siskel and Ebert talking about the movie and commenting about the different ways that how women are treated by guys there. And then when I saw the Road Warrior in the theater, I was aware, oh, Australians are different in the way that men and women interact. It's very much like it was, 100 years ago here, but anyway, does
If whoever that was that wanted that drawing, if you follow me on Instagram and you message me and you send me your address, I will fold it and put it inside of an envelope and mail it to you. Whoever does that first.
well, he
Or if
may
you
not
want
want
to
it folded. Who
do like
wants
a
artwork
$20
folded?
donation. What's that?
He may not want artwork folded. I mean, isn't that
Well, I mean,
he's
if
really
I
he
don't
really
fold it, if
likes
I
your
don't
artwork.
fold it,
I
then
don't
I
know if
have
he
to
wants
put
it
it into
folded.
a bigger envelope and put I don't know how many stamps. I just want to put it in an envelope with a stamp on it.
Right.
I can do it like this, fold it like that, and then put it right inside of an envelope and just send it to you. But maybe not. I mean, maybe you want to frame it, so maybe I shouldn't fold it.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
what I'm
find an
thinking. If they're
envelope for
paying $150 for it, they don't
not for
want.
100. I'm not silly. Like I
I
was
don't
thinking
know if
like a
that guy's
$20
serious.
donation. Oh,
Hey,
you're serious? You want the 150?
no, no, whatever. I'm just saying, don't sell yourself short because this
Oh, I
guy
don't
likes
care.
your artwork. Don't be humble about it. I
I
sell
just want
my
to share it with
paintings
people that want
for
it.
a
I don't
hundred
really.
dollars, and I spend hours painting these things. And I'm thinking I probably should be getting more than $100 for this, man, that I spent hours on. And
I don't know.
but
Maybe I'm not thinking it through, but I don't really. I mean, if somebody want, I want to. I like to brighten. I'm here to help.
Yeah.
I'm going to brighten your day if I can.
Well, you could draw several of them.
I know. I just sit here.
Werewolf is going for a quick smoke. BRB. I think you inspired that.
Now you gotta go smoke.
You caused that. All the smokers are gonna have to.
Thank
Okay,
you. That's
Luther,
Wake and
but it's
Fright.
Wake.
Thank you, Werewolf. That's a creepy, scary. That's a really good movie, you guys. Wake and Fright. Yeah,
I've
that's
never
it.
even heard of it, but that's Australian, huh?
It's really scary. This like kind of innocent, normal school teacher, like maybe he breaks down and he walks into this saloon or this bar in this little town, and they all just spot him right off the bat as a mark, and it's gnarly. That's how I would describe it, I guess.
Man, I'm trying to figure out where this chirping's coming from. This is a couple of weeks ago. I had this chirping coming, and I had to reset. I had to put a new battery in a smoke detector, and now I'm starting to hear it again. It's almost like, I wonder if it's coming from the basement.
Excuse me.
Is that a teddy bear?
That's cool looking.
It's a life-size bust.
A
Oh,
life-size bust. What is that? What is it? The Robot Monster, right?
yeah.
Which is a great movie. What a great movie that
Holy
is.
shit. That's a $99 deposit.
$13 of them.
You know, I'm already feeling in a way, I know this is going to sound funny, you guys, but after doing the driving, everything that I've been doing the past week and stuff, and remember, I don't know if I told you this, but the lady at the property management place, I was talking to her, and she told me, I told Cleo this. She said, well, prepared to get friendly. That's what she said. She was kind of joking about how everybody in this town is friendly and talkative. And so it makes me feel more productive, like I'm already focusing on getting back in shape, quitting smoking, but mainly making things, like getting back to working, getting back to making art and finishing all these projects that I've already got started that I haven't got back to, there's all kinds of different ones. And so it makes me feel productive. So I want to get up there and start making more art, and that'll be fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a community where artwork would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a whole bunch of smoke detectors down here in the basement. It's definitely one of them. I got to figure out which one of them is making this chirping. Wonder what these comics are that we're looking at. It's coming from this room, man. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's right. You're gonna mess up your rabbit ears. No, you're gonna mess up your rabbit ears. I was pulling down. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I used to when I was in high school, I used to sell recreational drugs sometimes, like marijuana. And I would say first one is free. And that's kind of like how this art works, maybe. First one is free. Then once you get addicted, I'll start charging you. Tell your friends.
Yeah. Be right back.
Yeah, when everybody was talking about their paper routes, I didn't want to talk about what my first jobs were. They weren't as innocent as paper routes. But I did do a lot of manual labor as a kid. Like I had to cut wood a lot. starting at about 12, I learned to cut wood, and at the same time, I had to work on the ranch. So, learned how to do a lot of ranch stuff that involved physical labor, and I learned to love it, enjoy it. I never really got into it, but I just shoveled stuff, moved stuff around, and did a lot of irrigating, moving around these irrigation pipes through the fields and the cattle, and feeding animals.
Not this smoke detector. Where's the other smoke detector? Oh, maybe it's this one. Ah, yes. Okay. Do I have a battery?
So Puberty Blues is on YouTube, but it's buy or rent. You have to purchase it.
Oh,
It looks like.
okay.
There's
Well, sometimes you luck out and YouTube has a free movie.
then it looks like that after that film came out, that it looks like there was a television series based on that film.
Oh,
Came
okay.
out.
It must have been a big hit in Australia.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I could be wrong, but it looks like it's from 2012. But the movie's from 1981. It's an
Oh,
episode.
yeah, that's much later.
Yeah. The Bikini Gang is what they call. There's a lot of clips of this movie. This movie looks like it's kind of infamous, like you were saying, that people remember this. I want to see if there's any clips of Aki in this. I'm going to put Bakalupo in here.
Yeah, there's probably chunks of the movie for free on YouTube or a trailer.
Yeah, there is. There's clips of it.
I just remember Siskel and Ebert saying that women are really treated as second-class citizens in Australia. You can tell from the movie. That's stuck in my head as a little sociological piece of trivia.
Wow. The definitive years of Mark Ocampo. There's still people that make videos about Aki. There's like recent stuff. People love to talk about this guy.
Yeah, I never.
He was on the cover of every surfing magazine for a couple of years. He was really big. He had a bunch of like deals, like Billabong, and who else did he have deals? Like Ocean Pacific. He had deals with all of the biggest surfing brands of the 80s. He won a bunch of international competitions. He was very good.
Is that a Hawaiian name? What nationality is that?
I think that he might be like a mixed native, like a mixed Australian native. I don't know.
Okay.
I always thought that he was like half white, half Aborigine, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
He's kind of a dark-skinned guy, white guy, but he's got like blonde hair.
Sure.
Blonde hair. He's just an Australian guy from what is it, J Bay?
You might be close. I just heard it.
I think
What's
it's
that?
this one.
Just stand there for a second, and you'll be able to tell.
Yeah. This other one doesn't have a battery in it. So I don't know how that works.
Yeah, you have a lot of smoke detectors in there, so you probably don't want to replace them all at the same time.
Yeah, it's this one 100%. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't, because that would cost me $50 probably, because these 9-volt batteries, thanks to Bidenomics, are pretty damn expensive. But when I replaced that one in there, I bought a pack of 2 batteries. So the other one I probably put in a drawer upstairs. Actually, I forgot that it's late. I need to go ahead and feed the cat while I'm down here. Hold on. Yeah, because I usually feed her about 7 or 8, and Cleo's getting off at 8. Yeah, that's damn annoying.
Look, here's the first appearance of Lobo.
Oh yeah, there that is. I used to mean something. Huh?
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. Did you just get some new books in or something?
No,
I remember
it's in
the
this
very
file.
first one.
It's in this file right here. Look.
See, Lobo's a character like Venom or Spawn that I just don't really care about. But I know that book is sought after somewhat.
This one is too.
Is that the Deathstroke, the Terminator, the first one or something?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have that one. Yeah, yeah, that one's seen its better days.
Good to read though.
Yeah.
I can make a nice grab bag.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty. That one has some value too. That one with the I forget why.
That's Superman. I
Yeah.
don't know who that guy is. I remember seeing that though on the wall.
He's a character that was in the Suicide Squad. I think the good Suicide Squad movie. So.
I used to love those Avengers. That period when they were focusing a lot on Wonder Man and the Beast. Remember that? And you get a lot of stories with just Wonder Man and the Beast. I really liked Simon Williams.
Yeah. The Babadook is a famous Aussie horror movie. I've not seen it. I've actually seen that one.
I saw it a couple of years ago when it came out. I liked it.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Hey, what's up?
It's weird the way they're drawing the turtles now without the masks on, and they look really strange in these new comics. Not the one you're showing, but the like the ones that just are coming out that showed on your video this next Wednesday's books. Oh, that's annoying. Because see there's a vent return air or something that's on the floor of this floor, and I hear the sound echoing up from that smoke detector downstairs. That's a great issue if Missing Mars is wanting something for his grab bag. I found a 9-volt. Let me go see if I can fix this problem. Is this stuff you found while digging through those boxes in the back room?
Yeah, you might have already. I can't remember if you've already seen them.
I don't know that I've seen these. I've seen some of. I don't know.
I loved that Wendigo storyline by John Byrne that was in those Avengers that you just went back over the great cover of Wanda, you know, with her bountiful.
Yeah, that's a good issue. That's good.
You guys, I remember this game. I used to play this game. This was fun.
I never played that.
Never played The Legend of Cage?
No,
I haven't either. I've never heard of it.
You guys have played Elevator Action though, right?
No, I've never heard of that either.
I haven't
What system was this for?
I had this on Nintendo.
Damn it,
Yeah, these were Nintendo.
motherfucker!
What year is that?
I'm gonna guess like 87.
Okay.
See if I'm right. Hold on. 88.
88. I was playing a game at that time, that same year. I think it was Nintendo. It was called Shinobi. You remember that? Where you could climb through the trees. You were like a samurai or something, a ninja.
Yeah, that was on the arcade first, and they put it on Nintendo, and you could throw the Chinese stars during the bonus level. You just
Yeah, it was a great
first
game.
person, like first person, throw the Chinese stars.
I played that a lot.
Yeah, Shinobi's great. I'm gonna bring my Spider-Man cabinet into the store. 4-player Spider-Man cabinet. You ever played that game?
No, I don't think I have.
It's like a 4-player beat 'em up. Spider-Man, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and I can't remember the other guy.
Is it from right around the same time frame? Is that late 80s too?
I think so. Might have been Namor was the 4th player. It was a weird lineup of characters.
We used to have a really nice arcade that was really close to the barracks in Korea, and they had a few games there. And the one that we used to play constantly was this game called NBA Jam. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah, I love that game.
That game was great. We would just dominate that game. It would be like 4 of us just spending hours in front of that game, taking turns and playing each other.
Meyer, did you see the video? It's been going around Instagram this morning, and it's a video of someone's got a camera pointed at the debate from the other night, and Kamala Harris saying, "For the first time, we don't have any soldiers in any harm's way anywhere in the world." And then the camera turns around, and then this guy says, "Well, where the fuck are we then?" And it's all these soldiers in a tent watching it, or in a barracks, and they're all kind of laughing like this is ridiculous. I don't know where they are, but did you see that video?
I didn't, but it sounds great. But I mean, that's just a huge lie. There's guys all over the place right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they are, and is there any repercussions if you do a video like that and you're in the military? If she becomes, well, she is in power now, but can they?
No, I wouldn't think so.
But could their commanding officer recognize them and punish them in some way?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because if you're in the military and you voice your opinion on politics or what's going on, does it, publicly, is that allowed, or is?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how it is nowadays. It seems like, gosh, I don't really know.
I mean, because social media wasn't a factor in most of the wars in our history, but you think, well, now.
I remember one time we had this mandatory formation where everybody had to sign a paper or verbally state that they had no knowledge of the John Birch Society. And I had no clue what the John Birch Society was at all. Most of us didn't. We had never heard of it, didn't know what it was. So it was really easy to answer the question and say I'm in no way associated or know anything about the John Birch Society. But they made a big deal out of it in about 1986. And I always assumed it was something like right-wing political or something. I don't know.
Well, 86 was Reagan still president?
Yeah, Reagan was still president when they were asking us about that. I don't know what
that doesn't mean that he had anything to do with it, because by that point, I think he wasn't all there. And
no, this was specific to where I was at the time. There was something going on, and they were looking for people like.
Well, see, I've always known about the John Birch Society, but more as a punchline in Mad Magazine, because they'd say, blah, blah, blah is a member of the John Birch Society. You just know, okay, that's a super right-wing thing, because it was a joke.
I don't remember ever hearing it. Yeah, I didn't know what it was.
It was always just like a joke, in Mad, or it was probably Mad. That's the only place I would have heard.
No, nobody was really political in the Army in the 80s and the early 90s when I was in. Nobody really talked about it, but I don't know.
Well, it used to be like not a big deal, okay. Ford or Carter is like, well, okay, Carter got in, the economy got bad, but no one was real mad about it. I don't remember. Only with Nixon do I, in my lifetime, the Bush got in, and it was, a lot of people hated him, and Alex Jones was real down on Bush, and back then liberals loved Alex Jones because he was, but now they hate him because their side's in power. But he's always just been after, oh man, it's so ridiculous. But now I never really, he didn't ever really care that much who was president. But now it's like, seems like it really is earth shatteringly important. Um,
Hey, Garage,
yeah.
what was that magazine you were showing recently? It was like a precursor to um, Ghost Rider.
Oh, it's called Hell Rider.
Yeah.
So
It was
I'm getting
book two.
there's a reprint. There's reprints of that coming out.
Oh, really? Like through
Good. I
PS Art
read the
books?
Guandonoland
Yeah,
a few years ago, and it's good. It's
Yeah.
readable.
Yeah,
it's our
Guandonoland has done that before, but I don't know if they
That might
still
is that
do.
Gary Friedrich that wrote that? It might be Gary Friedrich.
Yeah, yeah, whatever guy invented, yeah, I think it was him, yeah, that invented Ghost Rider. But it wasn't that close to Ghost Rider. I guess it was in a way, but it wasn't. He didn't have the skull and the flames. But I just have
He
one
was
issue of it. It was from
he was a little
Skywald, I
slower.
believe.
He was a stunt performer, like the same way Johnny Blaze was, kind of.
He might have been, but I just remember it was more the satanic origin angle, maybe. And it seems like he had a pitchfork on the back of his leather jacket or something. And I don't remember. It's been a while since I don't remember anything today. It's been a rough week. I'll tell you about it sometime. It's very amusing stories that I can't really share on the air. Bring back Winston Churchill, says Werewolf by lunchtime. He would smoke a giant cigar and take no shit. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I've heard different things about Winston Churchill. Some people love him, some people hate him. But
Somebody said that John Wayne was in the John Burke Society, which John Burke
that's
Society.
possible. That's
It is.
possible. I think the
I
John
love
Birch
John.
Society is like that. I think it's kind of like saying I listen to Alex Jones. I don't think the John Birch Society, it's not like the Klan or something. It's just a very conservative group. I don't think the John Birch Society wasn't a violent thing. It wasn't a terrorist thing. I think they were just super right wing, and I that's weird to make soldiers proclaim that. That seems
Yeah,
very,
it was strange. I didn't know what it was about.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's weird. Um, well,
I knew a guy who got in trouble one time when we were on deployment for writing an article about something that had happened to us and then sending that article that he wrote to his mother back in the States. And then she submitted that article to a local newspaper and
ooh,
it was published in the newspaper. And he got in a lot of trouble. I don't know everything that happened to him, but command was not happy. They were not happy. It was like security breach. He messed up
oh,
big.
okay.
He
Well,
gave too much information.
yeah, 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 I don't know at what point, um, what you're really allowed to do or say. Um, oh, wait, someone is saying something here. Apex says I met Gary Friedrich in Nashville at a 2007 comic convention. He said he never got paid money from the Ghost Rider movie. Marvel is run by criminals.
That sounds.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that they really should pay the creators something.
Yeah.
Although I don't know that the Ghost Rider movie did that well. I think there were two of them, so
Yeah.
maybe. But I think it was not a huge hit. But even though you do sign a contract that's work for hire, so you do know that any characters you create are going to be owned by the company. But still, it's just good public relations to, they did the same thing happen with Jim Starlin and Thanos. he was good spirited about it. You know, he was just thrilled to be at a movie premiere, and this character, who would have ever thought that that character would ever be in a movie? Uh, but you know, it's a sensitive subject because Marvel would be nowhere without Kirby and without Ditko, and they were. Somebody said they saw an old man at in the theater, the first Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire when that was playing, and they thought it was Steve Ditko that he had come to check out the Spider-Man movie, which I think he would have been pleased with. The first and the second Sam Raimi movie. The third one had a lot of Avia Rod interference. Oh, look at the Vampire one. That's pretty good. Um, I don't know. It looks like it has sculpted hair instead of rooted hair, but you could throw a wig on top of that Vampira mask and it would be. Those are all great. What am I talking about? Look at the Uncle Creepy. That's totally. What company is this? Uh, I can't really read it. Something masks.
Something monsters.
That's the guy.
Super.
That's the guy from the book we looked at.
What are those? What would you say that Vampira mask would cost?
I can find out. Hold on.
Last Frontier says they were staunch anti-communist and were against globalism. They're basically like Trump. Vampira Pez heads. He thinks this.
It's interesting. It's almost like the army was already becoming woke in the mid '80s, worried about things like that.
Well,
Isn't
it
that
was, yeah, the people way up high that are yeah, this has been something that's been in the works for many decades, this globalist stuff. And right now, this is the climax of the movie or the novel, and it's you know, one side's going to win or the other, and yeah, it seems like it should be the good guys that win because that's usually the way movies end. The good guys seem like they're beaten, and they've got a mug shot of Trump, and but it seems like in any proper story he should win at the end. But you know, I hope it's not
Dude,
going to be one of these. What?
this is almost a 9-hour stream. I just looked at the clock.
I know, I know. Boy, Cleo gives me shit about that. Just like you should be doing blah 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 instead of a 10-hour stream. It's like, but
Get a lot of views though on these long streams. You get a lot of views. You'll probably get 500 views on this.
yeah, but you know, it's kind of like fishing. You know, you're out there long enough, you're going to get a lot of fish. But my you know my short streams that are 2 hours long that I film that aren't live. I right now I'm struggling to get to 200 on them, and I think, man, I showed a lot of the last few streams. I felt pretty proud of them, and they just have done terribly. And then I tried to get on that sticky goose train because he claims in his videos, if you do a video about me, you're going to get thousands more views than you normally do. Of course, he's you know all full of it's all a he's doing a bad guy wrestler routine. You know, he's like full of himself. It's a comedy act. But I thought, well, maybe I could. So I did a video
Right.
talking about it, and I just it's the same, if even less views. So
I thought it was a good video too. I mean, as far as talking about the whole thing, you did good. But that's funny that you didn't get 1,000.
yeah, yeah, but you know, if you're on all Saturday and people are off, and it just someone just pops on and says, "Oh shit," and goes off, you know, that counts as a view, and you get enough if you're on long enough. But the one last Saturday has got even more. That was kind of that was an interesting one. We got I don't know, it's heading up there towards 500 views, which is nothing in YouTube views, but for me that's a lot. I don't know, man. It's
What do you have 500 views on?
last Saturday's you know, a week from today, a week back from today was kind of a dramatic episode. But it's all right. It was I don't know. Maybe someday people will discover these streams, and but I don't know. I guess I find them entertaining, but I'm not a normal person. Um, but it's just how it's just like me hanging out with some friends, but there's a bug in the room and people are hearing us talk. This is just how I am in real life. And um, I don't know.
You're
I
not
mean,
putting
I've had visitors that
Oh my
didn't
god.
only knew me from YouTube, and then they were like saying, "Oh boy, he's boring. All he does is watch Alex Jones. I mean, uh, Donald Trump rallies, and all." It's like you didn't figure that out from watching my videos, because there was an individual that was warning Meyer. Yeah, you don't want to go visit Gratu. He's just a boring guy. He's just gonna, yeah, that's no fun at all. It's like, well, geez, thanks, man. It's nice to know people are talking about me behind my back.
All right, this is
But
that guy. Ass. You want to see the Vampiro one? Is that the one you want to see?
yeah, I think that's really cool just to have that on display, because Vampira is like the ultimate.
I got
And
this one.
I don't have to worry about Vampira coming out with an autobiography where she talks about being in L, because she's not alive. So she's fixed. You can't really bring, not that there's anything wrong with being an L, but, you
That's the
know,
one I want.
it's just, yeah, that's really good. Yeah. Um, Now that Uncle Creepy is so degenerate looking. That's great. That's great. How much is he? Oh, that looks completely affordable compared to the prices we were seeing on those other masks. But that's the one that you saw in the House of Secrets, right?
Yeah, when we cracked that slab, yeah.
And you talked to this guy, but you're not sure if.
He says he doesn't really go online. He's never done it before. And I said, just come on, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what they all say. There's the Dracula, like the doll, the action figure. I was about to say doll that I have, the one to the left. That's the Migo Dracula. Yeah. Wow.
Somebody just
Well,
put in there.
that's what my friend Randy was saying, and I got him talked into coming on Thursday, and a lot of people are like that, but it shouldn't be scary. It's not like you're getting up in front of a big crowd of people and speaking. It's because you're just talking to your phone, and I don't know. To me, I don't get any anxiety on shit, but yeah, the Uncle Creepy is fantastic, but he looks even creepier than he did in the magazine. Um, let's see what people are saying here. World by lunchtime, Vampira, thinnest waist ever. Apex
Oh,
Comics, 500 views would be great for me. Yeah, it's great for me too. Trust me, I don't get that often. Last time that happened, I think, was when I had Mike McCarthy on a stream. Last
Yeah, I don't.
Frontier Comic, huh?
I'm like I'm like a 40 or 50 view guy, unless something crazy, unless I hit something. You know what I mean? Most of
Yeah,
my
but
videos are 40 or 50 views, unless something happens to go right.
well, sometimes you do a video about a particular toy that's.
Yes,
Oh, one
that
I
gets
got a whole lot was on this jukebox over here. I did a video just showing the jukebox, and because I put the exact model number of the jukebox into the video title, it's gotten a lot of views. Oh, that's good. Oh shit, that's not her. Last
I'm working
Frontier
on a
says
drawing right now. I'm working on a new drawing. It'll be done soon.
the mainstream media consider Trumpism as Bircherism. No wonder they hate him. Yeah, I think that Trump and the John Birch Society are very similar. Apex, great to see a pile of old comics. Absolutely. I like to see that all the time in my life. Apex says, I'm ready for Maganomics. Oh, that's a is that did you just
Yeah.
coin that Apex or is they have they been using Maganomics? That's a good one. Friar Tuck, hey, still live equals excellent. Well, it's not going to be within probably 12 to 15 minutes. I'm going to be heading off to a restaurant as soon as she gets off work. And sometimes she's held by a few minutes after. Oh, shit, that's great. That's really, this guy is really good. Oh, look at this. His light, his photography and lighting is really good too. That looks like a painting by Basil Gogos. Werewolf by lunchtime. I rarely read comics nowadays. If I can find 50s, 60s comics cheap, I will buy them, but it's tough. I just read books now. I'm reading Lucifer's Hammer at the moment. Also enjoy true crime books. Good, man. Werewolf by lunchtime. You got good taste. Trump needs a filter. No, I like him the way he is. I unfortunately no, I don't know, man. I guess
I
uh,
love
to,
his sense of humor. He's a funny
for some people, some people get real sensitive, but I just think it's funny as hell. Werewolf says I went to bed, woke up, and Gratu was still going. Huh? No, I never stopped, but I'm gonna have to stop to eat. Friar Tuck says, or Trump needs to at least take advice from a trusted advisor. Yeah, he's got Laura Loomer now. That's not.
guy.
She's that's the wrong advisor. He's gonna get worse with her. It's like she's been saying shit about Lindsey Graham that everyone knows, but I guess it's been unspoken. But yeah, she's yeah. No, Laura Loomer's the wrong person. Man, you could imagine how much havoc she'd wreck in the. Imagine if she was a comic book person on YouTube. How about how offended would people would get from her, man? They think I'm bad. Friar Tuck says, or Trump needs to at least take it. Okay, I already read that advice, that comment. Yeah, it looks like Kensington Avenue, man. That's the scariest Uncle Creepy I've ever seen. He literally looks dead. Yeah. He made it was there was no price on that vampire. Does he make these like custom order? Like, do you think he has a bunch in stock, or he makes them when he gets an order?
I think he made like two of each for to take with him to Mask Fest.
Oh, okay.
And then when that's over, I can reach out to him and see what's left.
Yeah, the vampire is great.
I'm trying to find the
And
price of that. He didn't
now,
put
are
it on.
these made out of the material that will rot, or are these more of a better material?
Well, they're so thick that it'll take like 20 or 30 years longer to rot.
But they will rot, which
I mean,
I'm really
everything.
concerned about, even though I'm not going to be here in 30 years.
No,
If I am here in 30 years, I'm not even going to be able to see them. But it's funny how, like, people, it's, I've got to make sure it's bagged and boarded. Well, really? Why? Let's see, or Trump needs, oh, yeah, that's good, man. It's real good. She's hard to, she's hard because she's beautiful, but it's real easy to make her ugly because the facial structure, it's just real easy to make her ugly because
He is
it's
the best sculpture ever made, I think.
yeah, it's hard to sculpt her. It really is.
Nobody's ever done that good on a mask of her.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Friar Tuck says the whole thing with pets being eaten may be taking place, but it's too radical to draw in potential voters. Well, I don't know. The whole internet's based on cats and always has been. So, I mean, really, since the dawn of the internet, that's been the most popular thing. That and something else we can't mention. But cats, you do something to cats, man. You've angered the whole internet. I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right, Friar Tuck. But they all they got to do is prove that.
There's
Usually
plenty
that's
of
what happens is proof comes out because
there's plenty of proof on the internet you can watch.
There is. All right, show me
yeah.
real quick. I just drew the red gorilla. Just show me real fast. You still need
Oh
some
shoot,
help.
yeah, sorry, I'm so fascinated with Uncle Creepy's face. I'm sorry.
Just for a second, just show you what I just did.
Oh man, look at that. Man, you need to be drawing all the time, man. That's the one. Yeah, I knew it looked familiar. I knew it was from somewhere. This is his childhood gorilla, red gorilla. Oh, that's good. So you use the that's the one of the things you didn't pack because you need to have that out at all times.
Yeah, I kept this, and here's my my Sailor Moon pen box. I
Yeah.
use these. I don't know what Apex uses, but I use these Copic markers.
Oh yeah.
All
Copic.
different, yeah, all different. The multi-liner set.
I've never used that. I need to look into that.
They're really good.
I could probably get that
Like
from
all the newer stuff is
Amazon.
better, but I just got them because they're inexpensive. So
I
I'm
need to
spraying.
draw more as well. I need to draw more. And shit, maybe I should auction off drawings next week. Maybe I should take requests and instead of trying to do this GoFundMe shit. But the
I think
problem
that's
is, how do I mail them? Because we have this dilemma right now where Cleo needs to send something off to the post office, and I don't know how I'm gonna get her there because I work from 6:30 until 5 every day. Last Frontier says cats are considered a holiday delicacy in Haiti. Yeah, well, Haiti is an interesting place. um,
There's more pictures of her.
okay. You
oh,
can go back.
sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. Solo way up. Okay, there she is with Lux Interior, who looks very angry.
It kind of looks like the
Oh,
crow almost right there.
yeah, yeah. Ooh, that is so nice. That would be great on a mannequin.
Yeah, she looks perfect. That looks really good.
But these are not masks for wearing. These are masks for display only because they have eyes and there's no way to breathe through them, right?
Yeah.
These
Yeah,
are
they last longer when they're not cut for eyes and
well,
stuff
that's
to protect.
great. So that's see, how why would I want to wear a vampire? I say I'd want that to put on a mannequin or just display. Same thing with the Uncle Creepy. That's why he looks so good, is he has eyes.
Yeah.
Um,
No
I
mask
would.
collectors wear the masks.
I think I would kill to have a vampire and an Uncle Creepy. That would really make my collection wonderful. So those two together are probably going to be $500 together. The vampire could be more. I don't know. She could be more. This guy's great. What's his name again?
Sicko Mr. Art.
Well, let's see. That's the same mask we're looking at there. The paint. Yeah, I guess it is.
Got different paint
I,
jobs you can do.
Yeah, the hair's longer on the one, but the one on your phone, the hair is more the length that it was in the comic. The long white hair, that's not comic. That's more comic accurate on your phone. That those
Yeah.
are, but and I think it's the lighting that. Oh boy, that's great. Oh boy, oh yeah, that's fantastic. That looks like that was drawn by that. That looks like a painting from Frank Frazetta there. Or it looks like Frazetta and Basil Gogos collaborated, and that doesn't even look like a photograph. It looks like a painting. This guy's really, really good by any standards. Oh, the dog! I forgot to feed the dog dinner. Shit. Okay. No wonder she's licking me. Come here, Drew. Imagine someone tunes into this channel right now and just sees a freeze frame of that.
like players, under destruction. Well, only if you're not in there,
But you know what's worse? You know, Alex Jones was really upset after the debate. He said, "Why didn't he mention that there's 350,000 missing children during the Biden presidency that came across the border, and they're just missing?" And he said, "Why didn't he bring that up tonight during the debate?" Well, the next or a couple of days later, or yesterday, he had a press conference in in Los Angeles, and he mentioned that it was, and so that's something that is undeniable that they don't know where these kids are, and and they can't say, "Oh, that's ridiculous." You know, we don't think they're really eating dogs. I mean, that's serious. That's some serious shit. That
Yeah, there's a lot of serious, very serious.
and it is completely true that in some of these countries they have completely empty prisons now and mental asylums because they were told, leave here, leave this country, do not come back, but you're free, but you will go to the United States. And it's like, okay, this is that's undeniably true too, that the crime rate, murder rate has decreased by to almost nothing in these other countries because they shipped them all here.
Yeah, we have plenty of people currently deployed to places like New York City and Chicago right now that are like National Guard or Reserve, maybe even active duty, that are preparing to do something that involves some illegal crime that is being committed by what I believe to be illegal aliens. I think that that's what those cops are doing in New York City right now. Not cops, but what the army is doing in New York City right now is preparing for
You think
something.
they're there because they,
Because
well, I don't,
there's illegal gangs that are taking over apartment buildings and extorting
oh, right,
citizens.
right,
Yeah.
right, right. Yeah.
I mean, Trump said it last night. He said, "What do we? It's 300 years since we had to liberate our country. The last time we need to liberate our country from usurpers. We have people here trying to take over our country."
Yeah. Well, it's she's got 2 more minutes before she's off. But oh man,
Good times, man. Thanks for having me for today. It was nice. It was relaxing
yeah,
for
it's
me.
good.
I've been really stressed. That's a long drive, and I haven't driven in years, even that far. And I have issues with anxiety and stuff, so I need to decompress after things. And so this has been a nice decompression session for me. It's like
Oh, good.
stressing
Yeah,
about the move and stressing about all the paperwork and about money and things like that. So nice.
yeah. I think that new town's gonna be really help you. It's gonna be great. That looks like a wonderful town. It's like, do you ever watch that TV show they made out of Stargirl?
Yeah, yeah, I like that show. It's
Like
good.
that
It,
town that they live in just seems
it is like
amazing. I mean,
it
it's
is.
not a real place, but
Yeah.
Cleo and
Well,
I
I'm
both
actually
look.
looking forward to. I'm real close to these sports fields, and there's like some really quality like the high school football and baseball in this town is like really good. Like there's a lot of money in like athletics in this town where they have like really good coaches and really good like some kids from this town end up like being recruited. It's kind of interesting for such a small town, but there's some really talented athletes, and so I'm looking forward to watching some baseball and football.
Yeah, Friar Tuck. Yes, Kevin gets me TV and the cartoon me TV for sure because it's always playing in the background. Incredible Shrinking Man on now. Yeah, I should have put that on, but we're doing this. Yeah,
I love that movie.
that Sven Gulli, I almost called him Goulardi, but he's the guy from the '60s. His ancestor. But yeah, that show's gotten even better with that Sarah Palmer on there playing Gwen Gooley. I think she's got the talent to be the new queen of Halloween, like Elvira was and Vampira before. Every time I post cat or eat stuff, it won't let me. Yeah, that's free speech for you. Yep, yep. Raw Cat's Frontier and Zero says hi. Well, hello, Zero. My hero, Zero.
That was my favorite in fourth. So in fourth grade, she must have played that record, or did they have like, could they have wheeled in like a tape or something to show that to us? They showed us Schoolhouse Rock in fourth grade. Maybe she played the record. I can't remember what it was, but we had to we had to everybody had to pick their favorite song and the favorite number. You know, and all the girls picked Figure Eight because she was skating and everything. And oh, you're muted, Gratu.
Oh, why am I? Can you hear me
There,
now?
yeah, you're back now. You were
I
muted
was
for a second.
holding, I think I had my hand over the microphone.
But I picked Zero because it was the best song. That My Hero Zero was the best song. I think.
Well, there were a lot of great songs that, oh my God, look at this. The cat is eating the food and the dog is just watching the cat. Now the dog is upset. Okay. The dog was just like looking at me like, what the fuck? Shit. Yeah, Blossom Dearie was like a jazz singer or something. She a lot of those ones that were sung by a woman were done by her. And but that Figure Eight was the very first one. I remember I tuned in more ABC 1972, September 1972, and it was the very first Schoolhouse Rock because it was the first thing that came on when ABC came on the air. And
Right.
that was the first year of Schoolhouse Rock, and I saw that it was Figure Eight. That was the very first one they showed, and it was very haunting, beautiful song. And she
Yeah,
has
it
that
was.
weird, childish voice. Uh, but there's other great ones. Well, there's a lot of great ones because you think of not just the music, the number ones, but the ones for grammar and the ones for science. Uh, Interplanet Janet was a cool one. That's one of the science ones. And
Conjunction
yeah, My
Junction.
Hero Zero is great. Yeah, there's so many great ones. Yeah, there was an album that came out with the soundtrack. But in 1973, 74, they didn't have VCRs you could wheel into the room. They
They
had,
must have just played the record, yeah. But in
yeah,
my
they had,
mind, I was seeing the cartoon in my mind because I already seen all the cartoons.
they would wheel TV sets in third and fourth grade, but they knew what time the electric company was going to be on, or what if there was some special on PBS. They knew exactly because they had probably a teacher guide with all the lesson plans attached to it for that whatever phonics lesson that the electric company was teaching that day, and they'd wheel it in. I think twice a day we were shown the electric company, and that was part of the phonics that they were teaching us. And so I don't know. That may have been nationwide, but they were sure doing that in Texas. Oh, I think Cleo's coming down. Oh, well, I'm gonna head out and because I'm starving. And I'll see you guys. And I'm saying goodbye to Uncle Creepy too. See you, Kevin. I'll see everybody out there. It's been nice talking to you today. See you. We're about to go eat. All right, guys.
Take care.
Take care. Bye.